Chapter 595. 595. The Inter-Province Transportation Formation is destroyed. Come on, if you can defeat me, I don't mind staying. A powerful aura soared into the sky, breaking through Xianxia's pressure in one go. That's right, Xianxia's ranking was one rank lower than sacred constellations. If even Xianxia couldn't be defeated, then even if they returned to Tianxian region, they most likely wouldn't be a match for sacred constellation. Then, what difference would it make if they returned or not? If you have the guts, let me see what capital you have. An extremely cold intent spread out from Xianxia's body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, and a layer of ice even formed on the ground. Ice concept. What Xianxia had comprehended was the ice concept. Buzz. An ice-cold blade light rushed out of Xianxia's body. It was incomparably cold as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air. A long spear condensed, and he thrust it forward. This spear attack only contained the intent of wind and fire. Boom! The saber radiance and the spear radiance collided with each other. The force shot out in all directions. Ice and fire filled the air, and the wind howled. Kacha-kacha. The armored soldiers moved their bodies and stood in a row. Their bodies emitted rays of true essence light, which offset all the scattered qi. Qin Xingfei retreated rapidly, avoiding the rapid qi. As for Fei Shui, she took a few steps back and dodged the force. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the field. As for Qin Xingfei's eighth uncle, he took 2 steps back and blocked the force. After the explosion, Lu Ming and Qin Xingxian did not move at all. So you've comprehended 2 intents. Interesting. Take this, proud snow ice blade slash. Die. Qin Xingxian shouted coldly. An even more powerful blade light burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. This was a blade light that was completely condensed with intent and true essence. It was bone-chilling, and wherever the blade light passed, snow-white ice crystals appeared in the space. This blade was stronger than the previous one. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body was surrounded by flames. In the flames, there were traces of lightning. Outside the lightning, the wind was whistling. Wind, fire, and thunder, all 3 intents erupted at the same time. True Dragon Strike. A 3-colored true dragon roared and flew out, clashing with the icy saber radiance. Instantly, Intent Realm filled the air, and true essence began to abuse him. On Xianxia's side, waves of cold air spread out, forming a thick layer of ice crystals on the ground. On Lu Ming's side, the concept of 3 colors was raging. This move once again ended in a draw. 3 intents, he exclaimed. Xianxia's face was extremely gloomy. As for Qin Xingfei, Fei Shui, and the others, they were all dumbfounded. Lu Ming's strength had exceeded their expectations. Not bad. You can make me serious. Qin Xingxia's voice resounded. His palm glowed, and a battle saber that was suffused with an incomparably cold intent appeared in his hand. Is it just serious? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. The wind lightning spear appeared in his hands. A surging fighting spirit rose, an array of spear light soared into the sky. Proud snow 8 slashes. Die. Qin Xingxian shouted softly. His body brought with it a gust of cold wind as he pounced toward Lu Ming. A snow-white and icy blade light burst out from Qin Xingxian's hand. After the first slash, the second slash followed. Saber after saber, the power was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the vital essence in Lu Ming's body was also boiling. His strong 7th-grade body also burst out. Combined with the 3 concepts, it turned into a dazzling spear light and blasted out. Boom! Boom! The 2 figures collided with each other. The saber and spear lights bombarded each other wantonly. The sky and the earth trembled slightly under the collision of the 2, as if they could not withstand the power of the 2. The 2 of them fought from the ground to the sky, exchanging dozens of moves in an instant. Buzz! Buzz! Then, The two of them separated and stood on opposite sides of the void. Xianxia's eyes were incomparably gloomy. His killing intent was like a storm. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. Throughout history, he was the only one who could defeat someone of a higher level. Now, Lu Ming, who was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had challenged him, and he could not even win easily. If this were to spread, his reputation would definitely be greatly reduced. He couldn't bear this. Therefore, he decided that he would not only stop Lu Ming today, but he would also take his life. He could only redeem his reputation by killing Lu Ming. Kill! Xianxia roared, his aura growing stronger. Buzz! However, at this moment, the regional teleportation formation's altar not far away emitted a bright light. Countless rays of light gathered in the air and formed a huge vortex. A figure suddenly appeared on the altar. This man looked to be in his 30s. His long hair was loose, and he was wearing a gray robe. A large wine gourd hung from his waist. Boom, boom, boom. When this man appeared, the vortex in the sky didn't disappear. Instead, it shook violently and let out a violent rumble. Nest, didn't I just eat one of your eggs? Is there a need to chase after me? The man muttered. But the next moment, a violent roar came from the vortex. A claw covered in scales reached out from the vortex and grabbed at the man. The man's figure flashed, and he flew down the altar. Bang! The claw slammed onto the altar. The altar rumbled and then exploded, sending gravel flying everywhere. As soon as the altar shattered, the vortex shrank rapidly. An unwilling roar came from the vortex, and the claw covered in scales also retracted and disappeared. The inter-province transportation formation is destroyed. It seems like I have to travel by myself. I thought I could be lazy. The muscular man muttered as he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a few gulps. At the scene, everyone was staring at this man in shock. Who was this man? Why did he suddenly appear? More importantly, the inter-province transportation formation was destroyed because of him. How did this happen? Lu Ming's pupils enlarged rapidly. He could not accept it. The inter-domain teleportation formation was destroyed. How was he going to return? Half a year's time was up. Someone destroyed the inter-province transportation formation. Attack and capture this person. Qin Xingfei's 8th uncle suddenly reacted and let out a hysterical roar. He was in charge of the inter-province transportation formation. Now that it was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't escape punishment. The hundreds of soldiers at the scene moved and surrounded the man. Hundreds of powerful auras converged, and it was terrifying. The weakest of these hundreds of people was at Level 6 Martial King realm, and more than 50 of them were king tiers of the upper tier. Even a peak king tier would have to retreat in fear when faced with such a force. However, the muscular man did not seem to see it. He picked up the wine gourd and began to drink again. Speak, who are you? Why did they destroy the inter-domain teleportation formation of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me the truth, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Qin Xingfei's 8th uncle berated. Chapter 596. 596 The Great Battle with Qin Xingshan. I say, brother, you don't look very old, but you're old and blind. This altar was clearly destroyed by that claw. What does it have to do with me? The muscular man said. After he finished speaking, he took a few more sips of wine. He was unruly and wild. Nonsense. You're the one who attracted that claw. No, I suspect that you're using a smokescreen. You're the one who condensed it. Now surrender. Qin Xingfei's 8th uncle shouted. The robust man's eyes swept around, and he actually laughed. It seems that you have a good show to watch here. Come on, let's do it one by one. When you're done, we could talk about my business. Then he took out a chair, sat down, and drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. Good wine, it's really good wine. Do you guys want a few sips? It's free. The robust man looked around and said, playing the fool. Attack and take him down. Qin Xingfei's 8th uncle roared. Kill, kill. Hundreds of iron-armored soldiers shouted, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Hundreds of powerful Zhenyuan converged and actually formed a huge palm, which grabbed at the robust man. This was a combined attack. With hundreds of soldiers working together, even a peak-tier king would be suppressed without any chance of escape. However, the muscular man did not even bat an eyelid. He opened his mouth and took another sip of wine. Then a drop of wine flew out. The muscular man flicked the drop of wine with his finger, and it flew towards the huge palm in the sky. There was no sound at all, but a shocking scene appeared. When the drop of wine touched the huge palm dissipated without a sound. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A drop of wine could easily destroy the joint attack of hundreds of armored soldiers. What kind of cultivation was this? Spiritual ocean tier. You're a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier. Qin Fei's 8th uncle shouted in shock. The muscular man did not comment and did not answer. He took 2 more sips of wine and said, "Continue with your business. When you're done, we could talk about my business." Qin Fei's 8th uncle's expression was uncertain. He took out a jade talisman and sent out a few messages. Then he said to Qin Shan, quickly capture that brat. I've already sent a message to the palace master and the others. They'll be here soon. All right. Qin Shan nodded and looked at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming, I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you in the Xianxia region other than the Saint Planet. Now that the inter-province transportation formation has been destroyed, you can't return to the Xianxia region. Let's have a good fight. Qin Shan's fighting spirit soared to the sky, and the blade light became even more resplendent. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed in the direction of the altar, feeling a little indignant. The altar had been destroyed. It seemed that he would not be able to return in a short period of time. Then, he looked at Qin Shan and said with determination, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." "All right, I'll show you my peak combat strength, ice transformation technique," Qin Shan shouted. In the next moment, an even colder aura spread out from his body. His entire body seemed to become transparent, as if he had turned into a block of profound ice. Even his hair had turned white. However, his aura had become even more powerful. Xianxia region. The man's eyes lit up when he heard the words Xianxia region. He looked at Lu Ming with interest. Fight! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, his long hair flying in the wind, and his aura was imposing. Without saying anything else, Lu Ming took a step forward. His long spear emitted a dazzling light and expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as a mountain, blasting towards Qin Shan. Break! Qin Shan opened his mouth and spat out an ice river, which rushed toward the spear radiance. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard, and the spear radiance was sent flying upward. Lu Ming borrowed the force and flew high into the sky. Slash! The next moment, Qin Shan slashed out a vast blade light. It was extremely terrifying, and the void trembled as if it was going to be split in half. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. Then it was the second and third step. With 3 steps, the space exploded and the blade light scattered in the air. Whoosh! Qin Shan became one with his saber and pounced toward Lu Ming like a ray of saber light. Boom! The 2 of them crashed into each other. Their bodies retreated slightly before they crashed into each other again. At this moment, Qin Shan was much stronger than before. The blade light whistled and unceasingly swept toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded his spear like a dragon. The long spear danced in the air, and the dragon's roars reverberated as he engaged in an intense battle with Qin Shan. However, Lu Ming was slowly falling into a disadvantageous position. A Peak King was also known as a half-step Sea of Soul Realm expert. He was only half a step away from the Sea of Soul Realm and was extremely powerful. In terms of combat strength, a Peak King tier was 2 levels stronger than a Peak Level 9 Martial King. As for Qin Shan, he was a Peerless Heaven's favorite to begin with, and he could fight against opponents 2 levels above him. Xianxia could kill an ordinary peak-tier king with a single move. Although Lu Ming was strong, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm. He was still suppressed by Xianxia. However, it would not be easy for Xianxia to defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the attacks. Is this the talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory? Is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Brat, do you want me to inscribe an inscription for you to use True Yuan? Dandan whispered in Lu Ming's ear. No need, Lu Ming responded. His cultivation had been improving too quickly during this period of time. It could be described as crazy. His power had increased too quickly. It wasn't so easy to control it completely. He needed some time to adapt and get used to it. Now, he could use Xianxia to train his own power so that he could control it perfectly. The battle continued, but at this moment, 3 figures appeared silently, exuding a terrifying aura. Palace Master, Vice Palace Master Qin, Vice Palace Master Wang, you're here. This is the person who destroyed the teleportation altar. Qin Xingfei's 8th uncle was overjoyed when he saw the 3 of them. He flew over and bowed respectfully. The person in the lead was an old man with white hair but a ruddy complexion. He was the palace master of the Hongyu sub-palace of the Detian Divine Palace. The other 2 were middle-aged. One was a burly middle-aged man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. The 3 of them had extremely gloomy expressions as they looked at the muscular man. However, when the palace master of the Great Domain sub-palace saw the strong man, his expression changed abruptly. He was a little surprised and a little reverent. How dare you destroy the inter-domain teleportation array of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Tell me, who are you? On the side, the middle-aged man looked at the robust man with a gloomy expression and scolded. Vice Palace Lord Qin, don't be rude, the white-haired palace master suddenly called out. The others were stunned and looked at the white-haired palace master in confusion. Ha, Lord Yin, why have you come to the Hong domain? The white-haired palace master came to the man's side, bowed and smiled. Chapter 597. 597 Yin Kuang 2. This made the others at the side stunned. Then, they looked at the strong man in shock. Could this person be a major character in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Otherwise, why would the white-haired palace master, a regional palace master with spiritual ocean tier cultivation, be so respectful to him? The robust man casually glanced at the white-haired palace master, took a sip of wine, and said indifferently, "Look over there first. Look over there first." He pointed at the battle between Lu Ming and Xianxia and continued to watch with interest. White-haired palace master did not dare to say anything and started watching. The palace master's expressions changed. A peak level 9 martial king has such combat strength. Who is this man? I don't have such a person in the great domain. Where did he come from? The white-haired palace master could not help but say, "Hee, I heard that kid is from the Tianxian region. How is it? You're pretty strong, aren't you?" The robust man chuckled. "So, you're from the same place as Lord Yin. The Tianxian region is really full of talents." The white-haired palace master sighed and conveniently flattered. As for the other people on the side, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the strong man with eyes full of respect. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not know about any of this. Their battle had already reached the point of white heat. Xianxia had used all his strength without holding back. He had to defeat Lu Ming today. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, he was extremely tenacious and was forcibly held back by him. Moreover, Lu Ming seemed to be getting more courageous as the battle progressed. Awesome, awesome. I'm getting better at controlling my own power. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At this moment, the 2 of them had already exchanged more than 100 moves. Although Xianxia was strong, he couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ming now had a better idea of the combat strength of the top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory or at least the last few. The sacred constellation was ranked ahead of Xianxia, but it was only one rank higher. Even if it was stronger than Xianxia, there was a limit to its strength. Boom! With a loud boom, the two of them were sent flying backward. Lu Ming retreated 200 meters, while Xianxia retreated 150 meters. That's right. Let's end this battle here. At this moment, the strong man spoke. Xianxia took a casual glance and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He roared and was about to rush toward Lu Ming. Xianxia, stop. Let's go. Deputy Palace Master Qin shouted and waved his hand. A force appeared in front of Xianxia. Father, why are you stopping me? Today, I will definitely destroy him. Xianxia roared. If he could not completely defeat Lu Ming in today's battle, his reputation would definitely be greatly affected. He was already at the bottom of the list, and it would be hard for him to accept the fact that he would fall out of the list the next time it was rearranged. Xianxia, I told you to stop, so stop. Deputy Palace Lord Qin's face darkened as he berated. Xianxia's expression changed. His father rarely lost his temper at him. What was going on today? Then, he looked around and saw the white-haired princess standing respectfully beside the man. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. He looked at Lu Ming unwillingly, then went to Vice Palace Master Qin's side. Haha, it's over. I'll be leaving then. The man got up and stretched. With a wave of his hand, the chair on the ground disappeared. He strode toward Lu Ming. Little brat, follow me, the muscular man said to Lu Ming. Leave with you. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this strong man. If it wasn't for him, how could the inter-province transportation formation be destroyed? Brat, didn't you want to return to the Xianxia region? I'll send you back. The muscular man said. Do you have a way to send me back to the Xianxia region? Lu Ming was stunned. What's wrong? You don't believe me? It just so happens that I'm going back to the Xianxia region as well. So, it's fine if I take you back with me. The robust man drank a mouthful of wine and said, I do. Lu Ming said hurriedly. He had seen how the white-haired palace master and the others were respectful to this man. This man must have an extraordinary identity. Perhaps he really had a way. Lu Ming could only hold on to a glimmer of hope. Senior, wait for me. Lu Ming called out and flew towards flying snow. Fei Shue's beautiful eyes were filled with radiance. Lu Ming's power had exceeded her expectations. If he could fight against Xianxia at the 9th level of the Martial King Realm, then Lu Ming would be even stronger when he reached the peak of the King Realm. He would probably be able to fight against the top 700 or 800 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lady Flying Snow, I'm leaving. I'm indebted to you for your help during this period of time. This is for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and passed it to Fei Shui. Fei Shui took it subconsciously. We'll meet again. Lu Ming cupped his fists and flew towards the muscular man. The muscular man waved his hand, and a stream of essential core wrapped around Lu Ming. He shouted, Let's go. The next moment, Lu Ming and the muscular man disappeared. Fei Shui's mind entered the storage ring, and her eyes flashed. 2,000 gold intent crystals lay quietly in the storage ring, exuding a strong intent. Brother Lu, Fei Shui looked up and saw that Lu Ming had already disappeared. Father, who is that person? Are we just going to let him go after destroying the inter-province transportation formation? Xianxia asked Vice Palace Lord Qin. Deputy Palace Lord Qin pondered for a moment and looked at the white-haired Palace Lord. The white-haired Palace Master nodded and said, You're right, he is Yin Kuang too. What? Everyone else at the scene widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming's vision blurred. The next moment, he was shocked to find that he had arrived outside Great City. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Kid, where are you from in the Xianxia region? The muscular man sized Lu Ming up curiously. I'm from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range in the eastern part of the Xianxia region, Lu Ming said. The eastern part of the Xianxia region. What a coincidence. I'm also from the eastern part of the Xianxia region. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I haven't returned to the Xianxia region for decades. This time, I heard that something had happened to the ancient barren city, so I went back to take a look. The muscular man took a few sips of wine and looked to the east. Ancient desolate city, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he did not say much. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Senior, I wonder when we will return to the Tianxian region? Haha, what's the rush? I don't mind having a few drinks with you for a while." The man laughed and landed on a hill outside Hong City. Then, he casually sat on the ground and took out the roasted meat from his storage ring and began to eat. Lu Ming had no choice but to sit at the side. It'll be easier to travel after eating and drinking to your heart's content. Come, have a mouthful too. The muscular man threw the wine gourd to Lu Ming. Chapter 598. 598 Tearing Through Space. Lu Ming reached out to take it and took a sip. However, Lu Ming's expression changed when he took a sip of the wine. He felt that the mouthful of wine had turned into a raging flame that was burning in his stomach. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after, the mouthful of wine transformed into waves of terrifying and scorching energy that crashed around in Lu Ming's body like stormy waves. From the outside, one could see that Lu Ming's body was expanding rapidly, as if he would explode at any time from this energy. Too powerful. This energy was too powerful. It was rare for the man to look at Lu Ming with a serious expression. If Lu Ming could not withstand it, he would help. Devour. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a low growl. A powerful devouring force was emitted from his spine, devouring all the boundless energy in his body. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique at full force to refine it. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh and opened his eyes. A flash of lightning flashed across his eyes, filled with a terrifying aura. Such pure and majestic energy, Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He felt that the energy from that mouthful of wine was more terrifying than the energy from refining millions of top-grade spirit crystals. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ming's intent realm had not broken through, he felt that he could use the energy from that mouthful of wine to break through to peak tier king. Of course, this was just an illusion. He couldn't break through to peak tier king realm with just a few million supreme-grade spirit crystals. However, Lu Ming's essential core had become thicker and purer. It had reached its limit. A mouthful of wine had more terrifying energy than millions of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming was shocked. He had seen the muscular man gulping down the wine. "Not bad, not bad. You've refined a mouthful of my wine in only half an hour. It's my first time to meet a little guy like you." The muscular man looked at Lu Ming in shock. "Many thanks for Senior's wine," Lu Ming said. "Do you want a few more mouthfuls?" The muscular man said. "No, I don't want it." Lu Ming waved his hands repeatedly. His intent realm had not broken through yet, so drinking it would be a waste. "I'm Lu Ming. How should I address you, Senior?" Lu Ming asked after a moment of silence. "Me? Yin Kuang Tu. I wonder if you've heard of it?" The robust man said with a slight smile. "What? You're Yin Kuang Tu?" Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Yin Kuang Tu was a name that not many people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace did not know. This was especially true for the Detian Divine Guards of the Tianxian region. Yin Kuang Tu's entire life was a legend. Yin Kuang Tu came from a humble background. He came from an unknown small village in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. However, with his unparalleled talent, he grew up from a young man in a small mountain village, step by step, and finally became a rare heaven's favorite in the Tianxian region. Later, he was even valued by the Supreme Lord of the Nine Suns and accepted as a disciple. After being taken in as a disciple by the Nine Suns Paragon, he displayed an even more terrifying talent. Countless geniuses and demon-level geniuses were all suppressed by him. He stepped on all the geniuses and rose up, becoming a peak expert of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. It was said that Yin Kuang-tu's cultivation was no longer weaker than his master, the Nine Yang Supremacy. This legendary person was standing in front of Lu Ming alive and well. Lu Ming had the most special feelings. This was because the remnant soul of the Nine Suns Supreme Being was currently in the Supreme Shrine. The Nine Sun Supremacy could be considered as half of Lu Ming's master. Without the Nine Sun Supremacy, Lu Ming would not be where he was today. Since Yin Kuang-tu was the disciple of the Nine Sun Supreme, Lu Ming felt closer to him. Should I tell Yin Kuang-tu about the Nine Sun Supreme? No, I can't say it. This matter involves too many people. I can't take the risk. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind, but he immediately rejected it. First of all, this matter was too outrageous. Also, Yin Kuang-tu was now valued by Martial Emperor De. What if he was on his side? If he said it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lu Ming decided not to say anything. At least, he would not say anything before he was powerful enough. So it's Senior Yin. Senior's name reverberates like thunder in my ears. Lu Ming gathered his thoughts and cupped his fists in a salute. Haha, you're welcome. All right, I'll take you back to the Xianxia region now. Yin Kuang-tu laughed. Go back. How we go back from here? Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course we're flying back. Yin Kuang-tu smiled. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from his body. This aura was even more majestic than a vast ocean, as deep as the universe. The moment this aura appeared, Yin Kuang-tu immediately retracted it. However, Lu Ming was still shocked. He felt that in front of this aura, peak-tier kings were like ants or dust. At this moment, Dandan shrank her head back in fear, her palms grabbing Lu Ming's shoulders tightly. Voila! Yin Kuang-tu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space was torn apart like a piece of paper, revealing a deep, pitch-black spatial crack. Let's go! Yin Kuang-tu grabbed Lu Ming's arm and stepped into the spatial crack. In an instant, Lu Ming felt the world spinning around him. It was pitch black all around him, and he could not see anything. After a while, the sky suddenly brightened. Lu Ming realized that they had appeared in the sky above a vast mountain range. Then, Yin Kuang-tu stretched out his hand and drew a line in the air. The space cracked open again. Yin Kuang-tu brought Lu Ming along and stepped into the spatial crack. He tore through space. He was tearing through space. If one's strength had not reached an unbelievable realm, it would be extremely difficult to do so. Lu Ming was extremely shocked. Not long after, they appeared above another lake. Yin Kuang-tu continued to tear through space. This process repeated as they headed towards the Xianxia region. Xianxia region, Xianxia city. These days, it was extremely lively. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the atmosphere was joyous. This was because the number one genius of the Xianxia region, Saint Xianxia, the top one on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, was about to marry the daughter of the Xianxia sub-palace master. Countless people from all over the Xianxia region came to congratulate him. In the past few days, Xianxia city gates had been open wide, and everything was free of charge. On the first level of Xianxia city, there was a huge square. Thousands of tables had already been set up. Today was the wedding day of Mulan and the sacred constellation. Many people were heading towards the square. Those who could enter here were all famous people in the Xianxia region. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to enter. At the edge of the square, on a pavilion, Mu Xun and the palace master of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zheng, stood side by side, looking at the lively crowd below. Sigh, it seems that nothing can be changed. That girl wanted to resist, but in the end, she still ended up like this. Mu Zheng sighed. Lu Ming has disappeared for half a year. I wonder why. Many people in the outside world are saying that Lu Ming is afraid and knows that he's no match for the sacred constellation, so he's hiding. I don't believe this at all. With Lu Ming's personality, even if he's no match for the sacred constellation, he'll still fight. Mu Xiuyuan said, "There's too little time. It's true that it'll be difficult for Lu Ming to defeat the sacred constellation. It's good that he didn't appear. It's also good for Lu Ming." Mu Zheng sighed. Chapter 599. 599 Lu Ming is hiding. What? At this moment, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiuyuan's eyes looked outside. In the sky, a few figures slowly approached. Big brother and second brother are here. Xiuyuan, let's go out. Mu Zheng pulled Mu Xiuyuan and similarly stepped into the air to meet those people. "Greetings, big brother, second brother," Mu Zheng called out. One of the two people in front was an old man with a head full of white hair, and the other was a burly man who looked to be in his 50s. That burly man in his 50s was Mu Zheng's elder brother, Mu Lan's father, and the current palace master of the Heaven Mystic Palace, Mu Tian. The white-haired old man was Mu Zheng's second brother, Mu Yi. The age of martial arts powerhouses could not be distinguished by appearance. Mu Tian, for example, was the oldest. However, he looked like he was only in his 50s. This was because his cultivation was the most profound, and he had already broken through to the spirit ocean realm. Thus, he looked the youngest. As for Mu Yi and Mu Zheng, they both looked like old men. "Greetings, eldest uncle, second uncle." Mu Xiuyuan stepped forward and bowed. Mu Xiuyuan's father was the fifth child, but he had died in battle in his early years. "Yes, let's go up and sit." Mu Tian nodded and walked up to the platform. At the top of the square, there was a row of high platforms, especially for people of status to sit on. After they sat down, they began to chat. "Sixth brother, I heard that Lu Ming is from your Eastern Palace. He was very arrogant before and actually challenged the sacred constellation. Now, he's gone into hiding with his tail between his legs." Mu Yi looked at Mu Zheng and said with a faint smile, "Second brother, Lu Ming is most likely held up by something. He might not be in hiding. The rumors from the outside world cannot be trusted." Mu Zheng said, Is that so? I heard that Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation because of Lan Er. Young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You don't have a clear understanding of your own status. Is Lan Er worthy of you? Even if he has some talent, does my Mu clan lack talented youths? The sacred constellation is a supreme chosen. Mu Yi said with a cold smile. Even if they were brothers by blood, there would still be competition and discord. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had always been at odds with each other. Thus, Mu Yi would not let go of any opportunity to attack Mu Zheng. "Second uncle, I don't think so. Lu Ming is not an ordinary genius. Give him a few years, and he'll definitely be on the list of top 1,000 talents." Mu Xiuyuan interjected. "Get on the list of top 1,000 talents? How ignorant. Is it that easy to get onto the list of top 1,000 talents? Just based on a kid who came from the Eastern Mountain area? Young people are really whimsical. All right, the elders are talking. Don't interrupt." Mu Yi chided softly, his voice filled with faint disdain. Mu Xiuyuan's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't continue to speak. "Big brother has good eyes. Xianxia, born from the Sheng clan, is a match for our Mu clan. Furthermore, he has unparalleled talent and is a peerless genius. He's a perfect match for Lan." Mu Yi laughed. Mu Tian only nodded slightly and did not say much. Mu Yi continued. "The key is that the forces on the side of the sacred constellation's mother are too strong. As long as we can get close to them after Lan, and the sacred constellation are married, our Mu family will be able to develop steadily. We'll be impregnable." Mu Zheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. It became slightly grave. Indeed, Xianxia's mother had an extremely great background. She came from a main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and was the direct descendant of an extremely powerful clan. Although their Mu clan was extremely powerful in the Tianxian region, they were nothing when compared to the power of the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was the core of the palace. The sacred constellation was not only terrifyingly talented, but it also had a terrifying background. Lu Ming was far inferior compared to it. In a huge mansion in the 4th district of Xianxia City. This was the Sheng family's residence. At this moment, a group of people gathered at the entrance of the mansion and chatted. I wanted to see Lu Ming being tortured by the young Master of Stars. I didn't expect that guy to hide and not dare to meet anyone. That's right. To think that I've waited for half a year with such high expectations. What a coward. He only knows how to talk big and show off for a moment. I've already expected this outcome. If he doesn't hide and really challenges the young master of Xianxia, he'll definitely die. In the eyes of that kind of person, face is nothing. His life is definitely more important. These were all the heroes of the Sheng family. Some of them had even been beaten up by Lu Ming before. Naturally, they hoped that the sacred constellation could torture Lu Ming. However, they did not expect that Lu Ming would actually hide. This made them very disappointed. The young master of Xianxia has come out. Someone shouted. A few people walked out of the mansion. Sacred Constellation was dressed in a festive red robe and walked in the middle. Beside him was a middle-aged couple. They were Sacred Constellation's parents, the current rulers of the Sheng family. There was another man in his 40s. He was handsome and had a dignified aura. He was Sheng Xianxian's mother's elder brother, Sheng Xianxian's uncle. He had come from the main palace of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Xianxian, go to the MU family and welcome the bride. Your father, uncle, and I will wait for you at the banquet. The mother of the Holy Constellation said. Yes, mother. Sheng Xianxian nodded. Then, Saint Starlight's mother and the others stepped into the air and went to the square in the 1st district. As for the Sacred Constellation, it was heading towards the MU clan. In a pavilion of the MU family, Mulan was dressed in a bright red robe, which made her look even more charming. However, her brows were tightly furrowed, and there was not a trace of a smile on her face. Her eyes were listless and seemed a little empty. Lu Ming, what happened to you? Mulan said softly. Mulan knew very well that Lu Ming had gone to the weapon-forging sect. After that, news of the destruction of the weapon-forging sect spread, and Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan was very worried that Lu Ming would be in an accident. She did not believe the rumors that spread that Lu Ming was afraid of the Sacred Constellation, and that was why he was hiding and did not dare to meet anyone. It could be said that she had watched Lu Ming grow up. She understood Lu Ming very well. He would never hide just because he was no match for her. Lanner, are you all right? An old voice came from behind Mulan. Mulan turned around and saw an old man. She forced a smile on her face. Grandpa. This old man was naturally Yin Lan. As Mulan's grandfather, he naturally had to attend her wedding. AI. Yin Lan let out a deep sigh when she saw Mulan's appearance. He had hoped that Lu Ming would create a miracle. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had disappeared without a trace. Mulan had resisted for more than 10 years. In the end, she had to marry someone she didn't like under her father's will. Perhaps this was fate. Miss Mulan, young Master Xianxia is here to welcome you. A young woman walked in and said. Mulan's face revealed a sad smile. Tell young Master Xianxia that I'll go immediately. Mulan said. Lu Ming, where are you? Mulan looked out of the window and let out a long sigh. She then turned around and strode out of the door. Chapter 600. 600 finally arrived. Yin Kuangtu brought Lu Ming along as they tore through space more than 20 times. Voila! When the 27th light shone into Lu Ming's eyes, Yin Kuangtu stopped. He did not continue to travel through space. We're here. Yin Kuangtu's slightly complicated voice sounded as he looked to the east. 100 miles away, a pitch-black city stood tall, as if it had experienced the passage of time. That was Xianxia City. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. They had finally arrived at Xianxia City. At the same time, he was also secretly shocked. Traveling through space was too fast. There were 16 big domains between Hong Domain and Tianxin Domain, and many of them were larger than Tianxin Domain. And now they had arrived. It would only take about an hour. Lu Ming, I won't be going to Xianxia City with you. I'm going to the ancient barren city to check out the situation. Yin Quantus said, Senior Yin, thank you for your help this time. Lu Ming cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude sincerely. Haha, you don't have to thank me. I destroyed the domain teleporting formation in the Grand Domain. You won't be able to come back, so of course I have to bring you back. Yin Quangtu laughed. Senior, I'll take my leave then. Lu Ming was in a hurry to return to Tianxin City. Go. Yin Quangtu took a sip of wine and waved his hand. Lu Ming turned around and headed toward Tianxin City. It's not easy to go to Tianxin City. This kid will most likely suffer a loss if he goes. Yin Quangtu muttered. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Lu Ming could not feel it at all. With a slight smile, Yin Quangtu's figure moved and disappeared without a trace. Dandan, inscribe the inscription of true essence explosion for me, Lu Ming said to Dandan. This time, he had to win against the sacred constellation. He could not lose. Lu Ming had to be fully prepared. All right. She started to inscribe inscriptions on Lu Ming. This time, he actually succeeded on the first try. Lu Ming felt his essential core surge, and his body was filled with energy. The distance of 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming landed at the city gate and entered. As soon as he entered the city gate, he felt that something was wrong. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was a jubilant atmosphere. Lu Ming's expression changed when he found out about it. Today was the day that Mulan and the Holy Star were getting married. I hope I can make it in time. Lu Ming rushed to the square. The square was packed with guests. At the top of the square, Mu Tian and the others sat on one side, while the parents and elders of Holy Constellation sat on the other. The bride and groom have arrived. A voice rang out, and everyone's eyes turned to the left side of the square. There, two figures walked over. They were Holy Star and Mulan. There was a faint smile on Sacred Constellation's face, while Mulan's face was devoid of any smile. She was as calm as still water. The two of them stepped into the center of the square. A martial artist's marriage was different from a normal person's. Ordinary people needed to bow to the heavens and the earth, but martial artists didn't. The cultivation of martial arts had always been a heaven-defying thing. Otherwise, there would not have been a lightning tribulation when he broke through to the martial king realm. Therefore, when martial artists got married, they would not worship heaven and earth. As long as they knelt down and paid respects to their elders and ancestors, the people of the Diqian Divine Palace had one more thing to pray for, which was to pray to martial Emperor Di. After these steps were completed, it would be considered an official marriage. All right, now the newlyweds will kneel down and pay respects to the parents and elders of both parties. A voice rang out. Hold on. Just as Mulan was about to kowtow to the elders of both sides on the Holy Star, a voice resounded throughout the entire place. Everyone was shocked. Who would be so bold as to disrupt the wedding ceremony between Mulan and Holy Constellation? Did they not want to live? However, some people were different. When they heard this voice, their bodies trembled. Mulan's delicate body trembled when she heard the voice. She turned around abruptly with a pleasantly surprised expression on her face. Similarly, Mu Shiyuan and Mu Zheng also followed suit. Their expressions first changed and then revealed pleasant surprise. The people of the Sheng family, on the other hand, looked gloomy. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the source of the voice. A young man was walking towards the square, step by step. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Suddenly, someone shouted. It's really him. Didn't he hide? Why did you appear now? It can't be that he couldn't bear to leave Miss Mulan at a critical moment. So he steeled his heart and ran out, right? It's possible. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming had challenged the sacred constellation, everyone thought that he had challenged the sacred constellation because of Mulan. They all thought that Lu Ming was interested in her. Now that it had appeared, many people would naturally think in this direction. Lu Ming, he's finally here. Mu Xuan muttered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming. Mulan looked at Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan seemed to be full of energy. Her eyes were shining. Lu Ming, Holy Star muttered, his eyes as calm as an ancient well. Lu Ming could not cause any fluctuations in him. Lu Ming, Xianxia and the others who had grudges with Lu Ming looked at him with a strong murderous intent in their eyes. This kid is Lu Ming? What was he trying to do? Disrupt the wedding? You're looking for death. Mu Yi shouted coldly. Under countless gazes, Lu Ming walked towards Mulan and the sacred constellation step by step. Then, he stood more than 10 meters in front of them. Senior Sister Mulan, long time no see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I knew you would come, kid. Mulan smiled as well. Her smile was even more radiant and charming than a flower, causing many young people to be momentarily dazed. Senior Sister Mulan, we'll catch up later. Right now, we have more important things to do. Lu Ming smiled and looked at the sacred constellation. Half a year has passed on the sacred constellation. Let's have a battle. How dare you? Who is this little bastard? How dare he disrupt Constellation's wedding? He's courting death. Men, kill him. On the high platform, Saint Xingqian's mother's eyes flashed with a cold light as she shouted. Yes, two middle-aged men rushed out and charged at Lu Ming at top speed. Boom! Two terrifying auras emanated from the two of them. Level 9, Martial King Realm. The two burly men were both Level 9 Martial King Realm experts, the top figures among the king tiers of the upper tier. Little bastard, kneel down. The two burly men ran on the ground like two giant wild beasts, causing the earth to rumble. The two of them instantly rushed to Lu Ming's sides, one on the left and one on the right, and clasped Lu Ming's shoulders. The Holy Star did not move, but Mulan exclaimed, Lu Ming, be careful. However, Lu Ming did not move. He seemed to be scared silly. Bang! Bang! The two burly men grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders with precision and grabbed one of his arms with their other hand. Hee, you want to challenge the Holy Star with just this bit of strength? What a fool's dream. Mu Yi immediately sneered. This brat really overestimates his own ability. The people from Sacred Glory also sneered. But in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Kneel down. The two burly men bellowed, and their essential core exploded. They grabbed Lu Ming's shoulders and pressed him down. However, Lu Ming's posture was straight, like an ancient divine mountain, standing on the ground without moving an inch. Chapter 601. 601 suppressing you in 3 moves. The two burly men's expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Kneel down. The two burly men let out another explosive roar. Their bodies were suffused with blood-red light, and even their bloodlines had erupted. The powerful vital essence merged with the will of heaven and earth and pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still did not move. The two big men's faces turned red. Most of the people's faces changed. What are the two of you doing? Do you want to play games? Mu Zheng smiled faintly and looked at Mu Yi. Mu Yi's face darkened. Interesting. Mu Tian, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. This little bastard, his mother in the Holy Star City, gritted her teeth, and her face turned even colder. The people of Sacred Glory were dumbfounded. Sacred Constellation, is this the battle you promised me? Lu Ming looked at the Sacred Constellation in disdain. You want to fight me? Let's see if you have the qualifications. Holy Constellation said calmly. Is that so? Lu Ming smiled faintly. His essential core suddenly exploded and he waved his arms. Bang! The two burly men were lifted up and slammed into each other. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the two burly men screamed in pain. It was unknown how many of their bone armors had been broken. Lu Ming swung his arms, and the two burly men's bodies were thrown hundreds of meters away, like two pools of mud. They lay on the ground and screamed in pain. Many people's faces changed. The two burly men were both at the early stage of the Level 9 Martial King realm. In the Xianxia region, they were definitely the top experts and overlords. However, in the hands of Lu Ming, They seemed so weak and could not resist at all. In just half a year's time, Lu Ming had actually grown to this stage? Isn't that too terrifying? A hint of surprise also flashed across Holy Constellation's eyes. Ha ha, this kid is not bad. He's worthy of being someone from the East. Mu Zheng laughed. Before this, he had been ridiculed by Mu Yi. Now that he had finally found a chance to counterattack, he felt very proud. I've only defeated 2 early-stage Level 9 Martial King realm cultivators. Moreover, those 2 were caught off guard and didn't even display any martial skills. What's there to be proud of? Compared to the Holy Star, I don't know how far they're from it. Mu Yi's face was dark, and he snorted coldly. He's only an early Level 9 Martial King realm warrior? Second brother standards are really high. You don't even take a Level 9 Martial King seriously. Mu Zheng said with a smile. This time, Mu Yi's face darkened, and he did not speak. And now, Lu Ming stared at the sacred constellation and said only 3 words, but it made everything clear. Didn't the sacred constellation want to see if he was qualified? What about now? Too weak. Holy Constellation's reply was only 2 words, but it showed great confidence. You're avoiding the battle? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the Holy Star. What a joke. Little bastard, you are not qualified to fight with the young master of Xianxia. If you want to fight, you have to get past me first. A cold sneer was heard as a figure stepped into the air and strolled in the air before appearing in the square. Everyone's heart trembled. There was no need to explain what it meant to walk in the air in Xianxia City. It's the sacred glory. He's going to make a move. He's an elder of the Xianxia sub-palace. That's normal. Lu Ming wants to challenge the sacred constellation today. He has to prove himself with his own abilities. Countless people were whispering in the surroundings. Many of them were powerhouses who had rushed over from other places in the Xianxia region. They had never seen Lu Ming before. At this moment, they were curiously sizing up this outstanding young man. It had been a few years since anyone from the younger generation of the Xianxia region had challenged the sacred constellation. Lu Ming's eyes fell on the sacred glory, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "All right, it's time to settle your score. Settle accounts with me? Little bastard, I haven't seen you for half a year. I don't know where you got your confidence from." Sacred Light sneered and stepped forward. Boom! The aura of a peak-tier king exploded forth like a vast ocean. Sheng Yao's body also floated in the air. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, 10 moves, I'll suppress you in 10 moves. If I can't suppress you in 10 moves, I'll admit defeat. Lu Ming shook his head and stretched out 3 fingers. Sheng Yao was stunned for a moment, then sneered and said, "What's wrong? If you don't have any confidence in yourself, could it be that you can only withstand 3 of my moves?" No. Lu Ming shook his head again. 3 moves. I mean, I can defeat you within 3 moves. Otherwise, I'll admit defeat and leave. As soon as he said that, the entire place boiled. Lu Ming actually said that he could suppress the sacred glory within 3 moves. How is that possible? Crazy. He was definitely crazy. I thought he was a top figure, but it turns out he's just a hothead who overestimates himself. Does he know what peak-tier king tiers mean? Mu Yi sneered. Mu Shiyuan and Mu Zheng were also a little puzzled. They could not believe that Lu Ming could suppress the sacred glory in 3 moves. On the high platform, Mu Tian and Sheng Xingqian's uncle, Sheng Xingqian's father, the current head of the Sheng family, Sheng Tsang, also shook their heads slightly. With their cultivation, they could naturally tell that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level Martial King realm. Was it possible for a Level 9 Martial King to defeat a peak king in 3 moves? Suppress me in 3 moves? Ha ha! Sheng Yao laughed wildly as if he had heard something funny. But the next moment, he could no longer laugh. Lu Ming's body seemed to have lost its weight. He was suspended in the air and flew to the same position as the sacred glory, standing opposite it. The entire place fell silent. He's hovering in the air. He's hovering in Xianxia City. Could it be that Lu Ming has already broken through to the peak tier, king tier? Someone cried out in shock. No, it's a peak level 9 Martial King. Lu Ming has comprehended the will of the wind, which is why he can fly. However, his combat strength is probably close to a peak level 9 Martial King. Unbelievable. He can actually fight against a peak tier king? How long has it been? He's so young. Everyone present was shocked. Mu Yi was dumbstruck, while Mu Zheng and Mu Xiao Yuan were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. On the square, Sacred Constellation raised an eyebrow for the first time, showing a hint of interest. However, he was only interested in it. He was still confident. However, Sacred Light's face was completely gloomy. Lu Ming could actually hover in the sky above Xianxia City. In a sense, Lu Ming was already on the same level as him. Make your move. Use your strongest unique skill. Otherwise, you won't have the chance. Lu Ming said. His voice was calm, but full of confidence. Arrogant. Attack! Sacred Light shouted, and his aura burst out. He suddenly attacked. A huge flaming hand, completely formed by the flaming sword Qi, was a few meters long and wide. It was shockingly powerful as it came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a ring of dazzling flames flew out. It expanded rapidly and became a few meters in diameter. It was filled with crimson flames and bombarded Lu Ming. The two attacks were as powerful as lightning, and the space was boiling from the heat. Below, more than a dozen elders of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace waved their hands, and true origin spread out, forming a true origin barrier that isolated the area below. Chapter 602 602 Chapter 602 Abusing Sacred Glory. As soon as the Sacred Glory was launched, it displayed a thunderous attack, hoping to suppress Lu Ming in one blow. Small tricks. Go! Lu Ming shouted. A spear's gleam rushed out of his body and soared into the sky. Bang! The Sacred Glory's giant flaming palm was directly crushed by the spear radiance. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky and swept his spear at the huge ring. Clang! The huge ring kept shaking, and the red flames were almost scattered. The ring made a cracking sound, and a hole was opened, flying far away. Pucci! Holy Light's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating rapidly. How did this happen? Holy Light screamed in horror in his heart. It was simply unbelievable. The two moves that he had used almost all his strength on were easily countered by Lu Ming. Moreover, he was injured by the ring. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. Suppress. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. His figure rushed towards the Sacred Glory like lightning. He looked down from above and swept his spear. The Holy Light roared and burst out with all its strength. It almost turned into a man of fire and struck the most powerful blow. However, it was all in vain. Under Lu Ming's spear gleam, all his attacks turned into nothing. The huge spear light hit the Holy Brilliance directly. The Holy Brilliance screamed and flew down. Stop! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a primordial Qi ribbon rolled up, wrapping around the Holy Brilliance and stopping it from falling. Then, Lu Ming's body fell, and his feet stomped on the old face of the Sacred Glory. This kick contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps. No! Holy Light roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's foot accurately landed on the Sacred Glory's face. The Sacred Glory's body was like a meteorite, falling rapidly and heavily on the essential core shield below. A deafening explosion, accompanied by a blood-curdling screech and the sound of bones breaking, resounded throughout the entire area. Then, everyone saw Xianxia lying on the true essence shield like an old dead dog, twitching all over and blood flowing out of his mouth. Especially on his face, there was a clear shoe print, which almost flattened his old face. CSI. Everyone gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. 3 moves? It really was 3 moves. Including the last kick, it was exactly 3 moves. 3 moves. Lu Ming had really suppressed the Holy Brilliance in 3 moves. He had even beaten the Holy Brilliance half to death. This, on the high platform, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan were also dumbstruck. Although they had hoped that Lu Ming would win, they were not very confident. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation level was only at the 4th level of the Martial King realm half a year ago. It was already a miracle for him to become a late-stage king in half a year, let alone a peak-tier king. Never in their dreams did they expect that not only did Lu Ming win, but he also won so cleanly and in such an exciting way. This brat. Mu Zheng kept muttering in a low voice. He was extremely excited. How long ago? A year and a half ago, when Lu Ming had just entered the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He had not even reached the half-step king realm. In a short 1.5 years, Lu Ming had reached the peak of the king's realm. It was simply a miracle. There had never been such a miracle in the history of the Xianxia region. Beside Mu Zheng, Mu Yi's mouth was wide open. He was dumbfounded, and his face was also filled with disbelief. Below the square, Mulan looked up at the young figure in the sky with great excitement. In her heart, images of the past kept flashing. The young man in Fiery Wind City, the young man who had needed her protection at that time, had walked his own path as time passed. Not only had he far surpassed her, but he had also become a top expert in the Tianxin region. He had become a mountain that could shelter her from the wind and rain, protecting her. Half a year ago, when Lu Ming challenged the sacred constellation, Mulan knew that he did it for her. After that, Lu Ming disappeared for half a year. Half a year later, just as she was about to get married, Lu Ming appeared again. He stood in front of her domineeringly and blocked everything for her. At this moment, her eyes were wet. She knew that she had made the right choice. Lu Ming strolled down and appeared in front of Xianxia. And now, it was still the same sentence. Now, did he have the right to stand in front of the Holy Star? Everyone's gaze followed Lu Ming's body as he moved. In the Sheng family, the young men who had grudges with Lu Ming and had even fought with him had complicated looks in their eyes. There was shock, horror, disbelief, and respect. More than half a year ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. But more than half a year later, Lu Ming had already left them far behind. He was already able to stand in front of the Holy Star. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. They were no longer on the same level. At the thought of this, the heroes of the Sheng family were dejected. Many people had previously concluded that Lu Ming had hidden away out of fear. At this moment, they were so ashamed that their faces were red. Lu Ming did not hide out of fear. He was probably cultivating somewhere. On the high platform, Mu Tian, Sheng Tsang, and Sheng Xingqian's uncle's eyes flickered slightly as they sized up Lu Ming seriously. Clearly, they had finally acknowledged Lu Ming's combat strength and were serious about it. The sacred constellation had been calm from the beginning, but now it was as if there were stars shining in his eyes, bright and dazzling. Not bad. The sacred constellation spoke. "Let's fight in the air," Lu Ming said. Then he rose into the air and appeared in the sky. The holy star emitted rays of starlight and rose into the sky as well. It appeared in the sky, facing Lu Ming. At this moment, many people's hearts were beating fast. They stared at the 2 young figures in the sky with wide eyes. Was Lu Ming and the sacred constellation finally going to fight? Half a year ago, Lu Ming's challenge to Saint Constellation had spread throughout Tianxin City. Some people only laughed it off when they heard it. They thought that it was a joke. Even if it was not a joke, it was impossible for Lu Ming to really challenge the sacred constellation. He was too far away and did not have the qualifications at all. Even if they were to fight, it would be a one-sided battle. The sacred constellation would probably be able to suppress Lu Ming with one palm. However, now, no one would think that the holy constellation could suppress Lu Ming with one palm. Lu Ming had just used his strength to prove that he was qualified to fight against the sacred constellation. Some people even started to worry about the Holy Star. Half a year ago, the sacred constellation had been at the peak of the 9th level of the martial king realm. At that time, the battle prowess of the sacred constellation was said to be no weaker than that of a peak king. However, Lu Ming was not weaker than a peak tier king. He had suppressed a peak tier king in 3 moves. Had the Holy Star broken through to peak king tier? If he had not broken through, would he be a match for Lu Ming? Everyone was staring at it. Your combat strength is not bad. Half a year ago, you might have been able to fight me. But now, the result will not change. Boom! As soon as Sacred Constellation's voice fell, a huge pillar of starlight rushed out of Sacred Constellation's body, reaching the sky and into the endless void. A powerful aura filled the air. Peak Tier King. Chapter 603. 603 The Great Battle Against the Sacred Star. The sacred constellation exuded a terrifying aura and a vast pressure. It was the aura of a peak tier king. Peak tier king. The holy star has broken through to peak tier king. Heavens, the sacred constellation was already incomparably powerful to begin with. Now that it has broken through to peak tier king, just how powerful is it? No wonder he's a peerless heavens favorite on the list of top 1,000 talents. He's really terrifying. Right now, apart from the Palace Master and a few Sea of Soul Realm experts, no one in the Xianxia region is his match. Lu Ming is finished. He's definitely no match for them. There was an uproar in the audience. Many people had thought that Lu Ming could fight against the Holy Star City, but they had changed their minds. Lu Ming was only at the peak of Level 9 Martial King Realm. Although he could defeat the Divine Glory, the Divine Star and the Divine Glory were 2 completely different concepts. The Holy Star that had broken through to peak tier king could probably kill the Holy Light with 1 move. Haha, let's see how that kid is going to fight now. Mu Yi sneered. Xianxia, make your move as soon as possible and cripple that little bastard. Don't delay the auspicious day of the wedding. Holy Constellation's mother called out. He really did break through to peak tier king tier? Lu Ming muttered. Back in the Great Domain, Xianxia's ranking was 1 rank lower than that of the Sacred Constellation. Since Xianxia had already broken through to peak tier king, Lu Ming guessed that the Sacred Constellation had most likely broken through to peak tier king as well. It was indeed the case now. Lu Ming, if you admit defeat now and destroy your cultivation, I can spare your life. The Holy Star's entire body was suffused with starlight, like a god descending from the heavens, inspecting the world with great confidence. Ah, Holy Star, you think you can beat me? Lu Ming stood in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. His eyes were like 2 unsheathed divine swords, revealing a sharp, fighting spirit. I will let you understand the difference between you and me. Saint Constellation's eyes glowed with starlight. At this moment, the starlight on his body was boiling like a raging flame. Slash! With a soft cry, a starry sword, hundreds of feet long, condensed and slashed at Lu Ming. Heaven's Path Palm. Lu Ming struck out a palm. The Heavenly Path Palm was a martial arts technique that was infinitely close to the heaven level. However, under the activation of Lu Ming's current cultivation, it unleashed a terrifying and unparalleled power that seemed to exceed its original level. A huge handprint with 9 fingers appeared. The patterns on it were clear, like heavenly Tao inscriptions. It emitted a terrifying aura and smashed toward the starry sword. An earth-shattering boom resounded in the sky, and a bright light appeared. Some of the weaker cultivators felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. In the next moment, the light disappeared, and the palm and the giant sword disappeared at the same time. Holy Star, there's no need to test me. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you will end up like the Holy Brilliance. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hands and his fighting spirit sword. I'll grant you your wish, Starpoint Sword Art. The starlight on the sacred constellation became even more resplendent. It was clearly daytime, but in the depths of the sky, there were rays of starlight falling down and landing on the sacred constellation. The star intent realm was indeed marvelous. At the same time, a dazzling battle sword appeared in Saint Xianxia's hand. As he waved the battle sword, stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, stars fell toward Lu Ming one after another, turning into swords of stars. They were like streams of light, shooting toward Lu Ming. Hundreds of streams of light covered the area and completely locked onto Lu Ming's retreat path. There was no way to avoid it. 10,000 dragon kill. Lu Ming stood still and stabbed with his spear. Hundreds of three-colored true dragons flew out and roared as they charged at the stars. Boom, 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 like fireworks exploding. The sky was filled with resplendent lights. However, the crowd was not in the mood to watch. Their eyes were completely locked on Lu Ming and the Holy Star. "It's my turn. Let's go," Lu Ming said softly as he strode forward. His long spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward. A huge, three-colored, true dragon roared and pounced at the sacred planet. Point Star Sword, 10,000 swords unite. Saint Starlight waved his hand, and it seemed as if there were tens of thousands of stars that entered Saint Starlight's battle sword. Boom! A violent boom was heard in the sky again. Many people felt their eardrums vibrating and their heads rumbling. In their shock, they hurriedly circulated their true essence to protect their eardrums. In the sky, a bright light appeared and then disappeared. Kill! Kill! The two figures got closer and closer, and finally, they collided heavily. The space trembled violently, as if it could not bear the burden. Boom! 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 The two figures turned into two streams of light and kept clashing in the air. A wanton force cut through the void and kept falling. If it weren't for the Elder's true essence shield, the tables and chairs below would have all been destroyed. But even so, the true Yuan barrier was still shaking, and the dozen peak-tier King Elders' expressions changed. Just the overflowing qi was enough to make them feel tremendous pressure. If they really participated in the battle, wouldn't they be easily killed? Was this still the power of a king tier? At the scene, countless eyes were staring at the sky without blinking. Their eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming was actually able to fight against the sacred constellation and fight it to this extent. Today, regardless of whether Lu Ming won or lost, his name was bound to shake the Tianxian region and leave a heavy mark in the history of the Tianxian region. Damn it, Xianxia will definitely be able to kill this little bastard. The mother of Holy Constellation growled in a low voice, and her eyes revealed a sinister look. Boom, boom. The battle in the sky continued, and it was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Buzz! At that moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from the sacred constellation. Then, starlight spread out, and a scroll appeared above Xianxia's head. The scroll was unfurled, and 7 stars shone on it. That was the 7 stars of Heavenly Dipper. There were 7 Esover chakras on the scroll, and they were emitting rays of light. This was the second bloodline of the Holy Star, a 7th-level king bloodline. The sacred constellation's bloodline erupted, and its aura became even stronger. You have the bloodline, but I don't. Explode. Boom. His second bloodline was unleashed. He was also a 7th-level king. Now, Lu Ming's 2 bloodlines had both advanced to the 7th level of the king level. However, Lu Ming did not unleash the 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming decided that in the future, he would try his best not to use the 9-dragon bloodline in crowded places, especially in the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace. Although the 9-Sun Supreme had already helped him seal his aura, who knew if someone would guess something from his appearance? It was better to be careful. The eruption of their bloodlines caused the battle between the two to become even more intense. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. Look, Lu Ming is at a disadvantage. That's right. He's no match for Lu Ming and is being suppressed. The number of attacks from the sacred constellation is increasing, but Lu Ming's attacks are decreasing. That's right. Lu Ming is going to lose. He's only a peak level 9 martial king after all. It's already a miracle that he's been able to fight the Holy Star until now. Chapter 604. 604 You're strong, I'm stronger. Kill. The Holy Star was so powerful that it filled the sky with starlight. The sword Qi was like a tide, sweeping toward Lu Ming. On the Holy Star, whether it was the physical body cultivation techniques or martial techniques, they were all extremely powerful. They far surpassed ordinary geniuses, and their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Ordinary geniuses on the same level as him couldn't even take a single move from him. Slowly, he began to suppress Lu Ming and gain the upper hand. At that moment, a storm of killing intent was brewing in the eyes of the Holy Star. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory and had entered the Peak King's realm. He had wanted to fulfill his ambition and push his ranking up. But now he was being blocked by a Peak Level 9 Martial King realm martial artist and could not even fight for a long time. If word of this got out, it would definitely be a fatal blow to his reputation. His thoughts were exactly the same as Xianxia's. This was the pride of a peerless genius. Star-slashing sword. With a loud roar, the Holy Star body combined with the sword and slashed out with the strongest sword. This sword seemed to be able to cut down the stars in the sky, hence its name, Star-slashing sword. Gakudo Path Attack. Lu Ming also cast his strongest attack. Boom! The two beams of light collided in the sky like a sun exploding. It was a terrifying scene. The endless storm and Qi fell down. The true yuan that the Peak Tier Kings had laid down started to shake violently, and the expressions of the Peak Tier Kings changed as they were forced back. On the high platform, Mu Tian's eyes flickered. With a wave of his hand, a wave of true yuan spread out and covered the true yuan of more than a dozen Peak Tier Kings. Only then did it block the overflowing energy from above. After the explosion, the two figures quickly retreated. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters, while the Holy Constellation retreated about 500 meters. It was clear who was stronger. The two of them faced each other. Lu Ming, you're pretty strong, but it's all over for today. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an even stronger aura burst out of his body. He was much stronger than before. Heavens, the Holy Constellation is actually still hiding its strength. This is a special use of a special bloodline. Everyone's bloodline contains endless mysteries. Ordinary people can only use their bloodline to increase their combat power, but some geniuses can comprehend some mysterious things from their bloodline, such as martial techniques or secret techniques. That's the kind of person Holy Constellation is. Lu Ming is finished. He's even less a match. Cries of surprise came from the surroundings. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Previously, Xianxia had done the same. He had almost turned himself into an ice man, which had greatly increased his combat strength. That was also a secret skill that he had comprehended from his bloodline. Until now, Lu Ming had not comprehended anything from the Blood Meridian. The bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour all things. It could also be said to be a secret skill that one would possess upon awakening. As for his second bloodline, it had always been obscured by a layer of clouds. Now, he could only see the word suppress. It was as if there was something blocking it. Lu Ming could not observe it at all, let alone comprehend it. Lu Ming. Below, Mulan had a worried look on her face as she clutched her clothes tightly. Lu Ming, this battle is over. The Holy Star stepped on the air, its aura thick and powerful. Is it really over? Yes, it's time to end this. It seems like I still have to use that power, Lu Ming said softly inside. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's aura burst out and rose rapidly. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was wild. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's aura has increased too. Oh my God. And the increase is so rapid. It's even more than the increase of the sacred constellation. How terrifying. Sensing the violent essential core in his body, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. This was the explosive power of the Dandan inscription formation. Earlier on, Lu Ming had been suppressing the essential core in his body, keeping it at Lu Ming's original strength. He wanted to see how far his own strength was from the sacred constellation. The sacred constellation was indeed stronger than Xianxia. How did this happen? The people from the Sheng family, Xianxia's mother, Mu Yi, and the others all cried out in disbelief. This guy is forever unfathomable. Mulan let out a breath and smiled. Mu Xiaoyuan and Mu Zheng were also the same. Holy Constellation's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a hint of disbelief flashed through them. Sacred Constellation, it's time to end this battle. Battle! Lu Ming shouted, stepping on the void and slowly walking out. With every step he took, the void trembled violently. The power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps burst out. Slash! The holy stars exploded, and the battle sword was incomparably fierce, as if it could split open space. Lu Ming's first step was easily broken, but the second step's power swarmed in. When the holy star broke through the power of the second step, his expression changed slightly. He felt great pressure, but immediately the power of the third step arrived. The third step was even stronger, several times stronger than the second step. Slash! The holy star roared and slashed out with its sword. Boom! With a huge boom, Holy Constellation's body shook violently and retreated rapidly. The crowd was in an uproar. Xianxia had retreated, and he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, had actually managed to force the sacred constellation into a disadvantageous position. No, Constellation can't lose. That little bastard, he deserves to die. He deserves to die. Mu Qing of the sacred constellation screamed with resentment. The holy star let out a long cry, its hair flying in the air, and its starlight boiling. He could not stand being suppressed by Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? Your fate has already been decided. Lu Ming sneered and strode forward. Brat, let's stop here. It's enough for today's battle. Next, let's pretend to lose to sacred constellation. At this moment, a voice was heard in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered. It seemed that someone could not sit still. Lu Ming's gaze swept around. Kid, you don't have to look anymore. I'm Saint Constellation's uncle. I'll be frank with you. Saint Constellation's status isn't something you can compare with. He's not only a member of the Shang clan, but also the bloodline of my Shang clan. You can't defeat him. Today, the one who wins must be Saint Constellation. If you defeat him, I guarantee that you will die. That voice rang out again. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the high platform. Finally, his gaze landed on a middle-aged man with a jade crown on his head. This person was Saint Xingqian's uncle, Shangwan Wuchen. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Laughable, truly laughable. Seeing that sacred constellation was at a disadvantage, someone jumped out and actually wanted him to lose to sacred constellation on purpose. The reason was that the Holy Star had some bullshit Shangwan clan's bloodline, and that her status was higher than his. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have to die. Lu Ming had never heard of such a ridiculous thing. It was simply despicable and shameless. Lu Ming would listen to him. Obviously not. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward, and the spear's gleam intensified. He used his actions to announce that he would not compromise. Chapter 605. 605 Chapter 605 Secretly Taking Action. Boom! Lu Ming took a step forward. The three-colored concept surrounded his body. He held a long spear in his hand, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood still, straight as a mountain. Roar! A huge three-colored true dragon with thick scales roared and pounced toward the Saint Planet. It was the same true dragon strike, but its momentum was much stronger than before. Saint Starlight bellowed in rage. With a wave of his hand, a small tower, shimmering with starlight, appeared in front of him. The small tower rapidly expanded and blocked in front of him. Holy Constellation had already lost all confidence and started to defend. Boom! The three-colored true dragon pounced on the small star tower, and the small star tower was directly sent flying. The Saint Star retreated at an extreme speed, and its body trembled slightly. A trace of blood was left at the corner of its mouth. He was injured. Boom! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to catch his breath. His long spear turned into a shocking spear radiance. It was incomparably huge and smashed down on him with the force of Mount Tai. This spear directly smashed the holy star 1,000 meters away, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Sacred Constellation is going to be defeated. Heavens, I never thought that there would be someone in the Xianxia region who could defeat the Sacred Constellation. The people at the scene stared at the sky with wide eyes, extremely shocked. Ever since the rise of Sacred Constellation, it had been unrivaled. No one could compare to it. In the Xianxia region, no matter what kind of geniuses or monstrous talents they were all trash in front of Sacred Constellation. There was no way to compare them. His cultivation speed was terrifying, and his combat strength was unparalleled. He had suppressed the younger generation of the Xianxia region to the point where they couldn't even breathe. In the competition between the younger generation, he had never lost a single battle. After that, the Sacred Constellation even left the Xianxia region and went to other large regions to cultivate and compete with the geniuses of other large regions. How's the battle record? The others didn't know, but he was listed on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It had been many years since anyone from the Xianxia region had made it onto the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. This was enough to prove everything. The Holy Star had too much light on it. However, was such a peerless heaven's favorite going to be defeated today? To be defeated by someone younger than him and with a lower cultivation? Many people thought they were dreaming. Damn you, you little bastard. Seeing that holy constellation had been sent flying, its mother, Shangwan Wu Ling, screamed with a ferocious face. You're looking for death. At the side, Shangwan Wuchen slapped the chair handle and shouted in a low voice. Then, he flicked his finger and a stream of energy pierced through the void and entered Lu Ming's body without a sound. None of the martial king realm martial artists present felt it. Beside Shangwan Wuchen, Shang Tsung's brows raised and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Mu Tian's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered with a trace of displeasure, but he did not move. In the sky, Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. Just as he was about to finish off the holy star in one go, his expression suddenly changed. He felt an unfamiliar true essence suddenly appear in his meridians. This true essence was like a prehistoric beast, rampaging in his meridians. His meridians swelled in pain, and the true essence in his body was almost scattered by this true essence. Despicable. He actually tampered with it secretly. Lu Ming's mind was sharp. The first person he thought of was the middle-aged man, the uncle of the Sacred Constellation. Stars, attack with all your might. At this time, Shangwan Wu Chen's voice rang in Holy Constellation's ears. Holy Constellation had thought that they would definitely lose today. However, at this moment, their eyes lit up and they let out a long roar. The light of the stars boiled, crossing the void and charging towards Lu Ming. The dazzling sword light was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Damn it! Lu Ming bellowed and waved his long spear to block. But now, the quintessential essence in Lu Ming's body was scattered and his meridians were swollen and painful. He could not use 10% of his quintessential essence, and his combat strength was greatly reduced. He was sent flying thousands of meters away by the sword of holy stars. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoa, you're really despicable and shameless. You actually used such a despicable method. On Lu Ming's shoulder, she shouted loudly. Danan's voice spread far and wide. At the scene, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Just now, Lu Ming clearly had the upper hand and was about to win. Why did he suddenly stop his attack? And the Sacred Constellation suddenly showed its might and injured Lu Ming with one move. Hearing Danden's cry, some people's eyes flickered and they had all kinds of guesses in their hearts. Could it be that someone was secretly interfering with Lu Ming? Mulan, Mu Zheng, Mu Xian, and the others' eyes flickered with anger as they looked at the high platform where the Sheng family was. Only a powerful being of the spiritual ocean tier would be able to do something like this without anyone knowing. What do you mean by someone did something? This little bastard has obviously cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique that has greatly increased his combat strength in a short time. Now, the side effects are acting up. Shangwan Wu Ling said coldly. Seeing that Holy Constellation had the upper hand, she was overjoyed. Kill. How could the sacred constellation miss this opportunity? Violent attacks poured toward Lu Ming in a frenzy. Damn it, Swallow. Lu Ming controlled the nine-dragon bloodline with all his might. A powerful devouring force was produced at his spine, and it devoured the primordial qi. At the same time, he was barely able to block the attacks of the sacred constellation. Like this, he was naturally no match for the Holy Star. He was sent flying, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt waves of intense pain coming from his inner mansion. It's useful. However, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that the true essence was being devoured by the bloodline of the nine dragons. Although the true essence was struggling like a wild beast, it was still slowly being devoured. Block it. I only need to block it for a dozen breaths. Then, this true essence will be devoured. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Lu Ming burst out with three kinds of intent and circulated the essential core that he could control, trying his best to resist. Boom, boom, boom. The others could see that Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage and could only resist passively. Under the storm of attacks from the Holy Star, he was like a lonely boat in the ocean that could be destroyed at any time. Die, you little bastard. You still want to fight with my son. Shangwan Wu Ling's heart let out a low roar of resentment. Lu Ming. Mulan clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely worried. Soon, one breath after another passed. The true essence was being swallowed by the bloodline of the nine dragons inch by inch. 2 more inches, 1 more inch. Ha, Lu Ming, die. You want to compete with me? Xianxia laughed. Today he had to win. Although he had guessed that it was his uncle's doing, what did it matter? It was fine as long as he could win. Buzz. He slashed out a powerful sword light, aiming for Lu Ming's neck. He had already decided to kill Lu Ming and did not mind finishing him off now. Oh, really? You only know how to use such underhanded methods, yet you're still worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and the aura on his body exploded. Roar! A 3-colored true dragon flew out. The Saint Planet was caught off guard and was directly blown away. Cracking sounds came from its chest. It was unknown how many bones were broken. It flew 2,000 meters away and blood spurted out of its mouth. Its eyes were full of disbelief. The stars! Shangwan Wu Ling screamed. Bang! Shangwan Wuchen slapped the chair again, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Lu Ming had actually broken his essential core. Chapter 606. 606. You are not worthy to be my opponent. You're looking for death. Let's see how many you can break. Shangwan muttered in his heart. He flicked his finger, and another stream of essential core flew toward Lu Ming. On the other side, Mu Tian furrowed his brows. The displeasure in his eyes grew. He flicked his finger as well, and a stream of qi flew out and collided with Shangwan Wuchen's qi. The two forces canceled each other out. Shangwan Wuchen's eyes turned cold, and he said, Brother Mu, what do you mean by this? Brother Shangwan, don't go too far. As the palace master of the Tianxian sub-palace, I must ensure the fairness of the duel. Mu Tian transmitted his voice. Mu Tian, don't you want to marry your daughter to Xingqian? Shangwan Wuchen said coldly. That's another matter. Mu Tian transmitted his voice, his attitude unyielding. At this moment, Lu Ming took a few steps forward crossing the void and heading toward the sacred planet. He wanted to end the battle quickly, but who knew if another burst of true essence would come? Boom, boom, boom. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps took 3 steps in a row, and a violent force blasted toward the holy star. Xianxia was seriously injured. How could he resist it? He spat out a large mouthful of blood. The other people present were all stunned, and they couldn't think straight. Previously, Lu Ming had the upper hand and was about to win. Suddenly, his combat strength was greatly reduced, and he was suppressed by Sacred Constellation. However, Lu Ming suddenly erupted again and seriously injured Sacred Constellation. What was going on? Let's end this, Lu Ming muttered. He held the spear with both hands, and the huge spear's gleam smashed down on the Sacred Constellation. Stop! This battle is considered a draw. A loud roar suddenly rang out and reverberated throughout the entire area. It was Shangwan Wuchen's voice. A draw. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The spear's gleam did not stop at all. Bang! This spear heavily smashed into Xianxia's body. He screamed and fell to the ground like a meteorite. Finally, he heavily smashed into the true Yuan light screen like a chick falling on it, causing a large amount of blood to spray out. The true Yuan light screen trembled violently, and the holy star lay on it like a pile of mud. Although he was not dead, he did not know how many of the bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Did Lu Ming win? The stars! Shangwan Wu Ling screamed and rushed down from the stands to the side of the sacred constellation. Little bastard, how dare you hurt Xianxia so badly? Die, I want you to die. Men, skin this little bastard and throw him to the dogs. Shangwan Wu Ling let out a bitter scream. Immediately, some elders of the Sheng family burst out with powerful auras. What are you guys doing? Does the Tianxian region really belong to your Sheng family? Mu Zheng stood up and shouted, his aura erupting. Sixth brother, what are you doing? This is the Sheng family's business. Why are you interfering? Mu Yi said coldly. Shut up, shut up, Mu Zheng shouted. Then, he strode forward and stared at the Sheng clan. Some of the Mu clan elders who were close to Mu Zheng also stood with him and stared at the Sheng clan. Mu Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. At that moment, the sacred constellation spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Sacred constellation, you've lost. You don't have the right to marry senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming stared at the sacred constellation and said slowly. Mulan's eyes were a little moist. Lu Ming, did he finally do it? He had finally defeated Sacred Constellation. When she was young, Mulan had said in front of Sacred Constellation, Mu Tian, and Sheng Tsang that she wanted to find someone to defeat Sacred Constellation and prove that Sacred Constellation was not worthy of her. She would have a better choice. At that time, Mu Tian, Sheng Tsang, and the rest had treated Mulan's words as a joke and had agreed to it. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Lu Ming, one day I'll trample you under my feet and cut off your head. Holy Constellation stared at Lu Ming with resentment and hissed. After this battle, his reputation would hit rock bottom. Holy Constellation, I remember that half a year ago, you said that you would let me know what despair is. I would never be able to catch up to you in my entire life. How about now? Lu Ming said calmly. Half a year later, I'll let you know what despair is. You'll never be able to catch up to my footsteps. These words have been said by the sacred constellation half a year ago, and many people still remembered them. The past was still vivid in his mind. However, half a year later, not only did Lu Ming catch up to him, but he also defeated him in a domineering manner. How ironic was it when he recalled this sentence now? Holy Constellation's face was extremely gloomy, but he could not refute. Now, I'll give you a sentence. Today, I can defeat you, but in the future, you will never be able to catch up to me. From now on, you, the sacred constellation, are no longer worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but everyone could hear his strong self-confidence and unshakable determination in his martial arts. In front of everyone's eyes, it was as if they were seeing a peerless genius, showing off his brilliance in the divine wilderness continent. Holy Constellation's chest heaved up and down rapidly, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Boom! And in BSB, at this moment, a terrifying energy began to spread out, pressing down on everyone's hearts like a vast ocean. Instantly, everyone felt breathless and their hearts beat faster. They looked in shock at the place where the aura had erupted. It was Shangwan Wuchen. Shangwan Wuchen stood up with a gloomy face. The aura on his body was as deep and vast as the ocean. What future? You have no future. I told you to stop and end in a draw. This was the best ending, but you didn't listen. You're seeking your own death. Shangwan Wuchen spoke in a gloomy voice. Every word was full of killing intent. A draw? What a joke. Do you think everyone here is a fool? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He looked at Shangwan Wuchen fearlessly. He did not believe that Shangwan Wuchen would dare to lay a hand on him with so many people present. They're not fools, but in front of the Shangwan family, they have to be fools. Shangwan Wuchen sneered and stepped on the air. His words were overbearing and overbearing. The rest of the people had unsightly expressions on their faces, but when they thought of the Shangwan family's power, they all kept their mouths shut. Second brother, kill him. Kill this little bastard. Shangwan Wuling screamed. Today you will die. Shangwan Wuchen's words were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's pupils constricted, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Shangwan Wuchen was really going to kill him. Lu Ming's essential core circulated rapidly, raising his aura to the maximum, ready to break out of the encirclement. Brother Shangwan, don't go too far. At this moment, Mu Tian stood up and said in a dignified voice. A powerful aura enveloped Shangwan Wuchen. Mu Tian, what are you doing? Is your Mu family trying to go against my Shangwan family? Can you afford the price? Shangwan Wuchen looked at Mu Tian, still as domineering as ever. Big brother, don't be silly, Mu Yi said from aside. Shut up, Mu Tian coldly rebuked. Chapter 607. 607 Fighting against a spiritual ocean tier warrior. Mu Yi's face paled, and he obediently shut his mouth. This is the Xianxia sub-palace, and I am the palace master. Lu Ming is the Emperor Sky Divine Guard of the Xianxia sub-palace. Even if Lu Ming has done something wrong, he will be dealt with by the Xianxia sub-palace, and it is not Brother Shangwan's turn to do anything. Mu Tian's strength was also unyielding. He had his own standards and bottom line. Moreover, he was the palace master of the Profound Sky sub-palace. If he just watched as Lu Ming was killed by Shangwan Wuchen, how would the other Detian Divine Guards view him? How much of his prestige could he still retain? In the future, how many people will be convinced by him? Mu Tian, are you really going to stop me? Shangwan Wuchen's face darkened. However, Mu Tian had no intention of stopping. The Mu family was able to rise rapidly in the Tianxian region, and it wasn't as if they didn't have any background. The Mu family also had some background, but he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Brother Mu, if you want to find an opponent, I'll accompany you. At this moment, Shang Tsang stood up, and an aura that was as deep as the ocean burst out from his body. The aura enveloped Mu Tian. Mu Tian's expression changed. Shangwan Wuchen sneered and continued to walk toward Lu Ming. Mu Tian's expression was a little gloomy. However, the Divine Azure was not any weaker than him. With the Divine Azure holding him back, it was difficult for him to save them. You're just a lowly, ant-like thing. You want to be on the same level as a true dragon? Even if you have such thoughts, you'll be sentenced to death. Shangwan Wuchen looked down at Lu Ming from above, his eyes full of disdain. It was obvious that he was comparing the sacred constellation to a true dragon and Lu Ming to an ant. The reason was that the blood of the Shangwan clan flowed through the holy star. Boom! With that, Shangwan Wuchen slapped Lu Ming. A palm print exuded a terrifying aura and pressed down on Lu Ming. The pressure was like a vast ocean pressing down on Lu Ming. Gakudo Path Attack. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with all his strength, even his 9-dragon bloodline. His essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated, forming a dazzling spear. This shot was Lu Ming's ultimate attack. It was his strongest attack at the moment. Everyone only saw a spear radiance soaring into the sky and colliding with a palm print as vast as the sea. Then, endless light flashed. Countless pairs of eyes were wide open, staring at the sky. Lu Ming was going to take the attack of a Sea of Soul Realm expert head-on. Would he be smacked to death in one palm? Boom! With a shocking boom, the dazzling spear radiance was shattered. A figure fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! 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 Lu Ming landed on the ground. First, he slid backward for a few hundred meters, then he took a few dozen steps back. With every step he took, the ground let out a violent roar, as if a mountain was crashing down. If it weren't for the fact that the ground of Xianxia City was extremely hard and covered with inscriptions, there would have been dozens of holes in it. After a few dozen steps, Lu Ming supported himself with the long spear and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His arm trembled nonstop, and he could no longer feel anything. His body was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to split apart. A layer of blood seeped out of the surface of his skin. Is this the power of the spiritual ocean tier? It's indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. His most powerful attack could easily kill normal peak tier kings, but he was still heavily injured after taking a Sea of Soul Realm attack. This was even with the protection of the 9-dragon bloodline, which had devoured a part of the attack power. Moreover, he didn't even know how much of his strength he had used. He didn't die. Shangwan Wuqian's eyes turned cold. Lu Ming's vitality had exceeded his expectations. Let's see how many moves you can take. The killing intent emanating from Xianxia Wuqian's body became even colder. Lu Ming! Mulan shouted worriedly and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, Xianxia Wuqian waved his hand, and a terrifying pressure fell on Mulan, making it difficult for her to move. On the other side, Mu Zheng and Mu Xiaoyuan were also extremely worried. They wanted to help, but facing a spiritual ocean tier expert, they were completely powerless. I can only take a gamble with the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's eyes glinted with determination, and he began to communicate with the lightning cauldron. To be honest, today's matter was somewhat out of his expectations. Before this, he had no idea that Sacred Constellation actually had such a strong backing and background. He didn't expect that besides Sheng Tsang and Mu Tian, there were also spiritual ocean tier elites. He also didn't expect that the other party would be so strong that he wanted to kill him in front of so many people. However, even if Lu Ming had already known, he would still do so and would not back down. There were some things that could not be cowered. Cowering was not in his character, nor was it in his path of martial arts. Kill! Kill! Shangwan Wuqian uttered the word coldly. A terrifying palm print appeared again and headed toward Lu Ming. The palm print had yet to reach Lu Ming, but a terrifying pressure had already locked onto him. This palm was much more terrifying than the previous one. Unable to avoid it, he could only take it head-on. Come, even if I die, I'll make you shed a layer of skin. The ruthlessness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Although the lightning cauldron was powerful, Lu Ming was not confident that he could kill Xianxia Wuqian in one blow. However, he could at least severely injure him. Just as Lu Ming was about to take out the lightning cauldron and fight to the death, a ray of rainbow light suddenly shot out from his body. The rainbow light condensed into a blurry figure in the sky. The figure slapped out, and the world shook. The palm print that Xianxia Wuqian had struck down was directly slapped away without a trace. That is, Senior Yen? Lu Ming naturally stopped controlling the lightning cauldron and looked at the blurry figure above his head. Although it was blurry, Lu Ming could recognize it at a glance. It was Yin Kuang too. At this moment, everyone of the scene was stunned. They looked at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head in a daze. Just now, they had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. However, a figure suddenly rushed out of his body. It was unbelievably powerful. With a slap, it directly destroyed Shangwan Wuchen's palm print. Many people could not react in time. This is... Mu Tian and Sheng Tsang could not help but widen their eyes in shock. Shangwan Wuchen's eyes lit up and he said coldly, "Little bastard, it turns out that there's a powerful man behind you. No wonder you're so arrogant. But let me tell you, no matter who the Shangwan family wants to kill, no one will be able to save you. Kill!" Shangwan Wuchen suddenly shouted. A sword appeared in his hand, and the sword Qi soared into the sky. This combat sword was definitely a spirit weapon of the 6th level. It was extremely powerful. It expanded rapidly in the air and became 1,000 feet long, slashing down at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was terrifying. The space trembled like water, creating ripples. However, the figure above Lu Ming's head slapped him again. Clang! The slap hit the combat sword and made a sound like metal hitting metal. Everyone was dumbfounded to see Shangwan Wuchen's combat sword flying away from the slap. This scene was too terrifying. It was just a blurry figure, and one could tell at a glance that it was not a real body. However, it was so terrifying that it had sent Shangwan Wuchen's sword flying with its bare hands. Chapter 608. 608 Backstage, Backing. What level of existence was this? There was actually such a strong person behind Lu Ming. At this moment, they could not help but re-examine Lu Ming. It seemed like this young man, who came from a remote village in the eastern part of the Xianxia region, was not as simple as they had thought. His own battle prowess was unrivaled, and he had even surpassed the realm of the sacred constellation. Now, a terrifying expert of unknown cultivation had appeared behind him. How could this background be simple? "Your Excellency, who are you?" "I'm a direct descendant of the Shangwan clan from the main palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is a matter of my Shangwan clan, so I hope you won't meddle in our business," Shangwan Wuchen said as he stared at the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head. However, the voice just stood there without moving or speaking. "Second brother, attack. Keep attacking. This is just a shadow, and it has limited energy. Today, this little bastard must die. No matter who is behind him, we are the disciples of the Shangwan clan. How dare he touch us?" Shangwan Wu Ling screamed. "Sir, since you're determined to protect this kid, you must be prepared to become the enemy of the Shangwan family." Shangwan Wu Chun spoke again. "Ha ha! You want to be the enemy of a Shangwan family? So what? Don't try to scare me with that bullshit Shangwan family." At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. When did someone appear in the sky? Especially Shangwan Wuchen, Sheng Tsang, and Mu Tian, the 3C of Soul Realm experts. Their expressions changed drastically. A person had appeared above their heads, and they couldn't even sense a trace of his aura. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the sky, a figure was sitting in the void. He was holding a gourd and drinking wine. "Senior Yen," Lu Ming exclaimed in joy. "Your Excellency, who are you? Although you have a profound cultivation base, and I admit that I'm no match for you. If you really offend my Shangwan family for this kid, I'm afraid that it will bring you unnecessary trouble." Shangwan Wu Chun continued, his tone still full of threat. However, he didn't notice that Sheng Tsang, Mu Tian, Mu Yi, Mu Zheng, and the other elders of the Tianxian region were all stunned. They looked at the figure in the sky with surprise and complex emotions. "Shangwan, let's just forget about today's matter." At this moment, Sheng Tsang spoke to Shangwan Wuchen. "What?" Shangwan Wuchen was stunned. "Sheng Tsang, what did you say?" "The one who was seriously injured and humiliated today is your own son, and you actually want to forget about it? Are you even a man?" Shangwan Wu Ling glared at Sheng Tsang and shouted. "All right, I'm doing this for your own good," Sheng Tsang said. Who is he? At this moment, Shangwan Wuchun spoke. He felt that Sheng Tsang should know the other party. He is Yin Kuang too. Sheng Tsang said with a complicated tone. He didn't lower his voice, so everyone heard him. Silence. The entire place fell silent. All eyes were on the unruly figure in the sky. Yin Kuang too. He was a legend in the Tianxian region, and even in the Eastern Barren Territory. In the Detian Divine Palace of the Tianxian region, it could be said that there was no one who didn't know about it. He was a peerless heaven's favorite from the Tianxian region 100 years ago. Many of the older generation had watched him grow up, but most of them had never seen Yin Kuangtu before. At this moment, they were naturally staring at this legendary figure with wide eyes. Slowly, many people became excited. They discussed excitedly and looked at the figure in the sky. Yin Kuangtu. Shangwan Wuchen's eyes were also filled with shock. Then he thought of what he had just said, and his face suddenly turned pale. His words might have been useful to others, but to Yin Kuangtu, they were completely useless. What was Yin Kuangtu's status? What cultivation level? He was an extremely powerful and lawless man. Even the Shangwan clan's ancestor would have to tremble in fear and behave himself in front of him. With Shangwan Wuchen's status, it was impossible for him to meet Yin Kuangtu even if he wanted to. He also thought of some rumors about Yin Kuangtu. It was said that Yin Kuangtu was a completely lawless man. Once, a super family had provoked him, and he had directly killed his way to the family, almost exterminating them. In the end, Martial Emperor Di did not punish him. The strength of that super family was even stronger than their Shangwan family. The more he thought about it, the paler his face became, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Lord Yin, what wind blew you here? Mu Tian flew up to the sky and cupped his fists in greeting. Although Mu Tian's status was higher than Yin Kuangtu's, he was already the palace master of the Heavenly Profound Palace when Yin Kuangtu was still in the Heavenly Profound region. However, things were different now. Yin Kuangtu's status in the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace was much higher than his. When he saw Yin Kuangtu, he had to address him as Lord. Master Yin, you haven't been back to the Tianxian region for decades, have you? I'll immediately order people to prepare a banquet to welcome you. Sheng Tsang also flew into the air and said with a smile. Yin Kuangtu took 2 more sips of wine and said, Sheng Tsang, don't try to get close to me. Are we that close? Sheng Tsang's face froze, and he stood there awkwardly. Back in the Tianxian region, Yin Kuangtu and the Sheng clan could be said to be mortal enemies. They were even fiercer than Lu Ming was now. Many people of the same generation as Yin Kuangtu in the Sheng clan had been beaten up by him, and many had died by his hands. Back then, the Sheng clan had regarded Yin Kuangtu as a target they must kill. He even forced Yin Kuangtu to leave the Tianxian region and go to other large regions to train. After that, he rose rapidly, and the Sheng family dispelled all their thoughts. Now, Yin Kuangtu didn't exterminate them, so why would he care about them? Master Yin, I didn't know it was you just now, and I'm sorry. Shangwan Wuchen also flew up to the sky and said in a trembling voice, You don't know it's me? Your Shangwan family is really arrogant. You're bullying the weak, aren't you? Are you bullying my young brother Lu Ming because he has no background and no one to back him up? If I wasn't prepared, he would have been killed by you. Yin Kuangtu sneered. No, I was just testing the strength of this little brother Lu. Shangwan Wuchen broke out in a cold sweat. Second brother, what are you doing? We are the disciples of the Shangwan family. Why should we be afraid of him? Kill! We must kill that little bastard today. Let's see what he dares to do to us. Shangwan Wu Ling screamed again. Little sister, shut up. Shangwan Wuchen was shocked and scolded. Shangwan Wu Ling had married into the Tianxian region and had stayed there all year round. Although she had heard of Yin Kuangtu's reputation, she had no idea how terrifying he was. She had never heard of Yin Kuangtu's battle achievements. Shangwan Wuchen was really afraid that Shangwan Wu Ling would anger Yin Kuangtu. Second brother, why are you so timid? Who is the Shangwan family afraid of? Kill this little bastard. I will definitely skin him alive and make him regret hurting Xianxia. Her protectiveness made Shangwan Wu Ling look like a crazy hag. What a vicious woman. Yin Kuangtu's eyes turned cold, and he slapped out. Chapter 609. 609, Chapter 609, ending, dejected. Ha! A crisp sound rang out, and Shangwan Wu Ling screamed out in pain. Her body flew far away, and one side of her face was swollen. Shangwan Wu Ling cried out hysterically. Her hair was disheveled, like a fierce ghost. Buzz! Yin Kuangtu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Shangwan Wu Ling. His eyes turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent burst out. This killing intent was terrifying to an inconceivable extent. Once the killing intent was released, everyone felt as if they had come to the hell of Azura. There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood everywhere. Ghosts were wailing and wall-lovers were howling. Cold, cold to the bones, cold to the depths of the soul. Everyone's face turned pale. Shangwan Wu Ling, who was in the center of the killing intent, was suddenly stunned. Then, an expression of extreme fear appeared on her face, and her entire body began to tremble violently. You wicked woman, killing you will only dirty my hands. Yin Kuangtu's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. He then looked up at the sky and said, I won't interfere in a battle between young people, but if you elders want to bully the weak, then I don't mind bullying the strong. The strong bullied the weak. Overbearing and arrogant. If someone else had said this, they would have looked down on them. But since it was Yin Kuangtu who said this, it was absolutely reasonable. This was strength, and Yin Kuangtu had this strength. Today, it's a fair fight. Lu Ming is the winner. So, the Shang family can get lost. The last get lost was like a thunderclap. The sky rumbled, and everyone's eardrums hurt. Although Shang Tsong, Shangwan Wu Chun, and the others were unwilling, they did not dare to say a word. They hurriedly brought the dumbfounded Shangwan Wu Ling, the seriously injured Shang Chun, and the others, and retreated. In an instant, not a single person from the Shang family remained. Senior Yin, thank you for saving me. Lu Ming walked forward and cupped his fists sincerely to express his gratitude. Ha! You don't have to be so polite with me. Also, don't call me Senior one after another. I'm only 100 years old. I'm not that old. Call me Big Brother. Yin Kuangtu laughed. Big Brother Yin, Lu Ming said. He and Yin Kuangtu were of the same generation. Yin Kuangtu waved his hand, and the blurry figure above Lu Ming's head disappeared. He looked at Lu Ming and then at Mulan. Ah, good boy. I was still wondering why you were in such a hurry. So you're here to snatch a beauty. Good, this is what a man should do. Yin Kuangtu patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Mulan greets Senior Yin. Mulan walked up to Yin Kuangtu and bowed. Yin Kuangtu sized Mulan up and laughed. Boy, you have good eyes. This girl is worthy of you. How about this? It's better to have the wedding today than today. I'll also have a cup of wine to drink. That's right. Today, Lan and the sacred constellation were supposed to get married, but you snatched it away halfway. I'll leave Lan to you from now on. Mu Tian also walked over. Father, Senior Yin, you're courting death. Mulan shouted. A blush flashed across her beautiful face. She was so beautiful that nothing could compare. Marry Senior's sister Mulan? Lu Ming was stunned. The reason why he had challenged Sacred Constellation was because Mulan had said that she didn't want to marry Sacred Constellation. He had only wanted to help Mulan and had never thought of marrying her. Indeed, although Mulan was extremely beautiful, he had never thought about it. What's wrong? Lu Ming, you don't want to marry her? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Mu Tian's face darkened. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. At this moment, two figures appeared in his mind. Xianxia and Xiao Yu. He knew very well that Xiao Yu was interested in him. Also, Xianxia. How was she now? He had disappeared for such a long time. At this moment, for some reason, Xianxia's figure was particularly clear in his mind. Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Mu Tian shouted coldly, his face extremely gloomy. Today, Lu Ming had kidnapped the bride on the way and challenged the sacred constellation. This matter would spread throughout the Xianxia region very quickly. In the end, Lu Ming did not marry Mulan. What would the others think of Mulan and him then? Mulan's eyes flickered as if she had thought of something. Her eyes were a little dejected as she said softly, "Father, please don't misunderstand. I'm asking Lu Ming for help because I don't want to marry the sacred constellation. I don't mean anything else. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young, so he should focus on martial arts." Lanner, Mu Tian looked at Mulan with a complicated expression. "I'm sorry, senior sister Mulan," Lu Ming said apologetically. It wasn't that Mulan wasn't beautiful enough or that she wasn't good enough. To be honest, which man wouldn't be tempted by a woman like Mulan? It would be a lie to say that Lu Ming was not tempted. However, he really didn't have any thoughts of getting married. Moreover, there were two other people in his heart. "Why are you saying sorry? I have to thank you for today. From now on, I'm free." Mulan smiled sweetly. Her smile was bright and charming, like a blooming flower. "Father, Senior Yin, I'm a little tired. I'll go back and rest first." With that, Mulan turned around and strode away. However, the moment he turned around, Lu Ming saw the sadness in Mulan's eyes. "AI," Lu Ming sighed. Yin Quanta rolled his eyes and thought, "It seems that my little brother Lu is also a playboy. He still has someone else in his heart." Thinking of this, Yin Quanta naturally didn't say a word. It was very difficult for outsiders to say anything about this kind of thing. Mu Tian cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. He then turned to Yin Quantu and said, "Lord Yin, it's been a long time since I've returned to the Tianxian region. Why don't we go for a drink?" "Well, good. It's time to have a good drink. Old man Mu, I remember that you've secretly kept some good wine. I've always wanted to drink it, but couldn't. It's time to take it out now." Yin Quanta laughed. "All right, I'll definitely take it out this time." Mu Tian said, "Brother Lu, do you want to go for a drink? This old man's private collection is really good." Yin Quanta looked at Lu Ming. "I'd better not go." Lu Ming shook his head. He did not know why, but he felt a little guilty and could not face Mu Tian. "All right then, I'll take my leave." Yin Quanta seemed to have read Lu Ming's mind. He did not say anything else and left with Mu Tian. At the scene, there were waves of excited discussions. What happened today was really full of twists and turns, beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming, who they thought was hiding and would not dare to fight, appeared at the critical moment. Furthermore, he displayed terrifying strength and actually defeated a peerless genius, the sacred constellation. This was truly terrifying. If Lu Ming broke through to the peak-tier king realm, how powerful would his combat strength be? Just as Lu Ming was about to win, Shangwan Wuchun made a strong move to kill Lu Ming. He had never expected that the person standing behind Lu Ming would be the legendary Yin Quantu. In the end, the Sheng family was completely defeated and had to retreat in embarrassment. I believe that today's matter will soon spread throughout the entire Tianxian region. Lu Ming's name would also resound throughout the Tianxian region. He was the #1 genius in the Tianxian region. Chapter 610. 610 Mulan's thoughts. The crowd slowly dispersed. "Lu Ming, it seems like you've hurt someone's heart." Mu Shiyuan's white clothes fluttered as he walked over. "Brother Mu, please don't make fun of me." Lu Ming smiled bitterly. "Haha, Lu Ming, you don't have to overthink it. Just like what Mulan said, you're still young and should focus on martial arts. I'm really looking forward to how far you can go in the future." Mu Shiyuan sighed. When he first met Lu Ming had not yet reached the king tier. He was still young and weak and needed his guidance. However, Lu Ming had left him far behind. How long had it been? It was simply too fast. Maybe he's another Yin Quang too. Mu Shiyuan sighed in his heart. "Brother Mu, I'm going back to recuperate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Okay, you should go back now. Mu Shiyuan said. Lu Ming nodded and turned to leave. Lu Ming, you're an idiot. You rejected such a beautiful lady. You're simply wasting her. What a pity, what a pity. On the way, Dandan shouted and sighed. Shut up, you perverted turtle. Lu Ming picked up Dandan and stuffed it into the Supreme Shrine. He didn't head to the 4th area, but rented a house in the 1st area. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Lu Ming took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. Then, he circulated the true War Dragon technique and began to heal his injuries. Earlier, he had taken one of Guan Wuqian's attacks head-on and was severely injured. The bones in his arm were broken and his muscles were torn in many places. However, Lu Ming's current physical body was extremely powerful and his vitality was extremely tenacious. While he was talking earlier, his body was already healing on its own. With the help of the medicinal effects, he was recovering even faster. In a pavilion in the 4th area, Mu Lan and Mu Shiyuan stood side by side, looking into the distance. You're angry with him? Mu Shiyuan said. No, I didn't. Mu Lan said calmly. Feelings can't be forced. Moreover, Lu Ming is still young. He should focus on martial arts. Actually, you should know that there should be someone else in his heart. Mu Shiyuan sighed. Mu Lan's eyes flickered. She then smiled sweetly and said, I know, of course I know, but do you think I'll lose? I've decided I'm going to have a good fight. Compete. Mu Shiyuan stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, Haha, this is more like the Mulan I know. Speaking of which, Lu Ming is indeed outstanding. I can't miss out on him so easily. If I were a woman, I'd also fight for him. However, the distance between us is getting bigger and bigger. So, I've decided to go to that place to cultivate. I can't be left behind by him too much. Mulan's gaze looked into the distance as she spoke. You finally decided to go there to cultivate. Mu Shiyuan's eyes lit up. That's right. In the past, Father arranged for me to go, but I didn't want to listen to everything he arranged, so I didn't go. Now I should go. Mulan sighed. It's the right choice for you to go there to cultivate. Otherwise, with your physique, it would be a waste. It's not too late to go now, Mu Shiyuan said. And half a day later, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed. His 7th grade body had displayed an extremely strong self-healing ability. The spiritual ocean tier is indeed powerful. I wonder what level of spiritual ocean tier that Shangguan Wuqian is at, and how much of his power he has used. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Lu Ming estimated that Shangguan Wuqian's level in the spiritual ocean tier should not be too high. Otherwise, even if it was a casual palm strike, it was not something that he could withstand. When I break through to peak tier king, I wonder if I can fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts. Lu Ming was very much looking forward to it. However, what he needed to do now was to forge a spirit weapon spear. The Wind Lightning Spear of Upper Level 5 had been broken again after it had taken a hit from Shangguan Wuqian during the battle with the Holy Star. Given Lu Ming's current explosive power, a 5th-level spiritual weapon was no longer of much use. Lu Ming stood up and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Whoa, Lu Ming, you animal, don't just grab things and stuff them into that damn place. Suddenly, he heard Dandan's voice. He did not know when it appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder again, panting. Nest! Lu Ming was shocked. This guy could actually run out of the Supreme Shrine on his own. Don't you know who I am? I'm the head of the top 10 war beasts, and I've existed for countless years. My inscribing skills have long reached a level that can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods cry. How can a mere supreme divine hall trap me? I'm exhausted. Dandan boasted shamelessly as she laid on Lu Ming's shoulder with her turtle shell facing down, panting heavily. Stop bragging. A person who often fails to carve an inscription, no, a turtle, is still kind enough to talk about his own inscription technique, shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods. Lu Ming was full of disdain. Kid, what do you know? If I wasn't injured, a man and a turtle quarreled noisily, and soon They arrived at Old Huang's residence. Lu Ming walked in directly. Elder Huang, I'm Lu Ming," Lu Ming said loudly. Clang, clang, clang. A clatter came from a room, and then an old man with messy hair rushed out. "Ah, Lu Ming, you're finally back. I thought you were dead. Did you bring back the 1,000 refined blood gold?" Elder Huang grinned and looked at Lu Ming. "I've brought it back." Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 1,000 refined blood gold appeared in his hand. "Yeah, this whole piece is enough. Sigh, it's a pity for Xianlong." Old Huang sighed. Obviously, Old Huang had also received the news that the weapon forging sect had been destroyed. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and did not say much. "All right, you don't have to think about anything else. I've studied the inscriptions on the broken spear you gave me and learned a lot. I've extracted the infinite black gold from the broken spear. I can start refining it now, but it will take 3 days. You can come and get it in 3 days." Old Huang said, "All right then, I'll have to trouble you, senior." Lu Ming passed the 1,000 refined blood gold to Elder Huang. "All right, go." Elder Huang took the 1,000 refined blood gold and rushed into the house. Lu Ming smiled. This Elder Huang was really an amazing person. This old man is just an ordinary inscription master. He's not even a true inscription master, so I don't think he can forge any good spirit weapons. Dan muttered. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really bragging without thinking. Elder Huang was the #1 inscription master in the Xianxia region. Furthermore, it was not easy to find a true Ming refiner. It was too difficult and the requirements were too high. Lu Ming strolled along the streets. Not long after, he arrived at the courtyard that Mulan had sent him off to 6 months ago and walked in. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Lu Ming quietly comprehended the thunder concept. As long as his thunder concept broke through to the completion of level 1, he would be able to easily cultivate the other 2 concepts to the completion of level 1. With enough resources, Lu Ming could break through to peak tier king. The next day, a figure walked into the courtyard. It was Yin Kuang Tu. Chapter 611. 611 An appointment for a battle of providence. Big brother Yin, you're leaving? Yin Kuang had come to bid Lu Ming farewell. Yin Kuang Tu nodded. I've seen everything I need to see. I'll leave in a bit. Yin Kuang Tu looked at Lu Ming with anticipation in his eyes. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace for the Battle of Providence. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? You don't know about the War of Karmic Luck? Yin Kuang Tu said. I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. Lu Ming said. He had heard Fei Shu mention it before. Lu Ming, the Battle of Providence is of utmost importance. All the geniuses of the Eastern Barren Territory will participate, including the demons. Not only can they help their forces to obtain boundless providence, but they can also help them Slaviers to obtain great providence. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to stand out in the Battle of Providence. Back then, it was because I participated in the Battle of Providence that I achieved what I have today. Yin Kuang Tu explained. You can actually fight for luck. Lu Ming was somewhat shocked. Wasn't fate, just like luck, something that was born naturally? It was so mysterious. How could they still fight for it? Of course. Yin Kuang Tu nodded and said, there's a saying that goes, man is the master of fate. Luck is also up to people to grasp. Therefore, luck can also be fought for. Talent, hard work, resources, and perseverance are all important to a warrior. But luck is just as important. Only those with great luck can become the strongest. Your luck isn't weak, but if you don't participate in the battle of luck, you'll be pulled apart by the other geniuses. From then on, you'll be reduced to a foil. You won't be able to become a bright star of this era, and it'll be difficult for you to become the strongest person on the continent. So this time, all the geniuses of the East Continent will participate. No one will miss it. The Battle of Karmic Luck. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation, but he was a little hesitant. They had to go to the headquarters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace because of the Battle of Providence, which was too close to the and Martial Emperor. Would the 9-dragon bloodline be sensed? Also, If he represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the battle, it would be equivalent to helping the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to fight for the great fortune. He would definitely be unwilling to accept this. Luck was also extremely important to a large force. If a force was lucky enough, it could recruit more geniuses as its disciples, and the next generation would have more and more powerhouses, and their strength would become stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, Lu Ming would have to stand against the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He did not want to help the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace increase their luck. Lu Ming, there are still 2 years before the Battle of Providence. You must improve your strength as soon as possible in these 2 years. I'll be waiting for you in the main palace. Yin Kuang-tu's figure flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. The divine dragon's head could be seen, but its tail could not be seen. The battle of karmic luck. Lu Ming repeated this sentence, his eyes revealing a look of deep thought. I'll participate. I'll definitely participate. Retreating isn't my martial Dao. I don't have much time left. My cultivation and martial Dao can only advance courageously if I have an intense collision with all the geniuses in the world. My cultivation can only improve faster. If I retreat and hide in a place to practice, my martial arts will improve very slowly. When the 10 years are up, I will still have to face Martial Emperor D.E. I might as well give it a try. After a long while, Lu Ming's eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit and a firm will. He decided to participate in the battle of karmic luck. And in BSB, he might have a lot of resources and a pile of intent crystals, allowing his cultivation to rise extremely quickly. That was for the Martial King realm. After breaking through to the Sea of Soul realm, the resources needed would be even more terrifying. His current resources were simply not enough. The higher one's realm was, the more difficult it would be to raise one's cultivation. The resources required would be even more terrifying. He wouldn't be blinded by such a small achievement. After making up his mind, Lu Ming no longer felt any pressure. He only had an indomitable will. Then, he continued to cultivate. A day later, in a hall of the Sheng family, Sheng Tsang, Sheng Xingqian, Shangwan Wuchun, and Shangwan Wuling were sitting. After 2 days of recuperation, Holy Constellation's injuries had recovered a lot and were almost completely healed. Damn it, that little bastard deserves to die. And that Yin Kuang too, he deserves to die too. Shangwan Wuling shrieked, her killing intent soaring. She had actually been slapped by Yin Kuang-tu in public. This almost drove her mad, and her killing intent was incomparably strong. Little sister, Yin Kuang-tu, is not someone we can provoke. Even the old ancestor is no match for him. It's best not to say such things. On the side, Shangwan Wuchun said, Second brother, are we just going to let this matter go? Shangwan Wuling said, Of course not. We can't deal with Yin Kuang-tu, but we can't let that little bastard Lu Ming off. Shangwan Wuchun's eyes flashed with killing intent. Yes, it's all that little bastard's fault. It's all his fault. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Shangwan Wuling was filled with killing intent. Since she could not deal with Yin Kuang-tu, she could only direct all her anger onto Lu Ming. The Battle of Providence is in 2 years. At that time, we'll have plenty of opportunities to kill that little bastard. Shangwan Wuchun said coldly. He then looked at the sacred constellation and said, Xingqian, come with me to the main palace to cultivate. It's best if you take revenge personally and behead Lu Ming. I will personally cut off his head. Holy Constellation's eyes were extremely cold, and he clenched his fists. Let's go to the main palace together. The Battle of Karmic Luck is in 2 years. We'll definitely have to go. Sheng Tsang said. All right, let's go to the main palace together. Shangwan Wuchun nodded. In the blink of an eye, the 3 days that he had agreed to meet with Elder Huang had arrived. Lu Ming left the courtyard and headed to Elder Huang's residence. Elder Huang, Lu Ming called out softly as he walked into the courtyard. Buzz! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you're here. The long spear that you wanted has been refined. Take a look. Elder Huang took out a long spear and threw it to Lu Ming, who caught it. It's so heavy. Lu Ming caught it and felt that it was extremely heavy. The weight was more than 1,000,000 caddies. Of course, with Lu Ming's current strength, he did not feel any pressure when he used it. Lu Ming took a closer look. The blood-red spearhead was made of indestructible steel. It had distinct edges and was filled with an indestructible feeling. The body of the spear was dark red and was made of 1,000 refined blood gold. There were some strange patterns carved on it. There were also some black dots scattered all over the spear. Lu Ming fell in love with it at one glance. Buzz! Lu Ming injected his essential core and waved the long spear slightly. The long spear vibrated, stirring up a wave of air. Lu Ming, the tip of the spear is made of indestructible fine steel and is sturdy and immortal. The body of the spear is mainly made of 1,000 refined blood gold, which contains infinite black gold. In the future, as long as you have precious metals, you can refine them into the spear, and it will continue to evolve into a higher-grade spirit weapon. Old Huang looked at the spirit weapon and was a little proud, but also a little regretful. It's a pity that my inscription technique can only stop here. This one is the limit of upper level 6, but I can't go any further. What a pity. Chapter 612. 612 The Tao of Inscription. Many thanks, Elder Huang. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. He kept the long spear and expressed his gratitude to Elder Huang. Go. This time, I've studied your broken spear and have benefited a lot. I'm going to enter seclusion and properly comprehend it. Old Huang said as he waved his hand. Lu Ming nodded and bowed. He then left and returned to his own courtyard. With a move of his hand, a dark red long spear appeared. Lu Ming waved it noisily. The long spear was like a dragon as it danced in the air. The sky was filled with dazzling spear radiance. After a long while, Lu Ming kept his spear and stood still. It's indeed a good spear. The circulation of Zhenyuan is extremely smooth, and Zhenyuan can burst out as much as I want. It's a great help to me in displaying my strength. Lu Ming was very satisfied. With this long spear, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Let's give this spear a name. What should I call it? Since it's based on infinite black gold and can evolve infinitely, I'll call it Infinite Spear. No, I'll call it Infinite Dragon Spear. That's right. Haha, that's a nice name. Lu Ming muttered. He looked at the long spear in his hands and grinned. So fucking cliché. Dandan looked down on him. Hey, are you itching for a beating? How is it cliché? Infinite Dragon Spear, how domineering. Lu Ming waved the long spear in his hands. It's just a spiritual weapon of the upper 6th level. The inscription just passed the mark. What's there to be happy about? I told you that the old man's technique was not good. The materials were good, but they were wasted by him. If it were me, TSK. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a man. I have normal hobbies, not any bad ones. Dandan began to boast shamelessly again. As it was speaking, it saw Lu Ming looking at it with a burning gaze. It was so frightened that it immediately shrank its head back into its turtle shell, leaving only its mouth to mumble. Lu Ming sized up Dandan carefully, his eyes darting around. Dandan, you always say that you're a peerless master, the head of the top 10 war beasts or something. Since you're so powerful, why don't you teach me some peerless martial arts, such as god-level martial arts techniques? How about 8 or 10 books? So that's what you're here for. No problem. Dandan's head popped out of the turtle shell again. She stood up on her hind legs and stood on Lu Ming's shoulders, her 2 claws on the turtle shell behind her back, looking like a peerless master. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and his heart was thumping. If Dandan really had a god-level martial technique, not to mention 8 or 10 books, even 1 or 2 books would be enough to make her rich. Now, Lu Ming felt that his offensive martial arts technique was somewhat monotonous. Although the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps was powerful, it was difficult to cultivate. In a battle, It was an explosive martial technique that lacked some variations. If the opponent was prepared, they would be able to avoid it. As for the three absolutes of Dragon God, it was the same. They were all explosive martial arts techniques. They were extremely powerful and could kill in one strike, but they lacked variation. If the other party could block his attack, Lu Ming would have fewer tricks up his sleeve. This was also something he had felt during the two battles with Xianxia and the Sacred Constellation. Lu Ming needed to cultivate other martial arts techniques to assist him. After all, only one or two martial arts techniques were still a little lacking. If he could give him a few, that would be great. No, I didn't. Dandan spoke. The two short words extinguished the flame in Lu Ming's heart. Nest, without you, what's there to be proud of? You're a liar. You only know how to brag. Lu Ming was unhappy and looked at Dandan in disdain. Hey kid, what's with that expression? I can't remember because I'm injured. Otherwise, let alone 8 to 10 god-level martial arts techniques. Even if there were 100, I would still be able to take them out. Dandan said unhappily. However, the look of disdain on Lu Ming's face became even more obvious. He obviously did not believe Dandan's words. How could Lu Ming believe that 100 books of divine-level martial arts techniques were as common as cabbages on the roadside? I'm so angry. Kid, I'll tell you. Although I can't remember the martial techniques, I still remember the Tao of Inscription very clearly. I have the peerless Tao of Inscription and the top-notch cultivation technique for cultivating the mental fire. Do you want me to teach you the Tao of Inscription? I'll make you convinced. Dandan was so angry that her eyes were wide open, and her turtle shell was moving up and down. The Tao of Inscription. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Cultivating martial techniques already required a lot of thought and energy, so wouldn't it be even more exhausting to cultivate the Tao of Inscription? Lu Ming was a little hesitant. Furthermore, the Tao of Inscription was only a supplement and did not increase one's combat power much. Hey kid, do you think that the Tao of Inscription can improve your combat power much? You're really inexperienced. Let me tell you, none of the inscription masters you've seen are qualified. They're just cultivating casually to help with martial arts. There's not a single true inscription master. If you become a true inscription master, once you reach level 5, your combat power will be terrifying. Martial artists of the same level will not be able to withstand a single blow. In ancient times, the Tao of Inscription was prosperous. It was the main Tao, and it even suppressed the martial Tao. To true inscription masters, challenging those of higher levels was a common occurrence. Dandan glared at him and lectured. A true inscription refiner is that strong? Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, of course. True inscription blacksmiths can inscribe auxiliary inscriptions, battle inscriptions, explosive inscriptions, divine weapon inscriptions, and so on. They can even inscribe peerless killing formations in an instant, killing the enemy without a trace. Do you want to learn? I have the top-notch mental fire cultivation method here. If this cultivation method were to be spread out, it would definitely result in an earth-shaking outcome. Even a more powerful existence would fight for it at all costs, let alone a martial emperor. Dandan said proudly. All right, how do I learn it? Lu Ming was tempted after hearing what Dandan said. Give me some jade talismans first. You don't have any foundation in the Tao of Inscription, so I'll inscribe some basic things, as well as mental cultivation methods, and how to light up the mental fire. I'll show you, so that you have an idea of what to do, Dandan said in a rare, serious tone. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out more than 10 crystal-clear jade cards and threw them to Dandan. Dandan opened her mouth, and more than a dozen jade tokens flew into her mouth and disappeared. Dandan's mouth was like a bottomless pit. Lu Ming saw him swallowing everything into his mouth and taking out things from his mouth. All right, I'm going to inscribe it now. You can cultivate in peace and wait for me for a few days. Dandan leaped, ran into a room, and disappeared. Lu Ming continued his cultivation. 5 days later, Dandan appeared. She climbed on a Lu Ming's shoulder and threw him a dozen jade tokens. Everything is inside. Take a look for yourself. Io, this lord is exhausted. Hurry up. For the sake of this lord's diligence, give me a few stalks of spirit medicine. Lu Ming was speechless. He casually took out a few stalks of level 5 spiritual herbs and threw them to Dandan. After dismissing her, he walked into the room and started to look at them. He stuck the jade token between his brows and naturally understood the contents of the jade token. This jade tablet contained some basic knowledge about the Tao of inscription. It was extremely complicated. Lu Ming closed his eyes and digested the information carefully. 2 hours later, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Chapter 613. 613. The Underworld God Meditation. So the Tao of inscription is so complicated and profound. Its history is so ancient that it's even older than martial arts. Lu Ming muttered in shock. In the past, he had thought that the Tao of inscription only existed to support the martial Tao. It seemed that he had been wrong and mistaken. The primordial era was an era that was even older than the ancient, primordial, and primordial times. When the human race first appeared, there was no martial arts. The human race had comprehended a kind of pattern based on the traces of the world and the great trend of the mountains and rivers. This pattern was the earliest inscription. In the end, it developed and expanded, forming a kind of great Tao. The Tao of inscription was one of the oldest Taos in the world. The Tao of inscriptions could be used to forge weapons, refine pills, inscribe formations, and so on. In order to practice the Tao of inscription, one must first light up a mental fire in the sea of consciousness. Mental fire was also known as the fire of inscription. Only by igniting the mental fire could one be considered to have officially stepped onto the path of inscription. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, esilavur, and gold. Alchemists were divided into 9 levels, and the color of the mental fire at each level was different. A level 1 mind fire was red, and a level 2 mind fire was orange, and so on. The mental fire of a 9th rank alchemist was golden. Each person had 10 mind lamps in their sea of consciousness at each level. The more mind lamps were lit, the stronger the mind fire. Mental fire was the foundation of an inscription master. The stronger the mental fire, the more precise one's control of inscriptions would be. Generally speaking, at each level, one could advance if they could light 3 spirit lamps. For example, if a first-level alchemist lit up 3 red spirit lamps, he could advance and break through, turning the color of his spirit fire into orange and lighting an orange spirit lamp. After cultivating and lighting up 3 orange lamps, he could continue to break through. However, this kind of inscription master was just an ordinary inscription master. They were mainly used to assist in the cultivation of martial arts. They were also the inscription masters that Lu Ming often saw. Only by lighting up 6 mind lamps at each level, or even more, could one be considered a pure inscription master, known as a true inscription master. Of course, if one could light up 10 spirit lamps at each level, they would be perfect and the strongest inscriber. However, according to Dandan, it was too difficult to light up 10 spirit lamps. Such an inscriber would become extremely powerful once they reached rank 5. This jade token only contains some basic knowledge. Take a look at the rest. There's also an introduction on how to cultivate and some low-level inscriptions that I've collected and mastered. Kid, I'll let you have a good look. On his shoulder, Dandan said triumphantly while chewing on the spirit herb. Lu Ming took out another jade card and placed it between his eyebrows. This jade tablet contained all the records about the level 1 inscriptions. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Lu Ming was dazzled. After a long time, he picked up another jade card. This jade card also had a level 1 inscription. After that, 6 to 7 jade plates were filled with level 1 inscriptions. In total, there were more than 3 million types. Lu Ming was shocked. He had never eaten pork, but had never seen a pig run. Although Lu Ming was not an alchemist, he still had some general knowledge. Although level 1 inscriptions were the lowest level inscriptions and were the most numerous, it was already good enough for an ordinary inscriber to master hundreds of them. However, there were more than 3 million of them here, which was simply terrifying. Then, Lu Ming continued to watch. After that were the level 2 and level 3 inscriptions. Dandan did not have a level 4 inscription. There were also over 1 million types of level 2 inscriptions and over 600,000 types of level 3 inscriptions. The number was shocking. How is it? I've lived for countless years and have come into contact with countless inscriptions. Now, do you believe me? At the sight of Lu Ming's shocked expression, Dandan felt extremely pleased and proud. This time, Lu Ming did not give a heavy blow. This fellow had actually mastered so many inscriptions. Perhaps what it said was true. The last jade tablet contained a cultivation technique for cultivating the mental energy fire. The cultivation method was called the meditation of the underworld. Lu Ming comprehended for a while and opened his eyes. Kid, how is it? Isn't this spiritual cultivation technique earth-shattering? Dandan immediately asked smugly. I don't feel anything. Lu Ming shook his head. No feeling? You really don't know your stuff. Dandan pursed her lips and said, That's true. You haven't started cultivating yet, so you won't be able to experience the wonders of this cultivation technique. Let me tell you, if this cultivation technique is leaked, even a martial emperor will hunt you down. All the inscription masters in the world will hunt you down. It's that serious? Lu Ming was skeptical. Nonsense, do you think I would lie? Kid, you don't have a fire seed now, but you'll know the benefits when you find one. Light your spirit fire and start cultivating. Also, let me tell you, if you want to cultivate the Tao of inscription, you must be careful with the flame, and it must be strong. If you use an ordinary flame to ignite the mental fire, it will have a great impact on your cultivation of the mental fire later on. The higher the level of the flame, the more powerful it will be. In the future, your cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. The power of the mental fire will also be stronger. In the future, whether it's refining weapons, refining pills, or inscribing inscriptions, it will be of great help to you. Dandan warned. Lu Ming nodded. Since he was going to cultivate, he would naturally cultivate in the best direction. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? He planned to wait until he found a satisfactory fire seed before lighting up the mental energy fire. For the time being, he would put the matter of inscription aside. After that, he continued to comprehend the thunder concept. 3 days later, Mu Shiyuan came to find him and told him that Mulan had left for a secret place far away to cultivate. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that Mulan was most likely still angry with him. Otherwise, why didn't she even come to say goodbye? He could tell that Mulan was interested in him. How could he not have feelings for Mulan? However, in his heart, there was someone he could not let go of. Mu Shiyuan said a few words and left. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Let's not think about these things for the time being. Now, improving my strength is the most important thing. Everything can wait until I pass the test of D, E, and Martial Emperor. Now it's time to go back. Lu Ming planned to return to the Lu family and use the elixir of life to treat Lu Yuntian's injuries. The next day, Lu Ming left Xianxia City and headed east at top speed. Given Lu Ming's terrifying speed, he arrived at the Eastern Palace in just 5 days. Lu Ming is back. The moment Lu Ming entered the Eastern Palace, the news of his return spread throughout the entire palace. Teleportation and disappearance happened very quickly. The news that Lu Ming had defeated the sacred constellation had already been sent back to the Eastern Palace. Countless people rushed out, wanting to meet Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's figure flashed, avoiding the crowd and appearing outside the Eastern Sky courtyard. He saw a figure outside the Eastern Sky courtyard. Chapter 614. 614. the Zhuang siblings. Palace Master, Lu Ming called out. This figure is actually the palace lord of the Eastern Palace, Mu Zheng. It turned out that Mu Zheng had already returned to the east. Lu Ming, I knew you would be here, Mu Zheng said with a smile. Palace Master, please come in and sit. Lu Ming smiled. Mu Zheng nodded, and the two of them walked into the Eastern Sky courtyard. Lu Ming, what are your plans from now on? Mu Zheng asked as the two of them sat down in the courtyard. I plan to go home first. After a while, I'll go to other large regions to train. 2 years later, I'll participate in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming did not mention Desolate, but told her his plans. So you already know about the Battle of Providence. It seems like Yin Quanta told you about it. I was going to tell you about this as well. This matter is of great importance to you. If you can perform well in the Battle of Providence, you might be able to reach Yin Quantu's level in the future, or even surpass him, and become the new legend of the Xianxia region. Mu Zheng looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes, full of anticipation. Lu Ming smiled and did not say much. The legend of the Xianxia region? To be honest, he didn't care. By the way, Palace Master, I have something to ask you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. Oh, what's the matter? Mu Zheng said. Immediately, Lu Ming asked Mu Zheng about old Zhuang's family. When they were on their way to Tianjin City and were ambushed by the people of the Sky Corps sect, old Zhuang had given him his storage ring before he died. Lu Ming had once said that he would hand his storage ring to his family. Yes, I'll send someone to investigate. I'll give you the news tomorrow. Mu Zheng nodded. He chatted with Lu Ming for a while more before he bade farewell and left. On the second day, Mu Zheng indeed sent a message. Old Zhuang did have a family living in the Myriad Star City. He had a son and a daughter. Lu Ming immediately went to the Myriad Star City. To the north of Myriad Stars, there was a small courtyard with weeping willows fluttering in the wind. It was quite elegant. However, at this moment, it was broken by an inharmonious scene. A group of people surrounded the front of the courtyard. Bastard! Don't even think about taking my sister away. A furious roar rang out. The voice came from an 18 or 19-year-old young man. The young man was tall and burly, and he looked simple and honest. At this moment, his face was full of anger as he stared at a middle-aged man with a refined appearance in front of him. Behind the young man was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. The girl had a delicate and sweet appearance. One look, and one could tell that she was a rare beauty. At this moment, the young girl was also staring at the middle-aged man with an angry expression. The young man's name was Zhuang Xiaoshan, and the young girl's name was Zhuang Xiaoro. Their father was old Zhuang, who had been ambushed and killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect on their way to the Tianjin region with Lu Ming. The scholarly middle-aged man they were glaring at was called Yao Gu. He was a good friend of their father and also the Detian Divine Guard of the Detian Divine Palace. His cultivation was similar to old Zhuang's. When old Zhuang was still around, Yao Gu had a good relationship with him. He had taken good care of Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. He did not expect Yao Gu to reveal his beast-like side after the incident with old Zhuang. He actually wanted Zhuang Xiaoro to be his concubine. Hee, little brat, you think you can stop me? Let me tell you, when your father went to the Tianjin region, he borrowed a mid-level 5 spiritual weapon from me. Although he is dead, the spiritual weapon still needs to be returned. Either you give me the spiritual weapon, or let your sister be my concubine and serve me well. Then I will forget about the spiritual weapon. Yao Gu laughed coldly. His eyes scanned Zhuang Xiaoro's body without any restraint, and they were filled with passion. He had been coveting Zhuang Xiaoro's beauty for a long time. It was just that he could not lay his hands on her back when old Zhuang was around. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's faces were pale. Both of them were martial grandmasters, so how could they have a middle-level 5 spiritual weapon? I will return the middle-level 5 spiritual weapon to you. I will work hard to cultivate and earn spiritual crystals to buy a spiritual weapon to return it to you. Don't take my sister and Xiao Ro away. Zhuang Xiaoshan stood in front of Zhuang Xiaoro and said. Wait for you to return. When will I have to wait? 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years? Perhaps you won't be able to take out a middle 5th level spiritual weapon in your entire life. All right, move aside. I'm an acquaintance of your father, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. Yao Gu sneered. But Zhuang Xiaoshan stood there stubbornly, glaring at Yao Gu. Yao Gu frowned. Brat, Lord Yao gave you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. You're really looking for death. Get lost. A big man with a knife scar on his face shouted. He strode forward and slapped Zhuang Xiaoshan. Zhuang Xiaoshan gritted his teeth, and a long spear appeared in his hand, stabbing toward the knife-scarred man's palm. Little brat, you're just a 9th grade great martial master and you dare to resist? You're overestimating yourself. The man with the knife scar sneered hideously. He turned his palm into a claw and burst out his Xianxia. He grabbed Zhuang Xiaoshan's long spear and shook it. This man with a knife scar was a half-step king warrior, which was much stronger than Zhuang Xiaoshan. With this shake, his Xianxia exploded, shaking the long spear. Zhuang Xiaoshan screamed and flew backward, hitting the wall of the courtyard and cracking it. Zhuang Xiaoshan continued to spit out blood. Brother, Zhuang Xiaoro cried out in shock and rushed to Zhuang Xiaoshan with tears in her eyes. Xiaoro, let's go, let's go. Zhuang Xiaoshan shouted. Go, where do you want to go? You can stop dreaming. The man with the knife scar strode forward and sneered. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro's faces were filled with despair. Little beauty, it's your fortune that Lord Yao has taken a fancy to you. Go back and serve Lord Yao well. If you serve him well, you'll have a good life. The man with the knife scar sneered and reached out to grab Zhuang Xiaoro. Bastard, get lost! Zhuang Xiaoshan roared and struggled to get up, but he was already seriously injured. The bone armor on one of his arms was broken, so he couldn't exert any strength at all. Zhuang Xiaoro shouted in anger and tried her best to resist, shooting out a few rays of light. However, she was only a 5th grade great martial master, which was much weaker than the Scar Man. She was easily defeated by the Scar Man. He grabbed her shoulder and injected his true qi into her. Zhuang Xiaoro's true qi was sealed, and she had no power to resist. Brother, Zhuang Xiaoro screamed as tears streamed down her face. Xiaoro, Zhuang Xiaoshan roared angrily, his eyes almost splitting. He struggled to get up, but the man with the knife scar kicked him, and Zhuang Xiaoshan flew far away, coughing up blood. Yao Gu waved his folding fan and sneered. In the surroundings, there were also some residents watching, but no one said a word. The Myriad Star City was too huge, and the number of people was unknown. Such things happened every day. It was impossible for the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to manage everyone. Moreover, the majority of the people in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were in the plain. The Myriad Star City was merely a city that was used as a transit point. Moreover, Yao Gu himself was a level 4 Martial King realm lower tier. In the Myriad Star City, he was the peak existence. Who would dare to provoke him? Let's go. We'll go back and serve Lord Yao. The knife-scarred man's eyes swept across Zhuang Xiaoro's body, and a light flashed. Chapter 615. 615, how do you want to die? This little girl is really pretty and has a good figure. If Lord Yao is tired of playing with her, perhaps he will reward her to me in the future. Hee. The knife-scarred man thought happily. The reason why he was so enthusiastic was because he had this idea. Because in the past, Yao Gu had given women he was tired of playing with to his subordinates. Behind Yao Gu, the others gritted their teeth and looked at the man with the knife scar enviously. They secretly regretted not moving faster just now and letting that guy beat them to it again. You'd better, immediately, let go of your dirty hands. At this moment, an extremely cold voice rang out. His voice was like the snow in winter, cold and bone-chilling. A young man around the age of 20 strolled over, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was naturally Lu Ming. After he got old Zhuang's address and his family situation, he immediately rushed over, but he encountered this scene. The knife scar man looked at Lu Ming gloomily and sneered. Kid, are you talking to me? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to let go of your dirty hands. Otherwise, die. 1. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha, brat, you're very arrogant, but arrogance requires skill. The knife-scarred man laughed. 2. Lu Ming said coldly. The knife-scarred man's face changed, and he angrily shouted, Kid, do you know who my master is? My lord is a lower-tier king and a level 3 Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. You'd better behave yourself. 3. Lu Ming coldly spat out the word 3 and said, Time's up, you have no chance. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the scarred man, clasping his throat and lifting him up high. The scar-faced man's eyes popped out immediately. He could not exert any strength at all. There was fear in his eyes. Just now, he did not react at all. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. Naturally, he let go of Zhuang Xiaorou's shoulder. Brother! Zhuang Xiaorou quickly ran to Zhuang Xiaoshan's side to check on his injuries. Xiaorou, I'm fine. Zhuang Xiaoshan struggled to get up. He looked at Lu Ming with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Who is this young man? Is he father's friend? Why didn't I hear father mention it before? Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou looked at Lu Ming and thought to themselves, Lord Yao, save me, save me. The knife-scarred man shouted. At this moment, Yao Gu's expression was grave. He did not see clearly how Lu Ming had attacked. Don't cry out. No one can save you today. Go on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. No, no. The knife-scarred man screamed in horror. His hands were grabbing and his feet were kicking, as if he wanted to grab a trace of hope. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was just a little chick. He could not resist at all. Gotcha! Lu Ming exerted some force and broke the knife-scar man's neck. The knife-scar man's cries stopped abruptly. Brat, how dare you? You actually dare to kill people in the 10,000 Stars City. Someone quickly informed the law enforcement team of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace to take down this evil demon. Yao Gu roared. The reason why he did not make a sound just now was that he was waiting. He was waiting for Lu Ming to kill the knife-scarred burly man. Then, he would have an excuse to call the law enforcement team. In the Myriad Star City, it was fine to injure or even maim people. But killing people was not allowed. They would be punished by the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's law enforcement team. This was the rule. Sometimes, when dealing with someone, one didn't need to use force to solve it. One could just use their brain. Yao Gu thought smugly. As for the sacrifice of the knife-scar man's life, what was that? It was just a dog. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming did not seem to know that he had committed a serious crime. He looked at Yao Gu and the rest with a cold expression, his killing intent overflowing. Yao Gu's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, Brat, what are you trying to do? Do you still want to kill us? You're simply guilty of the most heinous crimes. You're crazy, and you're a demon. You scums. You're a scourge if you stay in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You must all die. Lu Ming strolled forward, his voice cold. Brat, you think killing a half-step king is that big of a deal? I'll cripple you. A lever 1 Martial King Realm burly man jumped out and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was accompanied by the will of the mountain. It was like a burly man smashing toward Lu Ming with shocking power. Bang! The next moment, he was kicked by Lu Ming and flew out. He fell on the ground dozens of meters away and was no longer breathing. He was dead. Brat, you've killed another person. You're dead. Yao Gu roared. You talk too much nonsense. Lu Ming shouted coldly and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen spear lights burst out. After that, more than a dozen shrieks could be heard. Yao Gu's men, regardless of whether they were martial kings or above, were all nailed to the ground by the spear ray. He only spared Yao Gu. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surrounding onlookers gasped. In their eyes, this young man was too ruthless. In the 10,000 Star City, he didn't show any mercy and killed more than a dozen people in a row. Wasn't he afraid of the law enforcement team's punishment? Or was it because he had already killed one person in the beginning and decided to go all out? At this moment, Yao Gu's face was ashen, and a trace of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaorou's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lu Ming had killed so many people. The law enforcement team was about to arrive. What should they do? So, how do you want to die? Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu. You're finished. You've killed so many people. You're finished. Yao Gu roared, but his body retreated. However, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of him. I'll kill you. Yao Gu was shocked and immediately roared. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. The attack of a level 4 Martial King was extremely shocking. The surrounding spectators retreated, afraid of being affected. But the next scene left them dumbfounded. Lu Ming did not even take out his spiritual weapon. He directly slapped Yao Gu with his bare hand. With a clang, Lu Ming's palm landed on Yao Gu's saber. Yao Gu's medium level 5 saber was sent flying away, but Lu Ming's palm was not affected at all. He continued to slap Yao Gu. Pa! A slap landed on Yao Gu's face and a crisp sound was heard. Yao Gu spun around on the spot for dozens of times and then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. He could not even fight back against Lu Ming. Who was this young man? It was too terrifying. Yao Gu's heart was suddenly filled with endless fear. So, how do you want to die? Lu Ming looked at Yao Gu indifferently. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds came from the sky. More than a dozen figures streaked across the void and flew over. Powerful auras emanated from these people. Among them, there were 3 lower-tier king-level experts. The Emperor Sky Divine Guard's law enforcement team had arrived. Who dares to kill people in the Thousand-Star City? A furious roar came from the red-robed middle-aged man who was the leader. The burly man was a level 5 Martial King, and his aura was as heavy as a mountain. Chapter 616. 616, he is Lu Ming. My lords of the Tribunal Council. This kid is an evil spirit. He started a massacre as soon as he came out. Look at how many people he has killed. Now he wants to kill me. Seeing the arrival of the law enforcement hall's people, Yao Gu was ecstatic, as if he had found a life-saving straw, and he screamed madly. What? The burly man in red robes from the law enforcement hall looked in the direction that Yao Gu was pointing at. His expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. He had seen Lu Ming before. At this moment, he recognized Lu Ming. Yao Gu did not notice the change in the red-robed man's expression. He stepped back and looked at Lu Ming with a cold expression. Kid, who cares who you are? He must be punished for killing people in the Myriad Stars City. Yao Gu roared in his heart. How dare you, Yao Gu? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The red-robed man roared. Ha ha, brat. Why aren't you kneeling and admitting your guilt? Yao Gu laughed heartily, but his smile froze in the next moment. He realized that the red-robed man had actually called out his name. He turned around stiffly and looked at the red-robed man. He smiled and said, My lord, did you get the wrong name? What do you mean by wrong name? I recognize you. You're Yao Gu, right? I'm talking to you. Why aren't you kneeling? The red-robed man bellowed, and a powerful aura descended on Yao Gu. Yao Gu, Zhuang Xiaoshan, and Zhuang Xiaorou were all stunned. The surrounding crowd was also stunned. Wasn't the one who killed him that young man? Now, how could he make Yao Gu kneel? Sir, is there a mistake? He's the one who killed them. Yao Gu pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, How dare you slander Lord Lu Ming? Who is Lord Lu Ming? If you didn't commit any major crimes, why would he kill you in a fit of anger? Kneel down. The red-robed man shouted. What? Lu Ming? Yao Gu's face turned deathly pale. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Then his eyes were filled with endless fear. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Lu Ming. Could this young man be Lu Ming? The news of Lu Ming's victory over the sacred constellation in the profound sky sub-palace had spread throughout the eastern sub-palace, and even the myriad star city. What kind of person was the sacred constellation? He was a top talent on the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, and his cultivation had reached the peak king realm. It could be said that in the Xianxia region, apart from the few Sea of Soul realm experts, no one could rival him. Even such a person was defeated by Lu Ming. How powerful could Lu Ming be? Now, Lu Ming was the strongest expert in the Tianxian region. With his talent, he could even be on equal footing with Sea of Soul realm experts. What kind of status was this? Other people would definitely be punished for killing people in the Myriad Star City, but Lu Ming would definitely not. Who would dare to punish him? When one's power reached a certain level, they could override the rules. Brother, he's Lu Ming. He's Lord Lu Ming. We're saved. After Xiao's shock, she was extremely excited. The young man who had helped them was Lu Ming. They knew that they were saved. No one could touch them. Yeah. Xiaoshan said dumbly. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of endless admiration. Lu Ming was only a few years older than him, but his achievements were 108,000 times higher than his. He was his idol. Bang! Yao Gu's body trembled like a sieve. Then he actually knelt down. When he found out that the young man in front of him was Lu Ming, he knew that he was finished. But he didn't want to give up, so he started to beg. Lord Lu Ming, please spare me, spare me. The Zhuang siblings and I were just joking. We were just joking. A joke. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. You think I'm blind? You probably thought that the two of them lost their support after their father passed away, right? It's a pity that you don't know that their father and I are best friends. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it spread to the entire venue. Life and death friends? Lu Ming and old Zhuang were actually life and death friends. At this moment, countless people looked at Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao with envy. Although old Zhuang was dead, the Zhuang siblings could do whatever they wanted in the Tianxian region now that they had Lu Ming as their backer. Yao Gu's face was filled with despair. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of spear light shot out and pierced through Yao Gu's dantian, scattering his cyclone. His cultivation was completely crippled. All of you can leave first. I will handle this. Lu Ming told the people of the law enforcement hall. Yes, the people from the tribunal council left respectfully. As for Yao Gu and the rest, they had no eyes and offended Lu Ming. They would die in vain. Lu Ming waved his hand and a stream of essential core wrapped around Yao Gu, bringing him to the Zhuang siblings. I'll leave him to you guys. Kill him. Lu Ming said. Kill him. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiao were shocked and hesitant. People of the martial path should repay kindness with kindness and hatred with hatred. If I hadn't arrived just in time today, have you thought about your own fate? What's there to hesitate about? If you still hesitate after killing your enemies, what's the point of cultivating? Lu Ming's voice was like thunder, ringing in the Zhuang siblings' minds. Their eyes were filled with determination. I'll kill him. Zhuang Xiaoshan struggled to get up. Brother, I'll do it. A long sword appeared in Zhuang Xiao's hand. No, spare my life. For the sake of my many years of friendship with your father, please spare my life. Yao Gu cried out in fear. Just now, why didn't you let us go on account of your many years of friendship with my father? Die. Zhuang Xiao's voice was cold as she thrust her sword into Yao Gu's heart. Yao Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, he stopped breathing. He only wanted to bring Zhuang Xiao back and play with her. He had done this many times, and there had never been a problem. Why did he have to encounter Lu Ming this time? Good and evil will always be rewarded. This was Yao Gu's last thought. And Lu Ming nodded. In the world of martial Tao, the strong preyed on the weak. If one's heart wasn't hard enough, how could one survive in this world? Especially those who were extremely beautiful but had no strength. Their ending was usually very miserable, and they would become other people's playthings. Lu Ming hoped that they would change after experiencing this. Lord Lu Ming, thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, Xiao Roche, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro came to Lu Ming and thanked him. You don't need to thank me. It's my duty. Sigh. I didn't have the strength to save your father back then. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhuang siblings' eyes were red. Old Zhuang's storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Zhuang Xiaoshan and said, "This is your father's storage ring. I'll give it to you now." Picking up old Zhuang's storage ring, the brother and sister's eyes turned even redder and tears flowed down. Then the brother and sister looked at each other and suddenly knelt down in front of Lu Ming. "Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples," the two of them said in unison. Chapter 617. 617 Two Disciples. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He had never expected that the Zhuang siblings would want to acknowledge him as their master. "Lord Lu Ming, please accept us as your disciples. We will definitely work hard in our cultivation and not embarrass you." Zhuang Xiaoshan kowtowed, and Zhuang Xiaoro quickly followed. Lu Ming frowned. He sized up the two of them. Although their aptitudes were not top-notch, they were considered to be outstanding talents. They might be able to achieve something after some training. However, Lu Ming had never thought of taking in disciples. He was not old, and most importantly, he did not have the time to teach the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. The surrounding onlookers also looked on curiously. They were all guessing whether Lu Ming would accept it or not. "How about this? I'll take you all in as my in-name disciples," Lu Ming said after pondering for a while. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were overjoyed. They bowed and said, "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." Although they were only in-name disciples and not personal disciples, the two of them were satisfied. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He did not expect that he would have a disciple so soon. Cough, cough. Lu Ming coughed a few times and said, "All right, get up. But I'll tell you first that I don't have time to teach you during this period of time. I'll bring you to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace to cultivate first. I'll teach you when I'm free in the future." "Many thanks, Master." Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro bowed again and then stood up. "All right, let's go to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace first." With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming brought the Zhuang siblings and headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The surrounding onlookers were all extremely envious. Old Zhuang's son and daughter are so blessed to have Lu Ming as their master. It's really a blessing that they have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. That's right. This time, he's going to be successful. Old Zhuang can also die with a smile. "I'm so envious." Everyone was in a heated discussion. The news that Lu Ming had taken in 2 disciples had also spread. Lu Ming led the Zhuang siblings into the Eastern Sky courtyard. "Xiaoshan, you should heal first." Lu Ming passed Zhuang Xiaoshan a bottle of healing pills. "Many thanks, Master." Zhuang Xiaoshan took the elixir, swallowed one, and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a stream of vital essence flew into Zhuang Xiaoshan's body to help him heal. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries recovered quickly. Then, Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Half an hour later, Zhuang Xiaoshan's condition had stabilized, and he opened his eyes. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and arrived. It was Mu Zheng. "Xiaoshan, Xiaoro, this is Palace Master Mu Zheng." Lu Ming introduced the two of them. Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro were both shocked. They quickly walked to Mu Zheng's side and bowed. They had grown up in a myriad star city and had heard of Mu Zheng's name for a long time, but they had never seen him before. They did not expect to meet this legendary figure the moment they acknowledged Lu Ming as their master. The two of them were very excited. "Aha, Lu Ming, I just received news that you have accepted 2 disciples. I was just about to come and congratulate you when I received your message." Mu Zheng laughed. "Palace Master Mu must be joking. Palace Master, I'm afraid Lu Ming won't have much time to guide them in the future. I want to leave the 2 of them in the Eastern Sky courtyard and cultivate in the Emperor's Sky Divine Palace." What do you think? Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Don't worry, I'll come and teach them when I have time. Mu Zheng said straightforwardly. Many thanks, Palace Master. Lu Ming cupped his fists. As for the Zhuang siblings, they were naturally overjoyed. Take these 2 command tokens. In the future, you can enter and leave the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace as you wish. Mu Zheng gave Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro a token each. The brother and sister were naturally overjoyed and thanked him once again. Mu Zheng smiled and then took his leave. Xiaoshan, continue to heal your injuries. When you've recovered, I'll teach you some martial arts techniques. Lu Ming said. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Zhuang Xiaoshan's injuries had already healed. Lu Ming also taught them based on their talents, passing on some cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. Zhuang Xiaoshan's bloodline was a Black Mountain. Lu Ming found a low-class heaven-level cultivation skill, the Thousand Mountains technique, in the storage ring for Zhuang Xiaoshan to cultivate. As for Zhuang Xiaoro's blood meridian, it was a small, blue sword. It was crystal clear and had a strong water attribute. Lu Ming found a soft water sword technique, which was also a heaven-level low-rank technique. He also gave them a few suitable martial arts techniques. Most importantly, Lu Ming had imparted the myriad spiritual combat body to the 2 of them. After that, he gave each of them 3 drops of mid-grade primordial origin liquid to help them refine their fleshly bodies. The cultivation of the 2 of them improved every day. This was all he could give the 2 of them for the time being. In the future, they would have to rely on them Slaviers. As for the true war dragon technique, one had to start cultivating it before the invigorated meridian realm. Otherwise, one would not be able to cultivate it. The 3 absolutes of the dragon god also required the comprehension of many different intents. There was no way to teach them these. 7 days later, Lu Ming left the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace under the reluctant gazes of the Zhuang siblings. Now, Lu Ming had to return to the Blazing Sun Empire to treat Lu Yuntian's meridians. Lu Ming flew towards the Blazing Sun Empire at top speed. The Blazing Sun Empire had been stable ever since it was unified. Everyone knew that Lu Ming was standing behind the pool. No one would have second thoughts. With the help of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, the imperial family's power was rapidly recovering and becoming more prosperous. The Lu family in the eastern region of the Blazing Sun Empire had also become an extremely special family. Although they were not very powerful, everyone had to give them face. The Lu family had been developing rapidly in this period of time. Countless powerful martial artists had joined the Lu family. The Lu family's strength had expanded by dozens of times, and their business had spread to hundreds of cities nearby. However, no one in the Lu family would forget that all of this was brought about by Lu Ming. Without Lu Ming, everything they had would have vanished in an instant. In the courtyard of the Lu clan's patriarch residence, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were sitting at a stone table. They were brewing tea and chatting as they drank. Even though Lu Yuntian was the patriarch of the Lu clan, he would not show his face for the minor matters. He would leave everything to his subordinates to handle, and he was happy to be idle. I wonder how Ming-Er is doing now. Li Ping suddenly sighed. What's wrong? I miss Ming-Er, Lu Yuntian said. Don't you want to? Li Ping rolled her eyes. What a womanly woman. Ming-Er is now at the golden age for cultivation, so he naturally has to go out and explore. We'll stay at home and take care of our bodies so that Ming-Er won't worry, Lu Yuntian said. Although he said that, the longing in his eyes could not be dispelled. You're the only one with a tough mouth. Li Ping glared at Lu Yuntian. Father, mother. At this moment, a figure appeared in the courtyard. It was Lu Ming. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping shuddered. They looked at Lu Ming and were overjoyed. Ming-Er, you're back. Father, mother, Ming-Er has returned to see you, Lu Ming said with a smile. Chapter 618. 618, The Secret Under the Earth Cave. It's good that you're back. Come, let Mother take a good look. Li Ping happily pulled Lu Ming to sit down and look around. Lu Yuntian was all smiles as well. Father, Mother, Ming is very well. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and sat down with Li Ping and the other two. Father, Ming came back this time mainly to treat your meridians. Lu Ming said. What? To treat my meridians? Lu Yuntian's hand, which was holding the teacup, suddenly trembled. Clearly, Lu Yuntian was rather shocked. Ming is what you said true? Can you really cure your father's meridians? Li Ping also looked at Lu Ming excitedly. That's right. Father, Mother, this time, Ming has obtained a bottle of the legendary water of life. It can definitely cure father's injuries. Lu Ming moved his hand, and the elixir of life appeared in his hand. Elixir of life, elixir of life. I didn't think that there would be such a treasure in the world. Lu Yuntian said excitedly. Dad, take it. I'll help you refine it. Lu Ming, give me Lu Yuntian, the elixir of life. All right. Lu Yuntian received it and took a deep breath before drinking it in one gulp. He immediately sat down cross-legged. Lu Ming placed his palm on Lu Yuntian's back. Quintessential essence continuously gushed into Lu Yuntian's body to help him refine the water of life. The water of life transformed into a vigorous life force that nourished Lu Yuntian's meridians. Wherever this force passed by, Lu Yuntian's broken and withered meridians would be reconnected. Furthermore, they would become more energetic and tougher. 2 hours later, the elixir of life had been completely refined, and Lu Yuntian's meridians had been completely healed. In fact, they were several times stronger than before. His body was filled with life energy, and his blood and qi were full of vitality. All right, I'm really all right now. Lu Yuntian circulated his cultivation technique and looked at the fiery red true energy on his palm. He was so excited that his entire body trembled and tears welled up in his eyes. Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had already reached the martial grandmaster realm. Now that his meridians had recovered, he immediately recovered a little of his cultivation base with Lu Ming's help. It had been so many years. He had thought that he would never be able to practice martial arts or recover his true qi, but now he had it all back. No one could understand Lu Yuntian's current feelings. Ming thank you. Lu Yuntian took a deep breath and looked at Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Lu Ming said with a smile. He was extremely happy to see Lu Yuntian recover. That's great, that's great. Beside him, Li Ping was also extremely excited. In this world, no one understood Lu Yuntian better than she did. Lu Yuntian had always had a heart for martial arts. He was a natural-born warrior. The fact that he could not cultivate was a huge blow to him. Now, everything was fine. Father, take these cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and medicinal pills. Lu Ming took out the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, elixirs, spirit weapons, and other things that he had prepared for Lu Yuntian. These were all carefully selected by Lu Ming. They were the most suitable for Lu Yuntian of all levels and were enough for Lu Yuntian to use until he reached the Martial King realm. Ming do you have enough for yourself? Lu Yuntian asked. He was afraid that Lu Ming had given him so many resources and he would be useless. In comparison, Lu Ming was more important. He was already very happy that he could cultivate. He had to leave the resources for Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming was at the golden age for cultivation. Father, don't worry. Ming has a lot of resources on him. Lu Ming smiled. Only then did Lu Yuntian receive it. Father, this bottle is a mid-grade innate original fluid. Take it with Mother and slowly use it. Not only can it help you cultivate your body, but it can also improve Mother's body. In the end, Lu Ming took out the bottle of mid-grade connate original liquid and handed it to Lu Yuntian. Mid-grade innate original liquid. Lu Yuntian's heart trembled. He knew very well that the value of a mid-grade connate original fluid was simply an astronomical figure. It was a figure that he could not imagine. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuntian looked at Lu Ming seriously and asked, "Ming-er, what's your current cultivation level?" "I'm at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, but it'll take some time before I can break through to the peak of the King realm." Lu Ming did not hide anything. Peak level 9 Martial King realm. Lu Yuntian's heart skipped a beat. Then he was overjoyed. Good, good, good. Father will take this bottle of innate original liquid." Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. The peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm was a realm that he did not even dare to think about. Lu Ming had reached it at such a young age. How could he not be happy? This was Lu Yuntian's son. The three of them chatted for a while longer before Lu Yuntian rushed into his room impatiently and started cultivating. Lu Ming smiled. With Lu Yuntian's talent, he believed that it would not take long for him to recover to his peak cultivation. The news of Lu Ming's return did not spread. In the following days, Lu Ming would chat with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. He would spend the rest of his time fully comprehending the concept of thunder. Half a month later, Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had recovered to the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm. He would be able to return to the Great Master Realm very soon. At that moment, Lu Ming's thunder will finally had a breakthrough and reach the full circle of level 1. Now I'll start to upgrade my wind and fire intents to the completion of level 1. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine, took out middle grade profound meaning crystals, and started to break through. 7 days later, Lu Ming had used 3 of each of the 2 middle-grade, profound meaning crystals to break through his wind and fire concepts to the full circle of level 1. With all 3 intents at perfection, Lu Ming's cultivation base should have been able to reach peak tier king. However, he did not have enough resources. Lu Ming only had about 6 million supreme-grade spirit crystals. It was not enough for him to reach the peak tier king level. He had no choice but to put it aside for the time being and focus on cultivating the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. He had already achieved level 1 perfection in all 3 intents. He could cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 6th level. 3 days later, Lu Ming was on his way to the imperial capital. He started to think about the things under the earth cave again. Lu Ming did not manage to dig it out when he was at the 1st level of the Martial King realm. Now, he wanted to give it another try. However, before he went to the Earth Cave, he first found Hua Qi and talked to him about the past. Then, he went to the Earth Cave. No one noticed Lu Ming's figure. Without a sound or trace, Lu Ming arrived at the lowest level of the Earth Cave, which was the 14th level, the level that Lu Ming had dug out earlier. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, this place did not affect him at all. He continued digging. The 15th level, the 16th level, the 17th level. When Lu Ming dug out the 17th level, he wanted to continue digging, but he realized that the bottom was empty. Lu Ming dug a hole and dashed down. He realized that there was a huge underground cave below. In this place, the fire's spiritual energy was so violent that it was unimaginable. In the air above the underground cave, a ball of fire was burning like a sun. Endless heat spread out from the ball of flames. Ness, this is the earth core flowing flame. Kid, you've struck it rich. Dandan suddenly shouted. Chapter 619. 619, Igniting the Fire of Spirit. Dandan shouted, extremely excited. Core flowing flame. Lu Ming had some doubts. Kid, you're really lucky. The earth core flowing flame is a top-grade flame in the world. If you use it to light up your mind fire, it'll be perfect. Kid, I'm starting to envy your luck. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If I absorb this flame, there won't be any fire attribute spiritual qi here. Wouldn't this cultivation holy land be ruined? Lu Ming said. What waste? Let me tell you, if you absorb this core flowing flame, the value of this place will truly burst out. Don't tell me you haven't realized that this place is actually a spiritual eye. It's just that it has been absorbed by the core flowing flame in the past, and even blocked it. After you absorb this core flowing flame, the spiritual energy here will spread out, turning this place into a real cultivation holy land. Dandan explained. It's actually like this. Lu Ming observed carefully and realized that there was indeed a continuous flow of spiritual energy from below. Most of it was absorbed by the earth core flowing flame and was even burned by the hot flames. The remaining spiritual energy spread out with the hot flame aura, forming fire spiritual energy. Lu Ming finally knew how the earth cave was formed. Kid, this is no time to lose. Let me teach you how to light up your spiritual fire. First, visualize 10 spiritual lamps in your sea of consciousness. Dandan began to teach. Lu Ming started to visualize the spirit lamp in his sea of consciousness according to Dandan's method. The sea of consciousness and the Dantian, in a sense, were infinitely large, like two universes. Although the lightning cauldron occupied a part of it, Lu Ming could visualize the spirit lamp in the other part of his sea of consciousness. Slowly, in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be 10 lamps. However, all 10 lamps were extinguished and did not light up. Now, catch the core flowing flame and use it to absorb it into your sea of consciousness. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming waved his palms, and 2 huge palms formed, grabbing the earth core flowing flame. Boom! The earth core flowing flame shook violently, as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to escape. The 3 intents of wind, fire, and thunder burst forth. Combined with his essential core, he grabbed the earth core flowing flame tightly and brought it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt that his essential core was burning. The temperature of the core flowing flame was too high. If not for the fact that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, and that his 3 intents had reached the great circle of level 1, he would not have been able to deal with the earth core flowing flame. Even an ordinary late-stage king would be burned to death. Refine, Lu Ming muttered. He used his essential core and intent to temper the violent elements in the core flowing flame, making it more docile. 2 hours later, Lu Ming began to cast the meditation of the underworld, absorbing the earth core flowing flame and lighting up his mental energy fire. And NBSB, hoo-hoo, wisps of earth core flowing flame flew into Lu Ming's glabella and appeared in his sea of consciousness. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming felt as if he was in magma. The terrifying temperature and flames were burning his body, including his soul. Hot, it was too hot. Kid, you must hold on at this time. The better the flame, the more dangerous it will be when you ignite the mental energy fire. However, the benefits will be unimaginable. Dandan's voice sounded. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the core flowing flame, starting to light up his mental energy fire. Give me some, Lu Ming roared, controlling the core flowing flame to light up a lamp. Who? All of the earth core flowing flame rushed towards the first lamp. The first lamp emitted a fiery red light, followed by a wisp of flame on the wick. At first, the flame was very small, but slowly, the flame on the wick grew bigger and bigger, and finally, it burned fiercely. It was a success. The spirit fire had been successfully ignited. However, this was only the beginning. It was far from the end. When the first lamp's flame burned to its limit, the second lamp's wick also emitted a wisp of flame, and the flame grew from small to large. Kid, the core flowing flame is too strong. This is an opportunity to light up many spirit lamps in one go. You should grasp it well. Dandan reminded. Lu Ming activated the meditation with all his might. When the second lamp's flame reached its limit, the third lamp's wick also emitted flames. The flames were scarlet. Then the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. Lighting 6 lamps had already reached the requirements of a true Ming refiner, but it was still not the limit. It was far from enough. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th lamps. All 10 spirit lamps were lit up. Ha! Perfect, perfect, the first stage is perfect. It is indeed the core flowing flame. Dandan laughed. The 10 spirit lamps burned with scarlet spirit fire. They burned fiercely. When the 10 flames burned to the extreme, suddenly, the spirit fire of the 10 lamps all gathered on the first lamp, and the other 9 were all extinguished. The flame of the first mind lamp began to change, turning into an orange flame. Orange meant that Lu Ming had advanced to the second level. The mental fire of a rank 2 alchemist was orange. It was not over yet. When the orange flame on the first lamp reached its limit, the second lamp was also successfully ignited with an orange flame. Just like before, the third lamp appeared, then the fourth. Finally, the 10th. The second level also lit 10 lamps, perfect. When the orange flames of the 10 lamps reached their maximum, they gathered on the first lamp again, and the flame of the first lamp turned yellow again. Yellow flame, level 3 alchemist. Just like before, after the first lamp was ignited, the second, third, and fourth lamps were ignited. This time, he lit up 6 lamps in one go. At this point, he finally stopped and did not continue to light the 7th lamp. The energy of the core flowing flame has finally been exhausted. Ha ha ha, amazing! The first 2 stages of igniting the mind fire were perfect, and the third stage has ignited 6 mind lamps. This is already very rare. Dandan laughed out loud and danced with joy. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy expression. Within the same level, the more mind lamps one lit, the more vigorous the mind fire would be. This also represented that one's mind power would be stronger. Lu Ming was now a full-fledged third-level alchemist. Of course, he had only achieved the level of mental fire. However, if he wanted to become a real third-level alchemist, he still needed to practice inscriptions. He could only be considered a true alchemist if he mastered inscriptions. Kid, let me tell you, the strength of your mental fire is not even comparable to the half-baked 5th-rank alchemists here. Hee, the first 2 stages are perfect. Not many people can achieve perfection. However, it'll be difficult for you to reach perfection in your future cultivation. However, I still hope that you'll try your best to reach perfection in every stage. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to work in the best direction. He would work hard. He also knew that Dandan was right. An ordinary alchemist would only light 3 spirit lamps before advancing to the next level. Compared to such an alchemist, his spirit power was indeed comparable to that of a 5th-rank alchemist. Chapter 620. 620 Law of Inscription. Let's try to inscribe an inscription. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. He began to think of various ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. In his mind, there were more than 3 million ways to inscribe level 1 inscriptions given to him by Dandan. Every one of them was different. Inscriptions were like traces of nature, extremely mysterious. After a moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The mental energy fire circulated between his fingers, and he began to inscribe in the void. As his fingertips swept across, a mysterious pattern appeared in the void. On it, there was a burning aura. This was a level 1 inscription, inscription of heat. Buzz! The runes of heat flew out and were engraved on the wall. Then, Lu Ming waved his finger and another inscription appeared in the void. This time, it was filled with a cold aura. This was a level 1 inscription, the inscription of cold. With a flick of his finger, the cold rune flew out and was engraved on the wall. Interesting, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and his mental energy fire circulated. His fingers kept moving in the air and runes flew out continuously, shining with all kinds of brilliance. Whoa, success, it's still a success. It's a complete success. How abnormal. On his shoulder, Dandan's turtle eyes were wide open, looking dumbfounded. Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps in the first stage. It was definitely easy for him to inscribe level 1 inscriptions. It knew this in its heart. However, It was Lu Ming's first time inscribing an inscription. Not only was his speed terrifyingly fast, but he also had a 100% success rate. This was too abnormal. From what he knew, even if he lit 10 spirit lamps, it should not be so abnormal. Could it be that this guy is a genius in inscription? Dandan thought in her heart. Ha ha ha, awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had a feeling that he was completely in control. He felt extremely comfortable. As he waved his fingers, the speed of inscribing became faster and faster. In the end, only an illusion could be seen waving and moving in the air. A series of runes that were shimmering with light flew out. Lu Ming only stopped after half an hour. Brat, you seem to be very proud. Let me tell you, what are you proud of now? You are still far from it. At the sight of Lu Ming's smug and carefree expression, Dandan was unhappy and deliberately attacked him. Oh, Lu Ming was stunned. I'm telling you, the inscription you just inscribed is only a single level 1 inscription. If you want to refine weapons, refine pills, or even inscribe inscription arrays, you need to combine many kinds of inscriptions. Countless level 1 inscriptions need to be combined. Even low-level and high-level inscriptions need to be combined. It is countless times more complicated than inscribing a single inscription. Boy, you still have a lot to learn. Also, do you think that your inscription speed is very fast? Let me tell you, many true inscription blacksmiths can inscribe inscriptions in an instant. They can inscribe inscriptions with a raise of their hands. They are many times faster than you. Dandan spared no effort to attack Lu Ming. Not bad, I'm still far from it. When I have time, I need to practice more. Lu Ming nodded. It was rare for him to say something like that. No, it was turtle language. Dandan placed her hands behind her back and nodded, looking like a promising child. However, deep down, she was still shocked by Lu Ming's earlier actions. What it said was something that others had to slowly master through countless efforts. Who could master it overnight? Lu Ming's speed was already extremely shocking. Kid, try the meditation now, and you'll know how amazing it is. Dandan said. All right. Lu Ming could not wait to try it out. He closed his eyes and activated the meditation of the underworld. For a long time, Lu Ming felt as if he was on a mental journey, floating in the endless universe. Suddenly, a large river appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was unknown how wide and how long this river was. It was extremely vast and filled with an ancient aura. Lu Ming felt that this big river had a strong attraction to him, attracting him to approach it. Lu Ming slowly flew over and into the river. What is this? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that he had turned into a ball of fire, a ball of earth core flowing flame. The river was filled with endless mental fire, which was also the fire of inscription. Endless. The spirit fire of this river was endless. It was the color of chaos. Endless. The geocentric flowing flame that Lu Ming had transformed into floated in the air. All around him, wisps of mental energy fire gathered toward the geocentric flowing flame. At this moment, Lu Ming had a clear feeling that his mental energy fire was slowly growing stronger. It's so wonderful. Lu Ming sighed. A moment later, he had an idea and the river disappeared. The underground cave was still in front of him. Amazing. I can feel that the yellow mind fire, my 6th mind lamp, is more robust. Lu Ming muttered. Kid, did you see a huge river? Dandan asked. That's right. What's that? Lu Ming asked curiously. He realized that he knew too little. He did not understand this world at all. There are many laws in the world which represent the heavenly Tao. The river you see is the law of inscription, a supreme law with endless power of inscription. If you run the meditation, you can successfully communicate with the law of inscription and obtain the power of inscription to strengthen your spiritual fire. Your fire seed is the core flowing flame. With the addition of the underworld God visualization, I estimate that I'll absorb quite a lot of inscription power. In the future, you can use this to cultivate and improve your mental fire. Dandan explained. Oh, I seem to have heard that this isn't how most inscription masters raise their mental fire. Lu Ming said. Nonsense, of course not. There are usually two ways for an inscriber to improve their mental fire, Dandin pouted. The first is through weapon refinement, pill refinement, inscription formation, etc., constant practice and constant use of the mental fire. This is equivalent to tempering the mental fire. The more it is tempered, the more the mental fire can be improved. However, the speed of improvement is extremely slow. Most of the inscription masters you've seen use this method to improve. There's another way, which is through refining weapons and elixirs. Those are refining weapons and elixirs beyond one's level. For example, if a level 1 inscriber refines a level 2 spirit weapon, the law of inscription will drop the power of inscription and increase his mental energy. Of course, if he refines a high-quality spirit weapon or elixir of the same level, such as supreme grade or peerless grade spirit weapons, the law of inscription will also drop the power of inscription. It can be done like this. Lu Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Of course, there's another way, and that's the mental fire cultivation method. It can directly communicate with the inscription laws and absorb the power of the inscription. This way, the speed will be countless times faster. However, mental fire cultivation methods are too rare. Any low-level mental fire cultivation method will cause a frenzy when it's introduced. A low-level mental fire cultivation method can create a powerful inscription force. As for the underworld god visualization, it's the top cultivation method of mind fire. Now, you know how precious it is, Dandin said proudly. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. Chapter 621. 621 Rapid Progress. Wait a minute, spirit weapons and medicinal pills aren't high grade the strongest? Why are there supreme grade and peerless grade ones? Lu Ming suddenly thought of this problem. Bullshit. That's because those inscription masters are useless. They can only make top grade weapons. That's why I said that your spear is a waste. If you let that old man make it, he can only make top grade level 6 weapons. If it were a true inscription master, he could at least make supreme grade weapons. Dandin said with disdain. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed. Someone's coming down, we should leave. Lu Ming could sense that someone was coming down from above. After the earth core flowing flame was absorbed by Lu Ming, the heat disappeared. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in Earth Cave was dozens of times richer than before. Naturally, it aroused the curiosity of others, and it was normal for them to come down to explore. Lu Ming did not want to cause a commotion and had no intention of showing himself. His figure flashed, turning into a ray of light and rushing upward. He walked past a few young men, but they did not notice him at all. Soon, Lu Ming exited the Earth Aeon Cave and arrived at the palace where he found the flower pool. He then told Huaqi about the Earth Cave. When Huaqi heard this, he was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. There was actually a spiritual eye under the Earth Cave. With this as a foundation, the Blazing Sun Empire would definitely have more and more experts in the future, and its national strength would also become stronger. Huaqi immediately sent experts to seal the Earth Cave and then considered how to use it. Lu Ming chatted with Huaqi for a while and left him some pills and secret manuals. Then, he left the imperial capital and returned to the Lu family. From then on, Lu Ming's daily schedule was packed. Apart from comprehending the thunder mentality and cultivating the dragon god's 3 unique skills, he practiced inscription, the underworld god visualization, and improving his spirit fire. Time flew by, and 2 months had passed. It had been almost 3 months since the great battle with the sacred constellation. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. The dragon god's 3 absolutes had already reached perfection and had been cultivated to the 6th level. He had also cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 4th step. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of the heaven-level superior grade martial technique, which was equivalent to the 6th level of the dragon god's 3 absolutes. In addition, the 3 types of heaven and earth concepts were all at the great circle of level 1. Lu Ming's current combat strength was several times stronger than when he was fighting against the sacred constellation. Now, when he was up against the Holy Star, even without the help of the inscription formation, Lu Ming could easily defeat the Holy Star. Of course, the sacred constellation would also improve and not remain stagnant. This was another matter. As for the thunder concept, it had also improved greatly and was infinitely close to level 2. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the 2nd rank. It cannot be done in a short time. There was a huge chasm between the 1st level intent realm and the 2nd level intent realm, and it was very difficult to cross. The fastest improvement was still the Tao of inscription. After 2 months of cultivation, Lu Ming had successfully lit up another spirit lamp. 7 yellow flames of the spirit color were burning fiercely. He was about to light up the 8th lamp. However, at every level, the higher the level, the harder it was to light up the spirit lamp. The first few spirit lamps were the easiest to light up. Lu Ming's speed of inscribing inscriptions had reached a terrifying level. On a mountain peak a few hundred miles away from Fiery Wind City, Lu Ming had been cultivating the Tao of inscription on this mountain peak. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he stomped on the mountain peak. With every step he took, runes would appear, emitting a bright light. Abnormal. In a short 2 months, he has actually cultivated inscription to this level. This abnormal. On a bluestone at the side, Dandan was lazily lying on the bluestone mountain, basking in the sun. She was still chewing a spirit herb in her mouth, and as she chewed, she was wailing in her heart. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally reached the stage where he could inscribe inscriptions with his hands and feet. If it were anyone else, without 10 to 20 years of bitter cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. No wonder Dandan was wailing endlessly. Kid, you've barely passed the test after cultivating to this stage. When you become a 5th rank inscriber and your spiritual power can communicate with the power of heaven and earth, you'll be able to burst out with a terrifying attack. She would not admit that Lu Ming was perverted and would attack him. Otherwise, how could it maintain its lofty status? However, it had never been high and mighty in Lu Ming's heart. Let's go back. Lu Ming walked over, pinched Dandan's head, and threw it on his shoulder. Kid, if you dare to pinch my head again, I'm not done with you, Dandan shouted hysterically. Lu Ming pursed his lips and rose into the air, preparing to return to the Lu family. At this moment, a strong sense of danger spread from his heart. His skin instantly tightened. Chi-chi. In the sky, countless wind blades cut through the air and fell down on him. They were extremely sharp. Boom! Without any hesitation, he used his 3 intense and true essence. Hundreds of spear lights shot out and clashed with the wind blades. Bang! Bang! In the sky, the sound of explosions rang out and the force shot out in all directions, destroying the mountain forest. Buzz! At this moment, a huge black wind blade fell from the sky. Wherever the wind blade passed, the space trembled violently, splitting apart like water waves. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward and a 3-colored true dragon flew out, clashing with the huge wind blade. The space trembled, and the wind blade and the 3-colored true dragon disappeared. So strong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Although Lu Ming had not broken through to the peak tier king level, his combat strength was definitely unrivaled among kings. Now, the person above his head actually had combat strength that was not weaker than his. Could it be a great expert of the spiritual ocean tier? No, he didn't feel the boundless aura of the spiritual ocean tier, so he shouldn't be in the spiritual ocean tier. Who's there? You're so sneaky. Get out here. Lu Ming turned into a spear's gleam and rushed upwards. He thrust his spear forward, and a dazzling spear's gleam soared into the sky. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force acting on his body. It was as if his weight had suddenly increased by tens or even hundreds of times. But it was different from gravity. Lu Ming felt immense pressure on his body. He seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Chi-chi. All around him, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. Countless wind blades cut through the air and slashed at him. No, this wasn't a type of wind blade. Although it was similar, it was more wondrous and more dangerous than wind blades. Interesting. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. The aura on his body grew stronger. Just now, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. His true essence circulated rapidly, and 3 intents wrapped around his body. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming turned upside down and took 4 steps forward. Boom, boom. The heavens and earth went berserk, and the space trembled. Lu Ming broke through the terrifying pressure. He rushed into the sky and pointed his long spear. On a cloud, a graceful figure stood facing the wind. Chapter 622. 622 Goodbye, Xianxia. This woman was wearing a black gauze dress. She was extremely beautiful and had the looks to topple cities and countries. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. Small, little Qing. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the woman. He was overjoyed. This stunning woman was actually Xianxia, who had disappeared for more than a year. She had actually appeared here now. He almost thought that he was dreaming. Whoa, what a beautiful woman. He even forgot to chew the spiritual herb as he stared at it with wide eyes. Lu Ming, I thought I'd left you far behind. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, and you haven't been left behind. Xianxia's crisp voice came out of his mouth. Little Qing, where have you been all this time? Lu Ming flew over. He was also very shocked. He had already sensed that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the peak tier king realm. This was too terrifying. It must be noted that Lu Ming had many fortuitous encounters during this period of time, especially in the heaven realm. He had obtained a large number of profound meaning crystals and an incredible item like the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to soar all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm. However, Xianxia's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, reaching the peak tier king level. His combat strength was also extremely terrifying, much stronger than the Holy Star realm. In a short exchange, just now, Lu Ming did not use his full strength, but Xianxia might not have. How did she cultivate? What's wrong? Did you miss me? Xianxia stared at Lu Ming with his big eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Of course, you and I have been husband and wife for a long time. When you suddenly disappeared, of course I missed you. I couldn't eat or drink at all and couldn't sleep at night. Lu Ming said with a smile. Damn, who's an old couple with you? You're taking advantage of me the moment we meet. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Her smiling face was flushed, but deep in her eyes, she was also very happy. It's been so long since we last met. Little Qing, seriously, where did you go? His cultivation level was actually this strong? If I didn't work hard, I would have been surpassed by you this time. Lu Ming asked curiously. AI. Xianxia sighed and said, I went to a place I didn't want to go, so I found a chance to come out. Oh, did you miss me and come out to find me? Lu Ming chuckled. Who's missing you? Dream on. Xianxia's face turned red again, and he glared at Lu Ming. Shameless. This guy is shameless. Beauty, don't listen to him. This guy says this every time he sees a beauty. At this time, Dandan cried out, her pair of black eyes darting around. This little turtle? Lu Ming, when did you raise a little turtle? It's quite cute, isn't it? Xianxia looked at Dandan with his big eyes. Beauty, listen carefully. I'm not an ordinary turtle. I'm the head of the top 10 battle beasts. My combat strength is unparalleled. I'm proficient in astronomy, geography, and the Tao of inscription. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. It just so happens that I'm lacking a servant girl. Nest kid, what you doing? Dandan put her hands behind her back and looked very smug. Before she could finish her words, she was slapped back by Lu Ming. Brat, you dare to slap me? Preposterous, I'll bite. Dandan glared at Lu Ming and bared her teeth. Suddenly, she pounced on Lu Ming, wanting to bite his finger. Lu Ming pinched Dandan's head with his fingers and lifted it in the air. Dandan's short limbs kept struggling in the air, and her eyes were about to spit fire. Seeing that it was about time, Lu Ming put Dandan down. Ah, kid, you're finished. You're completely finished. You actually dared to pinch this lord's head. You're finished. Dandan shouted nonstop. Sigh, I don't have many spirit herbs recently. I have to use them sparingly. Lu Ming sighed. Dandan's scream stopped abruptly. Her eyes were wide open, and her turtle shell was moving up and down, obviously angry. Giggle. Xianxia laughed hysterically. Your pet turtle is really interesting. Xianxia laughed. Beauty, I'm not a pet. I'm fighting for the top 10. Before it could finish its sentence, Lu Ming took out a level 5 spiritual herb and threw it to it. It immediately shut up. Little Qing, how did you find me? Lu Ming asked. It wasn't easy to find you. I first went to the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and sparred with that old man Mu Zhong. That old man was stubborn and didn't say anything at first. Later on, when Jian Fengyan recognized me, that old man then said that you had returned to the Blazing Sun Empire. So, I came to find you. I first found Huaqi, and he said that you were in the Lu clan. I came to the Lu clan and happened to see you here. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and mourned for Mu Zhong. It seemed like Xianxia had caused a lot of trouble in the Eastern Palace. Let's go back to the Lu family first. My parents miss you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Why do your parents miss me? Xianxia's lips curved into a smile, his eyes clear like autumn water. After 2 years, Xianxia was almost 20 years old. He was even more beautiful than before. The curves of her body were amazing. She had lost some of her youth and had a bit more mature charm. She was shockingly beautiful. She seemed to be even more beautiful than Mulan and Qiuyu. The two of them walked side by side toward the Lu clan. Lu Ming and Xianxia landed in the courtyard of the Lu family's manor. Father, Mother, I'm back, Lu Ming shouted. Ming'er is back. 2 figures walked out of the room. They were none other than Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. After more than 2 months, Lu Yuntian's cultivation base had completely recovered to the martial grandmaster realm. It had even surpassed his previous cultivation base and had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 7th grade martial grandmaster realm. Destruction before establishment. Lu Yuntian's talent had always been very high. After experiencing so many things over the years, his heart of martial Dao had become strong and firm. His comprehension of martial Dao had also become very deep. Naturally, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, Lu Yuntian had comprehended the force of fire a few days ago. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's gazes swept across Lu Ming, then landed on Xianxia. The 2 of them were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Miss Nianqing, it's Miss Nianqing, Li Ping shouted. Nianqing greets Uncle and Annie. Congratulations, Uncle, for recovering your cultivation. Xianxia saluted. He could tell at a glance that Lu Yuntian's cultivation had recovered. Ha ha, Miss Nianqing, you don't have to be so polite. Long time no see. I'll ask someone to prepare a banquet to welcome you back. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Thank you, Uncle, Xianxia said. Ah, why are you so polite this time? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia in surprise. She had never been so polite in the past. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. None of your business. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuntian burst out laughing. Li Ping's eyes scanned Xianxia's body from top to bottom, looking extremely satisfied. Soon, the banquet was served. The 4 of them sat down and chatted while eating. Chapter 6:23. 623 Chaotic Astral Ocean. A day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia were standing side by side on Emerald Cloud Peak outside Fiery Wind City. Lu Ming, what are your plans after this? Xianxia asked. Leave the Tianxian region and go to the vaster world to train and gain experience. Do you want to come with me? Lu Ming's gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate through space and look into the distance. His eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, the Tianxian region was too small. The outside world was more exciting. On the list of top 1,000 talents of the Eastern Barren Territory, there was only one saint planet in the Tianxian region, and it was ranked at the bottom. What about the other heaven's favorites? How powerful was he? How graceful was she? Lu Ming wanted to see how he could become stronger by clashing with those peerless talents. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the corners of Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. He smiled and said, "Sure, of course I'm going with you. I haven't even fulfilled the promise I made to myself." Promise? What promise? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course I'm going to defeat you and trample you under my feet. You can't run away. Xianxia chuckled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This girl still remembered this. How long had it been? It seems that women are really narrow-minded. They hold grudges too much. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. However, he still felt a sense of urgency. Xianxia's improvement was too shocking. If he had been a little slower, he would have been surpassed by Xianxia. Moreover, during the time that Xianxia disappeared, the martial arts technique that he cultivated had changed again. It seemed to be even more amazing. Where did she go? Should she barge into a secret place or return to her own home? If she's from her own family, then her family background must be very shocking. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and pondered. However, Xianxia obviously didn't want to talk about her family background, so he didn't ask. What are you looking at? Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. Then his eyes flashed as if he remembered something. Lu Ming, did you find the secret of the martial emperor's treasure that your father told you about? You mean this? A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A jade sword the length of a finger appeared in his hand. It was almost identical to the one in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them poured their Zhen Yuan into the jade swords at the same time. The jade swords glowed, and a map appeared on each of the jade swords. On the map, there was a route that led to a destination. The two of them had the same destination. It seems like there are quite a lot of these jade swords. Lu Ming said, as far as I know, this jade sword should be the key to the martial emperor's treasure. There should be 9 of them, and they're scattered all over the Eastern Barren Territory. Only when all 9 of them are gathered can we find the key to the martial emperor's treasure. Xianxia said, 9? Then we only have 2. It seems that we have no chance of getting the martial emperor's treasure. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. No, 9. 8 of them have already been born. Xianxia said, 8 swords? How did you know? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you study this jade sword? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, speechless. Ahem, I didn't really study it. Lu Ming coughed awkwardly. He indeed hadn't studied it much. Before, he had been focused on improving his cultivation with the goal of defeating the sacred constellation. After that, he had been focused on studying the Tao of inscription and hadn't really studied the jade sword. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming speechlessly. Look on the hilt of this jade sword. Aren't there a few faint inscriptions? Lu Ming looked at it seriously, and he really saw some faint inscriptions. There are 9 inscriptions on it, which represent 9 keys. Now, 8 of them are shining, which means that 8 keys have already been born and are in the hands of different people. And this map points to the endpoint. It's in the chaotic astral ocean. I reckon that the other people who have obtained the key will definitely rush to the chaotic astral ocean. Go directly to the chaotic astral ocean? Xianxia said. Chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The chaotic astral ocean is extremely famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was an inland sea, vast and boundless, more than 10 times larger than the Xianxia region. The chaotic astral ocean is filled with islands scattered like stars. Countless martial arts experts live in these waters. As its name suggested, Riot referred to the chaotic inland sea where countless evil people gathered. This was because this place was not the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, or the Sky Demon Valley. Even the Overlord forces would find it hard to conquer this place. Therefore, all the experts who have offended these Overlord forces hide in the chaotic astral ocean. No one will be able to find them. In addition, there are countless big and small powers in the chaotic astral ocean, making this area extremely chaotic and full of killing. It's common for people to draw their blades and kill people if they don't agree with each other. You're not afraid, are you? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a half smile. The chaotic astral ocean is just what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming had the bloodline of the 9 dragons. This place was most suitable for him. All right, when do you plan to set off? We'll set off in 2 days. He had been back for a few months. It was time to leave. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and Xianxia bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Although the couple was a little reluctant to part, they were happy to have Xianxia and Lu Ming go out and explore. Only by adventuring together could they quickly increase their relationship, right? Buzz, buzz. 2 rainbow lights streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and they arrived at Tianxian City in a few days. Given Lu Ming's current reputation, it was not an easy task to take the inter-province transportation array. 2 days later, Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped into the inter-province transportation portal. The inter-province transportation formation formed a huge whirlpool. With a flash of light, the 2 of them disappeared from the altar. The Cloud Peak area is a large area close to the chaotic astral ocean, and its territory is extremely vast. However, in this region, the power of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace did not cover the sky with one hand. Several powerful forces had established their own forces here, such as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Valley. They had also set up inter-province transportation formations. If you want to go to the chaotic astral ocean, you can only teleport here first and then fly there. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia had one more thing to do before they reached the chaotic astral ocean. To be precise, Xianxia wanted to seize a treasure from a force in the Yunfeng region. The inter-province transportation formation in the Detian Divine Palace of the Yunfeng region flashed, and 2 figures appeared. They were Lu Ming and Xianxia. Whoa, this fee is too expensive. Lu Ming's heart ached as he shouted. The distance between the Tianxian region and the Yunfeng region was 23 large regions. The teleportation fee was 1.5 million supreme spiritual crystals per person. The 2 of them had a total of 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. In order to show that Lu Ming was a man, he had to pay out of his own pocket. In the end, he felt a great heartache. Now, he was only left with more than 3 million supreme spiritual crystals. It looks like I'll have to find a way to get some supreme-grade spirit crystals. Otherwise, I won't even have enough to use, let alone break through to peak tier king. Lu Ming thought to himself. Chapter 624. 624 Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. The 2 of them left the territory of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace and turned into 2 rays of light, heading west. The Cloud Sea Elixir Academy was extremely famous in the Yunfeng region. It was an extremely famous force other than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and a few other overlord forces. This force mainly focused on alchemy. They were very famous for their alchemy skills, and the pills they made were also sought after by many. Most importantly, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had a good reputation and reputation. Every month, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would open its doors. Warriors who liked alchemy could enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and study there for 3 months. In these 3 months, the alchemy masters of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy would impart their experience and alchemy skills. Everything was free. It was because of this that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was able to survive under the influence of the overlords. It was also able to live a comfortable life and become stronger. Their goal was to go to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take one of their treasures, the heavenly demon fruit. Cough, cough. It doesn't seem very good for us to snatch other people's treasures for no reason. On the way, Lu Ming coughed a few times. Lu Ming was a man of principle. Unless it was an enemy, he would not snatch someone else's treasure for no reason. Furthermore, this power had a good reputation. I'm doing this for the people. Do you really think the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution is as good as the rumors say? That's just a trick the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy use to deceive the world. I've already investigated clearly. The things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done in the dark can be said to be infuriating to both man and God. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. What do you mean? Lu Ming said. Follow me, I'll take you to see. Xianxia said. The two of them flew, and a few days passed in a flash. They were already within the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's sphere of influence. The two of them landed on a mountain range and walked forward. There was a small town in front of them. Most of the residents were ordinary people, but there were also a few low-level martial artists. The two of them strolled around the town. How is it? Did you see anything? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room, and his brows furrowed even more. The people in this town are very strange. Most of them don't have much vitality, especially the children. Lu Ming said. That's right. Do you know why? Xianxia asked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. During this period of time, he had made great progress in the Tao of inscription. Naturally, his vision was different. He thought a possibility. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Xianxia had already started explaining. That's because the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution often come here and secretly extract the innate blood qi of the babies. When the babies are born, the acquired qi is not strong, so the innate blood qi is the most useful. They use the innate blood qi to make pills. As a result, the babies who have their innate blood qi extracted will not live past 30 years old when they grow up. It's enough for the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to live to 30 years old. They've already married and had children. Their children will end up the same way. Perhaps in the eyes of the people of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, these ordinary people are just some animals they raise or some human-shaped spiritual herbs. Beast? A human-shaped spirit herb? Lu Ming's heart trembled. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. If that was the case, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was a group of greedy demons and scumbags. It's not just this town. All the remote towns and villages within 1,000,000 miles of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are in a similar situation. Most of these villagers are ordinary people. The strongest are only warriors. They haven't traveled too far in their lives. They think that people will die at about 30 years old. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming's expression was extremely gloomy. These people could have lived to 80 or 90 years old, but because their connate blood qi had been extracted when they were babies, their lifespans have been greatly reduced. They thought that everyone could only live to 30 years old. How sad was this? The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy does far more than this in the dark. They use this infant's blood and qi to concoct pills and then sell them at a high price to some martial artists in the chaotic astral ocean who practice evil techniques, making a huge profit. Xianxia explained. He seemed to have investigated the Cloud Sea Elixir Dispensary very thoroughly. Let's go. I'd like to meet this Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. The killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes had disappeared. However, his tone was very cold. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was located on a magnificent mountain range. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, with a magnificent atmosphere and dense spiritual qi. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution was actually a family called the Yun family. Because they often opened their doors and taught alchemy to others, they were later called the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. It was said that the head of the Yun family was a Sea of Soul Realm expert. Of course, Lu Ming and the rest could not just charge him like this. They planned to sneak in and check out the situation first. In the past few days, the Cloud Sea City in front of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy's gate had become lively. This was because the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy opened its doors every month to impart the art of alchemy. Warriors from all over the Yunfeng region who were interested in alchemy had gathered here. There were even people from other regions. The two of them came at the right time. Tomorrow was the opening day of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, so the two of them started to stroll around the Cloud Sea City. Along the way, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. It was mainly due to Xianxia's beauty. Such a beautiful woman was rare in the world. Young lady, are you also going to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy to learn alchemy? A slender and handsome young man walked over and asked with a smile. His eyes were fixed on Xianxia, revealing a trace of passion. Xianxia glanced at him coldly and did not answer. Miss, I am Gu Huaxiu, the young master of the Gu family. This must be your first time in Cloud Sea City, right? If you don't mind, I'm willing to show you around Cloud Sea City. The young man continued, revealing his family background as he stared at Xianxia without blinking. As for Lu Ming, he had completely ignored him. Get lost. Xianxia frowned and coldly spat out a word. Gu Huaxiu's face darkened. Xianxia actually told him to get lost. There had never been a woman who dared to speak to him like this. With a wave of his sleeve, Gu Huaxiu strode away. Before he left, Gu Huaxiu shot Lu Ming a murderous look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and was completely speechless. He didn't even say a word and was directly implicated. However, he knew Xianxia well. When a young man came up to greet him, he already knew that this would be the result. The two of them continued to walk around for a while. They found a restaurant to have a meal and then found an inn to rest. The next day, it was time for the opening of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming and Xianxia left the Cloud Sea City and headed for the institution. It was easy to enter the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You just had to fill in some basic information. Lu Ming discovered that there were about a few hundred people who had entered the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to study. Chapter 625. 625 Yin Haidang. Everyone, you will be studying alchemy in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy for 3 months. You should all have the basics of alchemy. At that time, there will be an alchemy teacher in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who will teach you. Of course, you can also exchange ideas with the teacher. A skinny middle-aged man appeared in front of the crowd and introduced them loudly. It's still early, so I'll show you the front yard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There are some finished pills there, so you can learn from each other. The middle-aged man said. Then, he led everyone to the back. Everyone followed closely behind. Lu Ming looked around and realized that there were hundreds of them. There were men, women, old and young. It was very diverse, and they came from all over the world. The crowd followed the middle-aged man and walked around the front yard. The front yard was very large and was formed by several huge peaks. There were palaces and pavilions everywhere, and a faint medicinal fragrance could be smelled. In some places, there were even medicine fields with all kinds of spiritual herbs growing on them. These herb fields were all guarded by specialized people. These people were either skilled in the water or wood concepts. They were the most suitable people to cultivate spirit herbs. Lu Ming, there should be an assessment later to test your alchemy skills. Are you sure you can do it? Xianxia asked in a low voice. I should. It's fine, right? Lu Ming said. In the Tao of Inscription, there are different preferences, and there were also a few major branches, such as those that were inclined to refining weapons, alchemy, or inscriptions and formations. However, they all had one thing in common, which was that one needed to use mental fire and inscriptions. During this period of time, Lu Ming's inscription had no problems at all. The number of inscriptions from level 1 to level 3 that he had mastered was enough to make those old monsters who had studied inscriptions for hundreds or thousands of years feel ashamed. However, alchemy not only required inscriptions, but also the identification of spiritual herbs and the prescription. In the past 2 months, Lu Ming had learned more than 10 of the most common pill refining methods from Dandan. He had refined them when he had the time, and his skills were quite good. As long as it was not too difficult to refine the pills, Lu Ming believed that it would be okay. Really, Xianxia was skeptical. In her impression, Lu Ming was a pure martial artist and did not cultivate the inscription Dao to assist him. "Have you ignited your spirit fire?" Xianxia asked. "It was ignited a few months ago," Lu Ming answered honestly. "How many months has it been?" Xianxia pouted. However, the good thing was that even if he failed later on, he would not be chased out. He could still stay and study, but the treatment would be different. The group crossed a small bridge over a flowing river, walked past the pavilions, and followed the middle-aged man to a large hall. The moment everyone arrived at the main hall, they could smell the medicinal fragrance. In the hall, there were chilaviers. On the chilaviers, there were some small jade boxes with pills on them. These pills were refined by the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You could take a look and compare it with your own alchemy skills. The middle-aged man said. Everyone began to look around in the hall. Lu Ming and Xianxia were also watching. The medicinal pills here range from level 1 to level 4. Each pill was full of color, round, and had a medicinal fragrance that made one feel comfortable all over. On the surface of many of the pills, there were fine inscriptions engraved on them, making them look very beautiful. Golden Crow Pill, Essence Enhancing Pill, Wood Returning Pill. Lu Ming saw at least dozens of different types of pills. These pills are full and round, and their purity is very high. It's a pity that the inscriptions are still a little lacking, causing the fusion of the spiritual herbs to not reach a perfect stage. The medicinal effects are also a little lacking. Lu Ming picked up a vitality pill and looked at it. He muttered as he looked at it. "This is still lacking? Is that true?" At the side, Xianxia was speechless. Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months. Could he really tell the quality of these pills? You're really full of yourself. Most of these pills were made by the elite disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Each one is full, and the inscriptions are very profound. Each one of these pills is of high quality. Even if I were to make them, I would only be a little better than this. What do you know? A sarcastic voice was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a blue robe sneering at him. This blue-robed young man was Gu Huaxiu, the one who tried to hit on Xianxia but was rejected. Then Gu Huaxiu turned to Xianxia and said, "Miss, your friend is really nothing much. He only knows how to talk big and has no real talent. Miss, I advise you to stay away from him as soon as possible." Xianxia glanced at Gu Huaxiu and said, "What does it matter to you who I'm with? You really don't know what a good person's heart is like. A fresh flower stuck in cow dung." Gu Huaxiu snorted coldly and walked away. Lu Ming was a little speechless. This brother was really sick. Everyone watched in the hall for a while. After about half an hour, the middle-aged man said, "All right, it's almost time. You guys can come with me." The group followed the middle-aged man to a square. "Look, Mission Haidang is here." At this moment, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw 3 figures approaching. In the middle, there was a young woman. This woman looked to be in her 20s and was extremely beautiful. She wore a tight, red chiffon dress that outlined her impressive figure. This was a stunning beauty. Most men would be moved by her. 2 elders stood beside the woman. They exuded a powerful aura. A late-stage king tier. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that the 2 elders were both at the level of a king's tier. However, the young woman was obviously the leader of the 3. The 3 of them landed on the square, and the crowd was in an uproar. Most of the men, regardless of their age, were staring at Yun Haidang with burning eyes. I didn't expect that Miss Yun Haidang would receive us in person this time. Is she going to exchange alchemy knowledge with us this time? That's great. It is said that Miss Yun Haidang is not only the most beautiful woman in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, but also the most skilled alchemist among the younger generation. Her alchemy skills are already extremely profound, surpassing many of the older generation. This time, I must have a good experience to learn from her. Hey, I think you're just pretending to ask for advice. You're really trying to get close to Miss Yun Haidang, aren't you? You're already so old, but you still don't have any self-respect. So what if I'm older? You can still have spring when you're older. The scene was noisy. These stinky men. At the scene, some of the women looked at the men with disdain. How is it? Isn't she beautiful? Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and asked. It's very beautiful. Lu Ming smiled. Xianxia's lips began to curl up. However, compared to you, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming continued. Chapter 626. 626 Pill Refining Assessment. Xianxia's face turned red as a faint smile appeared on his face. However, if she's really in charge of leading our group, we can start with her. Xianxia continued. Oh, what do you mean? Lu Ming was a little curious. The two of them were speaking via voice transmission, so no one else could hear them. I've asked around. Some of the important treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy are hidden in an underground cave in the back mountain. However, the underground cave is full of inscription arrays. Only the inscription tokens refined by the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy can enter. There are only 10 such tokens in the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, and all of them are with some important figures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Most of the important people are in seclusion, so we can't find them at all. But as far as I know, Yun Haidang has an inscription token. As long as we get the token, we can secretly enter the treasure land of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and take the heavenly demon fruit. Of course, it's also good to take some other treasures along the way. Xianxia smiled and sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Oh, Lu Ming nodded. He started to think about how to get the inscription token. Quiet down. Yun Haidang spoke. Her voice was so sweet that it could melt anyone's heart. For men, this was definitely a killer weapon. As expected, many people's eyes became even more heated. The fire in Gu Huaxu's eyes seemed to be able to burn Yun Haidang. This time, you'll have 3 months of study, and I'll be in charge of it. Yun Haidang said, of course, I also know that some of you are already very good at alchemy, possibly far better than Haidang. So, I don't dare to say that I'm teaching you. In the future, we can exchange our alchemy experiences and improve together. This is the most important thing. Yun Haidang smiled sweetly and spoke very politely. Miss Haidang, you're too humble. Everyone in the Yunfeng region knows about your alchemy skills. I hope that you can communicate more with Miss Haidang in the future. Miss Haidang, I am the descendant of the Liu family. I hope Miss Haidang can give me some pointers. Haidang, I am... Some young men with extraordinary backgrounds introduced themselves one after another, hoping to attract Yun Haitang's attention. But Yun Haidang only smiled and nodded, not saying much. After a long while, Yun Haidang spoke again. All right, according to the rules, there will be an alchemy test. There is no other meaning. I just want to see everyone's alchemy standards and what you are good at. In the future, it will be more effective to exchange ideas. Does anyone have any objections? No, of course I want this. Everyone shouted. Some of them had even begun to rub their fists and get ready to perform well to attract Yun Haitang's attention. This trash wants to attract Haitang's attention? He's a toad lusting after swan's meat. In my opinion, no one in this group can compare to Brother Gu in alchemy. That's right. In a moment, Brother Gu will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and attract Haitang's attention. In the future, even if Brother Gu returns with a beauty, it is possible. We are really envious. Beside Gu Huaxiu, a few young men started to flatter him. The Gu family was very influential in the Yunfeng region, so naturally, there were many people who wanted to flatter Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu's face was filled with pride. In his opinion, these people were all half-baked, while his Gu family was a professional alchemist. In the Yunfeng region, their reputation was only a little less than the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. He had absolute confidence in his alchemy skills. The test is simple. You just need to refine a cultivation pill and hand it over to me. Yin Haitang introduced. Then, the disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution presented an alchemy furnace to the public square. Everyone was given a spiritual medicine to make a pei-yuan pill. Pill furnaces and spirit herbs were the same. Next, it was time to test his alchemy skills. Lu Ming and Xianxia casually walked to the front of two alchemy furnaces. However, he realized that Gu Huaxiu had also come to their side. This guy was definitely doing this on purpose. He probably wanted to show off his skills to Xianxia and Lu Ming. All right, let's start now. The time is half an hour. Yun Haitang announced after everyone had chosen their elixir furnaces. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, everyone focused their attention and began to refine. In the square, wisps of mental energy fire appeared, and the heat began to rise. I didn't expect it to be to refine the essence cultivating pill. My luck is pretty good. Lu Ming revealed a smile. The vitality pill was a very common pill. It was a level 2 pill. Lu Ming happened to have the vitality pill among the pills he had. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to start refining. Instead, he scanned his surroundings. He realized that everyone was concentrating on controlling their mental energy fire and refining pills. This girl is actually a 4th-rank alchemist. I can't tell. Lu Ming noticed the green flame in Xianxing's hand. It flashed and disappeared. The green mental fire represented a level 4 alchemist. The cultivation of an inscriber was much more difficult and slower than that of martial arts. It was already impressive that he had become a 4th-rank inscriber at such a young age. More importantly, Xianxing's progress in martial arts was even more terrifying. Lu Ming realized that there was also a green flame in Gu Huaxiu's hand. It flashed and disappeared. He was also a 4th-rank alchemist. No wonder he was so proud. Then, I'll start too. Lu Ming smiled. With a roll of his quintessential essence, the lid of the alchemy furnace opened. Lu Ming patted the furnace, and a wisp of yellow mental energy fire flashed and disappeared. It surged into the alchemy furnace and began to heat it. Just as Lu Ming began to refine the pill, Yun Haitang's expression suddenly changed, and she looked in Lu Ming's direction. What a strong and pure mental fire. Although he's only a 3rd-rank alchemist, the fire seed he uses is no small matter. The number of mental lamps he has lit is no small matter, either. He has at least 4 or even 5 in each rank. Yun Haitang's mindward. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's side, and they were filled with wonder. However, he did not think that Lu Ming could have lit more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. That was because he was already a true inscription blacksmith. It was too difficult to reach that level. To become a true inscription refiner, it did not mean that one only needed to light 6 spirit lamps at a certain level. One had to light more than 6 spirit lamps at each level. Lu Ming did not know that he had attracted Yun Haitang's attention. He was focused on refining the pills. After a while, the pill furnace was heated up. He used his true essence to roll it up and began to put in various spirit herbs. The order in which the spirit herbs were put in was also very particular. The time and timing between each ingredient needed to be grasped precisely. Lu Ming put in the spiritual herbs one by one. When he had put in all the spiritual herbs, he closed the lid of the furnace and continued to input the mental energy fire to start the refinement. A moment later, a strong medicinal fragrance was emitted. At this time, he could start to condense the pill. This was the most important step. To congeal the pill, one needed to use inscriptions. The better the control of the inscriptions, the more exquisite the pill would be, the better the fusion of the two would be, and the better the effect would be. Chapter 627. 627, a useless pill. Lu Ming's fingers started to inscribe runes in the air. The runes flew into the pill furnace and disappeared. Such exquisite inscription techniques. On the square, Yun Haitong's eyes lit up again. Lu Ming focused his attention, and runes flew into the furnace. After a while, there was no longer any medicinal fragrance coming from the furnace. Success. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Then, he opened the furnace, took out the elixir, and placed it on a jade plate. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the others had also started to open their furnaces to take out pills. Haha, this is the pill you made? What kind of dog shit is this? No one would even pick it up if it was thrown on the road. At this moment, a sneer was heard. Gu Huaxu walked towards Lu Ming with a jade plate on which the pills he had refined were on. He looked at the pills on Lu Ming's jade plate with disdain and said sarcastically, "The color is uneven. It's obvious that you've placed the spirit medicine at the wrong time. Also, what the hell is this? There's not a single inscription on the pill, and there's no medicinal fragrance coming from it. This is clearly a useless pill. Haha, don't tell me you don't even know how to write an inscription." Gu Huaxu laughed and revealed a look of disdain. His laughter attracted the attention of the people around him. They all looked at Lu Ming's pill. As expected, there's not a single inscription on it, and there's no medicinal fragrance at all. It's indeed a useless pill. This person doesn't know how to refine pills at all. What's he doing here? He's probably some hedonistic son of some family. He's like a toad, lusting after swan meat, and wants to pursue Haidang. TSK, I've seen many people like this. How could Haidang take a fancy to such a person? The people around them looked at Lu Ming's pills and started whispering. Young Master Gu, this person is obviously a popinjay who doesn't know how to refine pills. How can he be compared to young Master Gu? That's right. Look at young Master Gu's elixirs. They are round and full, with even colors. The inscriptions are exquisite, and the medicinal fragrance is strong. They are obviously the top-grade Level 2 elixirs. No one in this group can compare with young Master Gu. Beside Gu Huaxu, a few young men started to flatter him. Although they were flattering him, they were right. The Pi Yuan pill that Gu Huaxu refined was indeed the best. When the surrounding people saw Gu Huaxu's pills, they all shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't compare to Gu Huaxu's pills at all. Lu Ming, ignore them. Xianxia walked over and looked at Lu Ming's pill. Her opinion was similar to the others. However, she knew that Lu Ming had only been in contact with the Tao of inscription for a few months. It was normal for him to refine a useless pill. After all, Lu Ming's main focus was on cultivating martial arts. Lu Ming touched his nose and smiled. He did not say much. All right, bring out your pills and sign your names. Yin Haidang ordered. Everyone took the refined pills and put them into a jade bottle, then signed their names on the label of the jade bottle. All right, today, you will follow Deacon Sui Feng and find your own dormitory. Tomorrow morning, you will gather here. Yin Haidang said. After that, everyone followed the middle-aged man and went to find their own accommodation. After the crowd left, Yin Haidang took out a jade bottle immediately. The name on the bottle was Lu Ming. Yin Haidang poured out the pills that Lu Ming had refined and observed them carefully. Haidang, this is clearly a useless pill. What is there to see? The two old men at the side said. A useless pill? Uncles, this time, you've misjudged. Yin Haidang smiled slightly, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Oh, the two elders were a little puzzled. They observed the pills that Lu Ming refined in detail. After taking a closer look, the two old men's expressions changed. They became a little solemn, and slowly, their solemn expressions turned into shock. What a brilliant inscription technique, and what a pure pill! The two old men exclaimed in unison. Uncles, I'm sure you can tell that the color of this pill is not well proportioned on the surface. The timing of adding the spiritual herbs was not particularly precise. However, the pill is extremely pure and has almost no impurities. This means that the person who refined the pill has an extraordinary mental energy fire that can burn all the impurities and extract them. Also, this person's inscription technique is extremely exquisite. It's completely hidden under the surface of the pill and can't be seen from the outside. However, he has fused the pill perfectly and completely locked the medicinal effect. That's why there's no medicinal fragrance coming out. After saying that, a green flame appeared between Yun Haitong's fingers. A green flame represented a fifth-level alchemist. Yun Haidang was only in her 20s, but she had already become a fifth-level alchemist. It was shocking. The green mental energy fire flowed across the surface of the pill. Inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other in a harmonious and beautiful manner. The two old men's eyes widened, and their surprise became even stronger. This Lu Ming is interesting. A strange smile appeared on Yun Haitong's face, and there seemed to be a hint of greed in her smile. As for the other pills, Yun Haidang didn't even look at them. She was not interested. The Cloud Sea elixir dispensary was huge. Everyone had their own small courtyard, and the environment was not bad. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in his room in the courtyard. He activated the meditation and began to cultivate his mental energy fire. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation base had already reached a bottleneck, while the Dragon God's 3 absolutes had been cultivated to perfection. As for the 5th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, it was too difficult and could not be achieved in a short time. The power of the 5th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was equivalent to the 6th stage of a low-grade demigod martial technique. It was extremely terrifying. Martial techniques above the heaven level, even at the demigod level, were also divided into low-grade and high-grade. Only after the demigod level was the god level. Therefore, Lu Ming spent more time on cultivating the inscription Dao. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. The next day, everyone gathered in the square again. Lu Ming and Xianxia came together. Soon, hundreds of people had arrived. In the sky, 2 figures stepped through the air, a man and a woman. The woman was naturally Yun Haidang. The man was about 25 or 26 years old. He was very handsome, and there was a faint arrogance on his face. He came side by side with Yun Haidang and landed in the sky above the square. That's the other peerless genius of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, Yun Xianxia. He's extremely powerful in both alchemy and martial arts. He's the second most talented person in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, only Yun Haidang. Furthermore, his father is the head of the Yun family, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. He's so handsome and has a good background. He's handsome and talented. If I can marry him, my life will be worth it. A young woman said, as if she was smitten. Everyone, Yun Haidang called out, and the crowd quieted down. I've seen all the pills you made yesterday. Sure enough, some of you are very good at alchemy. Even Haidang admires you. I don't dare to teach you. This time, we're mainly exchanging ideas and improving each other. Yun Haidang smiled and continued. This time, Haidang has decided that the one with the best alchemy skills can enter Haitong's courtyard at any time and discuss alchemy with her. Chapter 628. 628, embarrassing to the extreme. As soon as he said that, it immediately caused a commotion. Among their group, there was someone who had caught Yun Haitong's attention and was able to enter Yun Haitong's courtyard able to discuss the art of alchemy with her. What did this mean? This meant that Yun Haidang had placed this person on the same level as her. More importantly, he could enter Yun Haitong's courtyard at any time. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. If he came into contact with Yun Haidang more often, he might develop feelings for her. Most of the men, young or old, had eyes full of anticipation. Those who knew their own limits sighed inwardly, knowing that it wouldn't be them. Haha, I think Miss Haidang is most likely talking about you, young Master Gu. That's right. Among this group of people who has less alchemy skills than Gu, I'm envious. The few people beside Gu Huaxiu started to suck up. Hey, it might not be me. Maybe there are people who are better at alchemy. You should know that there is always a higher mountain. Gu Huaxiu said humbly. Although his words were humble, the pride on his face could not be concealed. Haidang, you must be talking about me. Could it be that he has secretly taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why would he let me go to his courtyard to discuss alchemy? Haha, it must be so. Gu Huaxiu thought to himself. Congratulations, young Master Gu. You'll be returning with a beauty soon. Someone even whispered beside Gu Huaxiu, making him laugh so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Haidang, who is the person you're talking about who is so skilled in alchemy? Someone shouted. Yu Haitang smiled and said, This person is young and has a graceful bearing. He's a young man. Haidang, you're too polite. I'm not worthy of your praise. As soon as Yun Haitang finished speaking, Gu Huaxiu stood up and pretended to be humble. Many people also looked at Gu Huaxiu with envy. In their eyes, the person Yun Haitang was talking about must be Gu Huaxiu. However, Yun Haitang looked at Gu Huaxiu in shock and said, Brother, what are you doing? I'm not talking about you. The smile on Gu Huaxiu's face froze. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Pucci. After a while, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. Gu Huaxiu's expression was too funny. Some people tried their best to hold it in until their faces turned red, while some people laughed out loud. The few people who were flattering Gu Huaxiu just now were also frozen there. Gu Huaxiu's body trembled, and his handsome face turned red. It was embarrassing. It was too embarrassing. It turned out that the person Yun Haidang was talking about wasn't him at all. To think that he was still thinking about his own wishful thinking. He had lost a lot of face. And what did Yun Haidang call him? Brother? She didn't even know his name. Gu Huaxiu wished there was a crack in the ground, so he could just jump in. In the end, he could only sit down with a red face. The few people beside him did not even dare to look at him. The hero I'm talking about is called Lu Ming. Yun Haidang smiled and continued. Lu Ming. As soon as he said that, the people around them looked at each other. Who is Lu Ming? How come I've never heard of it? Only one person widened his eyes in surprise. Lu Ming, she's not talking about you, right? Xianxia widened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. She had also taken a glance at the pills that Lu Ming had refined back then. How is it possible? If there's no other person named Lu Ming at the scene who is equally graceful, then this Lu Ming should be me. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, Really shameless. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming, but he was still very curious. Don't tell me that the pill you refined has some sort of skill? Hee. Maybe Miss Yun Haidang has taken a fancy to me. Lu Ming chuckled. Shameless, Xianxia said in disdain. At this moment, Yun Haitang's gaze fell on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, what do you think of Haitang's suggestion? Lu Ming looked around and finally confirmed that Yun Haitang was talking about him. He smiled and stood up. Thank you, Haitang. I think it's very good. Yun Haitang's face lit up with joy. Brother Lu's alchemy skills. This little sister admires you very much. In the future, please guide me. Haitang, you're too polite. Lu Ming said with a smile. Impossible. How could it be him? Haitang, you must be mistaken. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. It was Gu Huaxiu. Oh, how did I get it wrong? Yun Haitang asked. Miss Haitang, the pill this man refined yesterday was not well proportioned in color and did not have a strong medicinal fragrance. It was clearly a useless pill. This man's alchemy skills are a mess. Miss Haitang, don't be fooled. Gu Huaxiu shouted. That's right, Haitang. I also saw that this person basically doesn't know how to make pills. Yes, I saw it too. Around them, many other people also spoke. Oh, don't you trust my judgment? Yun Haitang asked, still smiling. Miss Haitang, it's not that we don't trust your eyes, but I'm guessing that this guy used some method at the last minute to exchange for the pill. The pill he gave you was not refined by him at all. Gu Huaxiu shouted. Initially, When he saw that Xianxia was with Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him when he greeted him, he was already very unhappy with Lu Ming. Just now, it was because of Lu Ming that he had lost all his face. Now that he had the chance to embarrass Lu Ming, he would naturally seize the opportunity and not let it go. Oh, Yun Haidang nodded slightly. A jade bottle appeared in her hand, and she poured out a pill. Holding in her hand, she asked, "Are you guys talking about this pill?" "This is the pill." Gu Huaxu was stunned and nodded. "That's right, it's this one." The others nodded in agreement. "That's good. I said that Brother Lu's alchemy skills are superb because of this pill," Yin Haitang said with a smile. "How could this be? This is clearly a useless pill." Gu Huaxu's face was filled with shock. "A useless pill? You guys watch carefully." The green spiritual fire on Yun Haitang's finger flowed through it. The next moment, lines of inscriptions appeared on the surface of the pill, intertwining with each other. It was extremely beautiful. The inscription was hidden and the medicinal effect was deeply locked. How is it possible? How is this possible? Gu Huaxu cried out in disbelief. After all, he was a level 4 alchemist born in the world of alchemy, so he had a good eye. Naturally, he could see the truth of the pill at a glance. The others also widened their eyes in shock. The inscription was introverted. This was not something that ordinary people could do. Only those who had a profound understanding of inscriptions and were proficient in them could do it. This represented a certain realm, and only grandmasters in the alchemy world could do it. As far as everyone knew, there were only 3 people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy who could do this. Chapter 629. 629 Weird Logic. Yun Haidang held the pill that Lu Ming had refined and explained. Under the effect of the inscriptions, this elixir combined all the spiritual herbs perfectly. It's also very pure, and its medicinal effect is deeply locked. It's more than 30% better than the most top-grade level 2 energy cultivation elixir. Now, is there anything that you're not convinced about? Yin Haitang's eyes swept across the crowd. No one spoke. How could this be? You should die. Gu Huaxu roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Today, he had really lost a lot of face. It was embarrassing before, and even more so now. He sat down with a gloomy face. He was extremely jealous of Lu Ming. Not only was there a rare beauty by Lu Ming's side, but he also had the opportunity to interact with Yun Haidang. He was so jealous that his eyes were about to burst into flames. "You bastard!" Xianxia was speechless. She realized that he could never see through Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, take this begonia flower and you can enter my courtyard at any time." Yun Haidang waved her hand, and a begonia flower flew toward Lu Ming. It was a begonia flower sculpted from beautiful jade, as if it was real. "Thank you, Miss Haidang." Lu Ming reached out to receive it and smiled. Then he sat down with a smile. "Pervert, you can't move after seeing a beautiful woman. You're indeed a perverted man." Xianxia snorted in disdain. "You're not jealous, are you?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia with a smile. Xianxia blushed and pouted. "Who's jealous? Don't be so smug. Who will be jealous of you? Humph, go and find your hiding girl. But let me tell you, this Haidang flower is very prickly. Don't get yourself into trouble before you get to take advantage of her." "Don't worry, I'll get her token of inscription." Lu Ming smiled and sent a voice transmission. "Everyone." At this moment, Yin Songsheng, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. "I also want to learn from Haidang and choose a person with great alchemy skills. He can come to me at any time to discuss alchemy." Yin Songsheng's words made many women's spirits rise, especially some young women. They looked at Yin Songsheng with burning eyes, hoping to attract his attention. Yin Songsheng's eyes turned and finally landed on Xianxia. His eyes flashed with a fiery light, and he smiled gently. "Miss Xianxia, I admire your alchemy skills. You can come to my courtyard anytime to discuss alchemy with me. How about it?" The crowd followed Yin Songsheng's gaze and looked at Xianxia. "So it's her. No wonder she attracted Yun Songxing's attention. The same thought flashed through many people's minds. Xianxia's beauty was known to everyone. Other than Gu Huaxiu, there were more than 10 other young men who tried to talk to Xianxia, but they were all chased away by Xianxia. Many girls looked at Xianxia with jealousy, but they also sighed in their hearts. They knew that they couldn't compare to Xianxia. I'm not interested. To everyone's surprise, Xianxia's reply was a cold, no interest. The smile on Yun Songxing's face froze. He didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so directly. How could he get out of this situation? Miss Xia, please consider it. Yun Songxing's face turned cold. I'm not interested. Xianxia rejected her without hesitation. Yun Songxing's face darkened. He had heard from others that there was a beautiful woman in this group, which was why he had come out with Yin Haidang. As soon as he arrived, he saw Xianxia. Xianxia's beauty moved his heart. He had wanted to learn from Yun Haidang and let Xianxia interact with him more. After a while, how could Xianxia escape from his grasp? However, he didn't expect Xianxia to reject him so blatantly. Good, very good. Good, Yin Songshang said. A vicious look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then, he turned around and left. Xianxia pursed his lips and didn't take it to heart. Yu Haidang glanced at Xianxia. No one knew what she was thinking, but she smiled and said, All right, today I will be explaining some knowledge of alchemy. If Haidang says something wrong, everyone can raise it and we could discuss it together. Then, Yin Haidang sat cross-legged on a futon and began to explain. Lu Ming also listened to it seriously. Although his mastery of inscriptions had reached a certain level, he was still a little rusty in alchemy. Otherwise, the pill wouldn't have such an uneven color. To be honest, Yin Haidang did have a deep understanding of the art of alchemy. Lu Ming was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge of alchemy like crazy. Yin Haitang's lecture went on for 3 hours before she ended it. The crowd also dispersed. Lu Ming, when do you plan to make your move? Xianxia asked on the way. In 2 days, find an opportunity to take action and seize the token of inscription. Lu Ming said, Hey, I say, don't be unable to resist the temptation of beauty. Xianxia glared at Lu Ming and said worriedly. However, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her. Without blinking, he suddenly approached her and whispered, Don't worry, I can definitely withstand other people's beauty, but I can't withstand your beauty. You, pervert. Xianxia's face turned red and he kicked out. Lu Ming laughed and flew back, avoiding the kick and moving forward. Hey, this guy, why is his luck so good? He can meet beautiful women everywhere he goes. I've never met so many beautiful women in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Dan sighed repeatedly. She was jealous of Lu Ming. Soon, they were close to the dormitory. A few figures blocked the two's path. Gu Huaxiu and a few other young men. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It seemed that Gu Huaxiu could not hold it in any longer. What business do you have here? Lu Ming smiled faintly. What business do you have? Kid, don't you know what you've done wrong? A young man beside Gu Huaxiu shouted. That's right. Today, you've embarrassed young Master Hua. You've committed a heinous crime. Do you know your crime? Another young man followed suit. I embarrassed him? Ha, how laughable. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Kid, what are you laughing at? What's so funny about that? Gu Huaxiu said coldly. Isn't it funny? Did I embarrass you? You asked for it, all right? In the beginning, before Haidang could finish, you stood up by yourself. And later on, you were the one who stood up and said that my pills were not good enough. From the beginning to the end, have I ever said a single word? If you didn't ask for this, then what? Lu Ming said with a smile. How dare you? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost face in public. If it wasn't for you, the first place would have been me. Gu Huaxiu shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. He really did not understand the logic of this brother. He didn't have the ability, yet he blamed everything on others. How ridiculous was this? This was akin to blaming others for their good grades when one could not be the top scorer. Lu Ming could not understand such logic. Chapter 630. 630 Chapter 630 Conspiracy. Lu Ming shook his head. He could not be bothered to say anything to such a person. Kid, kneel down and admit your mistake. Then destroy your cultivation and get out of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. If you do that, I can spare your life. Gu Huaxiu said coldly. Idiot, Lu Ming sighed. Kid, what did you say? Gu Huaxiu's face turned dark. I said, idiot, get lost. Good dogs don't block the way. Lu Ming said coldly. Little bastard, you're looking for death. How dare you talk to young Master Gu like that? I'll cripple you. At the edge of the ancient flower void, a young man rushed out. He pointed his fingers like a sword and shot out beams of sword chi at Lu Ming's major acupuncture points. This young man had the cultivation of a level 5 martial king. If he was stabbed, Lu Ming's cultivation would be crippled. Bang! However, before his sword aura could even get close to Lu Ming, he was kicked away by Lu Ming. After flying for a few hundred meters, he crashed into a mound and dust filled the air. At this moment, some people in the surroundings were alarmed and stopped to watch from a distance. That Lu Ming seems to be quite powerful. He's just a 5th level lower tier king, and he was sent flying with one move. I've never heard of him before. Could he be a genius from another region? In the surroundings, some people were whispering to each other. Gu Huaxiu's face turned even colder, so you have some ability. However, this bit of ability is nothing in front of me. Die. Gu Huaxiu's figure moved, and he struck a palm at Lu Ming. The palm struck, and the air rumbled with a sonic boom. The force of the palm was like an avalanche, surging towards Lu Ming. A king tier at the peak of the 7th level of the martial king realm. This was Gu Huaxiu's strength. At this age, to be able to reach this stage was already very good. Unfortunately, he had met Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he swept it out. Bang! The spear collided with Gu Huaxiu's palm, and Gu Huaxiu's body retreated rapidly. Lu Ming and Wei Ran did not move. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming holding back his power. Otherwise, Gu Huaxiu would have been blown up by the spear. Lu Ming did not want to reveal too much of his power and attract the attention of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to obtain the heavenly demon fruit, and the other party would definitely be more vigilant. Lu Ming suppressed his strength to be slightly stronger than Gu Huaxiu. Damn it, kill! Gu Huaxiu roared in anger and charged at Lu Ming again. His palm turned red and gold. One palm print after another landed on Lu Ming. The violent palm force shook the space. Lu Ming's long spear vibrated and shot out rays of spear radiance that clashed with Gu Huaxiu's palm force. With every spear radiance, Gu Huaxiu's palm print crumbled. Lu Ming strode forward and closed in on him. Lose! In the end, Lu Ming shouted and whipped his spear at Gu Huaxiu, sending him flying. Gu Huaxiu struggled to get up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he glared at Lu Ming with hatred. Kid, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Huaxiu ran away. This Lu Ming is so strong. Not only is his alchemy technique brilliant, but his cultivation level is also very strong. He's a pretty good genius to have reached the late stages of the king tier at such a young age. Let's try not to provoke him in the future. The rest of the people looked at Lu Ming with fear and left one after another. I thought you would kill him in one move, Xianxia said. It's easy to kill him. I'm just afraid of alerting the enemy. Lu Ming smiled, and the two of them returned to the dormitory. As night fell, two figures were discussing something in a luxurious courtyard of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. This was Begonia Courtyard. These two people were Yun Haidang and Yun Songsheng. Hee, that Gu Huaxiu actually made a move. That saved us a lot of trouble. I was planning to send someone to test Lu Ming's strength. Yun Haidang picked up a cup of red wine, took a sip, and smiled. /level 7 King Warrior is not bad, but he's not a threat to us. That be slash tch Xianxia actually dared to reject me in public. Damn it slash, she's just slash b slash tch slash, she's just putting on an act. I'll make her beg for mercy in my bed one day. Yin Xianxia said coldly. His voice was ice cold and his eyes were filled with lust. Don't touch that woman for now. At least, don't touch her before I get my hands on her. Otherwise, what if my prey is scared away? I feel that Lu Ming's mental energy fire is extraordinary. It must be delicious. As she spoke, Yin Haidang stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Her eyes were filled with greed. This action was extremely provocative. Yin Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he watched. His eyes were burning and his abdomen was burning. What's wrong? Want to come? I'll accompany you. Yin Haidang licked her lips and looked at Yin Xianxia with a seductive gaze. However, Yin Xianxia shivered and his body shrank back. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he smiled and said, "Forget it. I still have things to do. I'll be leaving first." After he finished speaking, Yin Xianxia left Begonia courtyard as if he was escaping. Lu Ming, Yin Haidang murmured, and the greed in her eyes grew stronger. For 3 days in a row, different people explained the art of alchemy to them every day. Lu Ming's understanding of alchemy improved by leaps and bounds, and his alchemy skills also improve a lot. During this period, Lu Ming also tried to refine a few pills. He could clearly feel that every time he succeeded in refining a pill, the law of inscription would drop a trace of inscription power, strengthening his mental energy fire. However, the level of the pills he refined was lower than his inscription level. The flame of inscription that dropped was very little. Only by refining high-quality elixirs or elixirs of a higher grade than one's own would the inscription flames descend from the inscription laws be more. It would be of great help to the cultivation of mental energy fire. However, to reach that level was not something that could be achieved in a short time. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming did not look for Yin Haidang, and Yin Haidang did not send anyone to look for him. On the 3rd day, as night fell, a figure appeared in Lu Ming's dormitory. It was Xianxia. "Lu Ming, I'll bring you to see something interesting," Xianxia said. "Interesting things?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Follow me. Be careful," Xianxia said. Then, the two of them concealed their auras and left the Cloud Sea elixir dispensary. Soon, a few figures in black robes leaped out from the other side of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy and flew into the distance. "Let's go, we'll follow," Xianxia muttered as the two of them followed the black-robed men and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, a few black-robed men suddenly landed in a small village. "We need to hurry up. We must collect the 99 innate blood qi by tonight," one of them said. Lu Ming found his voice somewhat familiar. "They are indeed here to collect the innate blood qi." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Chapter 631. 631 Killing Yin Xianxia. A total of 3 black-robed men silently rushed into a wooden house. In the wooden house, there was a young man and a young woman who were not even 20 years old, and an infant. The black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 streams of Zhen Yuan poured into the bodies of the young man and woman, causing them to fall unconscious. Then, the 3 black-robed men carved runes on their hands and inserted them into the baby's body. A blood-red gas was slowly extracted from the baby's heart. Damn it! Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold, murderous intent. Although he had heard about it, he still could not control the murderous intent in his heart when he saw it with his own eyes. Extracting the connate qi of infants to refine pills was a brutal method that took away one's life. Lu Ming did not hide his aura anymore. He strode into the wooden house. "Who is it?" The 3 black-robed men immediately noticed someone and shouted, "The person who will kill you." Lu Ming walked into the wooden house with a cold look in his eyes. Xianxia followed suit. "It's the 2 of you." Haha, since you've discovered this, I can only send you on your way. I originally wanted to let you live for a few more days. One of the black-robed men sneered. Yin Songsheng, Lu Ming's gaze flickered. No wonder he felt that this person's voice was familiar. At this moment, he guessed that it was Yin Songsheng. Hee, that's me. The black-robed man took off the hood on his head, revealing a face full of killing intent. It was Yin Songsheng. Yin Songsheng's fiery eyes fell on Xianxia, and he sneered, "Bitch, you actually dared to reject me in public. Do you know that it's your fortune that this young master has taken a fancy to you? Today, I'll cripple your cultivation first, and then let you enjoy it. Hee hee. Lu Ming, leave this guy to me." Xianxia's voice was cold and emotionless. Of course you can. Lu Ming had already mourned for Yin Songsheng in his heart. Attack. Just cripple their cultivation. I want them alive. Yin Songsheng waved his hand. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated from the wooden house and flew into the sky. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. Yin Songsheng and the other two chased after him and reached a high altitude. Leave? Who wants to leave? It's just that it's more convenient here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Do it. I'll leave this kid to you. I'll personally serve that bitch. Yin Songsheng sneered and released a powerful aura. He was at the peak of Level 8 Martial King Realm. Yin Songsheng had actually reached the peak of Level 8 Martial King Realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. Boom, boom. The other two black-robed men's auras also burst out. They were also at the early stage of the Level 8 Martial King Realm. Both of them pounced toward Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh. Before the two black-robed men could reach him, their throats were pierced by the two spear lights, and they even let out a scream. Lu Ming's body flashed past and devoured their blood essence. The storage ring was also in his hands. This. Yin Songsheng's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Wasn't Lu Ming's cultivation level only slightly higher than Gu Huaxu's? How did he suddenly become so strong? Two Level 8 Martial King Realm experts were killed before they could even react. Hiding his abilities. Lu Ming must have hidden his abilities earlier. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Yin Songsheng turned around and ran. To be able to kill two Level 8 Martial King Realm experts so easily, her combat strength was definitely above his. You want to leave? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He raised one of his jade-like hands and pressed in the air. An invisible force field was created, and Yin Songsheng's body was frozen in the air, unable to move at all. What a wondrous martial technique! Lu Ming was shocked. He had already experienced this martial arts technique before. It was indeed extremely powerful. He had asked Xianxia about it, and learned that it was called the Sky Demon Force Field. However, Xianxia had only just started learning about it. She had come to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution to obtain the Sky Demon Fruit to cultivate the Sky Demon Force Field. With the Heavenly Demonic Fruit, her Heavenly Demonic Power Field could be upgraded to a higher level. Yin Songsheng was extremely frightened and tried his best to stab the needle. However, with his cultivation, he couldn't break free from the restraint of the Sky Demon Power Field. Let me go, what do you want? My father is the head of the Yin family, a Sea of Soul Realm expert. If you dare to kill me, my father will not let you off. Yin Songsheng shouted in fear. Lu Ming, wait for me here, he said. Xianxia waved his hand and flew away with Yin Songsheng. Not long after, Yin Songsheng's shrill screams could be heard. Lu Ming couldn't bear to hear them. It seems that it's better to not offend women in the future. Lu Ming could feel his back sweating profusely. After a moment, the screams stopped, and Xianxia flew back alone. Let's go back, Xianxia said. Dead? Lu Ming asked. And Xianxia nodded and flew forward. Lu Ming caught up and said, Yin Song's death will probably cause a commotion in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. We'd better keep a low profile. Xianxia nodded. With their current battle power, it would be very difficult for them to fight against Sea of Soul Realm experts. The Spirit Sea Realm was much stronger than the Martial King Realm. An ordinary peak tier king, an expert at the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, could kill a group of them with a single slap. The two of them returned to the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution without anyone noticing. In a mountain range hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, Gu Huashu sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. Damn it, that brat, if I don't kill him, I'm not a human. Gu Huashu roared in a low voice, his face filled with hatred. Hee hee, kid, you want to take revenge? Stop dreaming. If I'm not wrong, Lu Ming didn't use his full strength when he fought you. You can even say that he only used a little strength. Suddenly, a dry and unpleasant voice sounded. This voice was extremely sudden, but there was clearly only Gu Huashu here. Gu Huashu didn't seem surprised at all. He just frowned and roared. Are you saying that Lu Ming did not use his full strength? You should die. Hee, that's right. If I'm not wrong, that Lu Ming definitely has the combat strength of a peak tier king. And that young lady gives off a very dangerous feeling. She's probably not weaker than that kid, or even stronger. The shriveled voice sounded again. Damn it. How did this happen? Then wouldn't I be unable to take revenge? Detestable. Gu Huashu roared. That's not for sure. You should have prepared the things I told you to prepare, right? As long as you do as I say, I can guarantee that your cultivation will skyrocket in a short time. It'll be more than enough to defeat the man and woman. The shriveled voice said, I prepared everything, but I can really defeat Lu Ming in a short time. You said just now that he has the combat strength not weaker than a peak tier king. Gu Huashu was in disbelief. Chapter 632. 632, Rapid Improvement. Brat, you're short-sighted. What's the big deal about defeating that brat? In the future, your cultivation will continue to soar, and it will be easy for you to enter the list of top 1,000 talents. At that time, Yin Haidang will throw herself into your arms, and you can have as many beautiful women as you want. The shriveled voice came out and painted a beautiful future for Gu Huashu. Gu Huashu's eyes were burning with passion. All right, senior, I'll listen to you. Gu Huashu gritted his teeth, and a wine jar-sized jade bottle appeared in his hand. The jade bottle contained a dark green liquid that gave off a nauseating smell. Gu Huashu frowned. Boy, this strange medicine is my life's work. Although it stinks, it's only temporary. A great future awaits you in the future. Drink it quickly, the shriveled voice said. All right. Gu Huashu gritted his teeth, picked up the jade bottle, and gulped down the entire bottle of dark green liquid. Good, ha! The voice laughed excitedly. After a while, dark green lines appeared on Gu Huashu's abdomen. They covered his entire body and started to gather towards his head. What's going on? Why do I feel like I can't use my Zhen Yuan? I can't even use my intent, and I can't even move my body. What's going on? Gu Huashu called out in panic. Ha! The heavens are on my side. The heavens are on my side. I can finally be resurrected. The shriveled voice let out a maniacal laugh. Then, a shadow flew out from Gu Huashu's body. It looked like an old man, and his eyes were filled with excitement. What are you trying to do? Gu Huashu finally felt that something was wrong. What do you want? Of course, I'm going to use your body to come back to the world. All my efforts were not in vain. Ha! The old man laughed wildly before turning into a ray of light and entering Gu Huashu's forehead. What are you doing? Get out. And NBSB, arg. Gu Huashu hollered. His face was extremely vicious, and he was struggling like he was fighting with something. However, half an hour later, Gu Huashu's voice became softer and the light in his eyes dimmed. He closed his eyes, but in the next moment his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a look of excitement and joy. Ha! I've finally seized this body and returned to the world. Good, very good. Moreover, I made it in time for the Battle of Kismet, and this body just so happens to meet the requirements. This time, I'm going to seize a great opportunity. Gu Huaxiu laughed. To be exact, he was no longer Gu Huaxiu. Gu Huaxiu, I'll use your identity for now. However, your cultivation is too weak and needs to be improved first. Also, there seems to be some good things in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. You must get them. And NBSB. Gu Huaxiu grinned and then sat down to cultivate. As he cultivated, the spiritual qi in the world started to gather in Gu Huaxiu's body. His aura also started to increase. Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. As expected, from his second day onwards, Lu Ming and Xianxia felt that the atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had changed. It had become a little heavy. Moreover, there was no one to give lessons to them. Lu Ming and the rest suddenly became idle. Yin Haidang had also disappeared. She had not shown her face and did not come to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew that something must have happened to Yun Songsheng, which had alerted the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Many of the things that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution had done couldn't be exposed. They were afraid of attracting the attention of the major forces. He believed that during this period of time, they would not dare to go out and collect the innate blood qi. Since he was fine, Lu Ming simply stayed in the dormitory and cultivated in peace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the Supreme Shrine. There were some strange metals placed beside him. They were all refining materials. With a roll of his essential core, a piece of dark golden metal appeared in front of Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and pointed. A yellow flame flew out, wrapped around the dark golden metal, and began to burn. Lu Ming's mental energy fire used the geocentric flowing flame as its kindling. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. In a short while, the dark golden metal had completely turned into a pool of liquid. It rolled in the air and sizzled in the flame. One could see wisps of black flames floating upwards. These were the impurities in the metal that had been burned. After a moment, Lu Ming added another piece of metal and continued to condense it with his mental energy fire. Just like that, Lu Ming added 6 types of metals in a row. The 6 types of metals turned into liquid and fused together. Slowly, the liquid metal turned into a long sword with strange patterns on it. The blade was extremely sharp. However, it was only a semi-finished product. When the long sword was formed, Lu Ming began to inscribe rapidly in the air with his fingers. Lines of inscriptions flew into the sword and disappeared. The aura on the sword grew stronger and stronger, giving off a sharp feeling. The speed at which Lu Ming's fingers inscribed the runes was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that only a bunch of shadows were left. Half an hour later, Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief and stopped inscribing. He also kept his mental energy fire. The long sword landed in Lu Ming's hands. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming picked up the long sword and waved it a few times. There was a sharp sound of the sword cutting through the air. A third-level upper spiritual weapon. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up into a smile as he felt the inscription power from the inscription law. This was Lu Ming's first time forging a weapon, and he had already forged an upper third-level spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was already quite satisfied. This was related to Lu Ming's previous 2 levels, where he had lit up 10 mental lamps in the state of perfection. As long as Lu Ming was familiar with it for a period of time, it would not be too difficult for him to refine third-level exquisite or peerless spiritual weapons. He could even refine 4th-level spiritual weapons. In the following period of time, other than taking some time out every day to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth and the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, Lu Ming spent most of his time cultivating the underworld god meditation, refining pills, and refining weapons. Moreover, Lu Ming felt that he was more talented in refining. Under Danden's guidance, Lu Ming managed to forge a superior 3rd-level spiritual weapon 3 days later. 7 days later, he managed to forge a peerless 3rd-level spiritual weapon. 12 days later, Lu Ming successfully refined a lower fourth-level spiritual weapon. If one refined a high-quality spirit weapon or a spirit weapon that was beyond one's level, the power of inscription from the law of inscription would increase greatly. It was much faster than cultivating the underworld god visualization. Lu Ming's mental energy fire was improving very quickly. In just half a month, Lu Ming had successfully lit up the 8th spirit lamp and was close to the 9th. Lu Ming's goal was 10 mind lamps. It was only possible for him to possess the underworld god visualization and be able to forge spirit weapons above his level. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to think about it. The atmosphere in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had been very strange for the past half a month. However, as time passed, it slowly returned to its previous state. On the 16th day, an elder finally came out to give a lecture. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Haidang would like to invite you to Begonia Courtyard for a chat. At this moment, a young maidservant came to Lu Ming. Chapter 633. 633 Begonia Courtyard. It was finally here. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Your good fortune is here. You must grasp it well. Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said in a strange tone. Lu Ming smiled wryly and winked at Xianxia. Then, he followed the maidservant and headed to Begonia Courtyard. Begonia Courtyard was located on another mountain peak with beautiful scenery. Although it was a courtyard, it was built in a luxurious way and occupied a large area. It could be said that this entire mountain peak was Begonia Courtyard's territory. There were even stone palaces built in the middle of the mountain. The maidservant led Lu Ming around the place and arrived at a stone hall. This stone palace was built in the middle of the mountain, so light couldn't directly shine in. The walls of the stone palace were inlaid with some luminous stones, making the stone palace look hazy. In the stone hall, there was a jade table and a few jade stools. On the jade table, there were already some spirit fruits, wine, and food. After the maidservant brought Lu Ming here, she left, leaving him alone in the stone hall. Lu Ming sized up his surroundings with great interest. Then, he picked up his glass, poured himself a glass of wine, and finished it in one gulp. Good wine. Lu Ming could not help but sigh in admiration. This wine was rich in taste. After it entered his stomach, he felt warm all over and it had an endless aftertaste. Since it's good wine, Brother Lu must drink a few more cups today. A sweet voice was heard, and Yun Haidang walked in. Today, Yun Haidang was wearing a black gauze dress and looked very beautiful. To be honest, Yun Haitang's figure was extremely impressive and was only slightly inferior to Mulan's. Any man would be tempted. Lu Ming was a normal man. Yun Haidang sat on the stone bench next to Lu Ming and smiled. Brother Lu, I gave you the right to come to Begonia Courtyard to find me at any time, but you didn't come after such a long time and even asked this little sister to send someone to invite you. That's not very kind of you. You must drink 3 cups as a punishment. Yun Haidang poured a glass of wine for Lu Ming. She smiled sweetly, and her voice was so sweet that it could penetrate one's heart. All right, you deserve to be punished. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the glass of wine, and drank it in one go. Then, Yun Haidang poured another glass of wine for Lu Ming. Just like that, Lu Ming drank 3 glasses in a row. I'm really impressed by Brother Lu's Tao of Inscription. I feel that even though you're only a 3rd-rank alchemist, your spiritual power should be on par with some 4th-rank alchemists. Could it be that you've lit 5 spiritual lamps at every rank? Yun Haidang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. Not bad. I'm lucky to have lit up 5 mental lamps in the first 2 levels. As soon as Lu Ming said this, Yun Haitang's eyes suddenly lit up. There was a flash of greed in the depths of her eyes. Brother Lu's talent is really admirable. Come, let me toast you. Yun Haidang picked up the glass and drank it all. After drinking the glass of wine, Yun Haitang's face immediately flushed red, making her look even more alluring. At this moment, a maidservant hurriedly walked in. Yin Haitong's face immediately darkened. Can't you see that I'm drinking with young Master Lu? What are you doing here? Miss, the maidservant's face paled, and a hint of fear appeared on her face. However, she still walked over and whispered a few words into Yin Haitong's ear. Yin Haitong's expression changed slightly. You may leave. The maidservant immediately took her leave. Brother Lu, I have a small matter to deal with. Wait for me here. Yin Haidang said in a sweet voice. All right, it's fine. Haidang, please do as you please. Lu Ming smiled. Yin Haidang stood up and left. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine and took another sip. Then he stood up and started to inscribe in the air with his hands. Runes appeared one after another and entered his body. This was an inscription formation that had been inscribed before to conceal one's aura. Although this formation wasn't very advanced, it had a unique effect in concealing one's aura. According to Dandan, this was its own creation. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even a Sea of Soul Realm expert would not be able to sense his aura. Runes appeared on Lu Ming's body and disappeared in a flash. The aura on Lu Ming's body also disappeared without a trace. It was much more effective than him circulating his cultivation to hide his aura. Then, Lu Ming moved and left the stone hall. He passed through several corridors and secret rooms before he saw another stone hall. A voice came from the stone hall. Lu Ming dashed into the stone hall silently and hid in a corner. This stone hall was even bigger than the one Lu Ming had been in earlier. A young man was sitting at a table with Yin Haidang. Haidang, I haven't seen you in a while. I've missed you so much. You see, I came to see you as soon as I finished my business. The young man looked at Yin Haitang, his eyes burning with anger. You really missed me? You're not allowed to lie to me. Yin Haidang smiled and poured the young man a cup of wine. Of course it's true. Sai, if it weren't for the problem with my cultivation of mental fire recently, not only not making any progress, but also constantly regressing, I really don't want to leave. I want to stay here and accompany you, the young man said. Your family's elders didn't find out the reason for your mental fire's regression. Yin Haitong's eyes flashed as she asked in a sweet voice. No, it's really strange, the young man mumbled. Then, his eyes fell on Yin Haidang with a burning desire. I don't care. If my mental fire has regressed, so be it. As long as Haidang is here, even if I can't cultivate, it doesn't matter. As he spoke, the young man put his arm around Yin Haidang. The two of them were entangled. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He did not expect to encounter such a scene when he came to check on the situation. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Ming had seen such a situation. He touched his nose and watched with great interest. The young man's breathing became heavier and heavier. A moment later, the young man let out a low roar like a wild beast. At this moment, a scene that shocked Lu Ming appeared. 3 green spirit lamps appeared above the young man's head. On them were green spirit fire. This meant that the young man was a level 4 inscriber. Above Yin Haitong's head, a spirit lamp also appeared. There were 5 green spirit lamps. But at this time, Yin Haitong's spirit fire had actually gathered into a poisonous snake. It opened its mouth and sucked. The young man's spirit fire was absorbed by the poisonous snake and turned into Yin Haitong's spirit fire. Chapter 634. 634. You're making me very awkward. The young man was currently immersed in happiness and did not notice his own abnormality at all. Yin Haitong's eyes flashed with crazy greed. That poisonous snake kept absorbing the young man's mental energy fire. The flames of the young man's 3 mind lamps quickly dimmed, especially the flame of the 3rd lamp, which was on the verge of being extinguished. It was no wonder that the young man had said that his mental fire was weakening and that his cultivation of the mental fire was not advancing, but regressing instead. He played this game with Yin Haidang every day, so it would be strange if he didn't leave. Moreover, he had not noticed it at all. Yin Haidang was using this method to cultivate her mental energy fire. Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This process only took about a dozen breaths of time. The mental energy fire above their heads had hidden and disappeared. The young man was like a pile of mud, lying limply on the ground. "You rest here for a while. I still have something to deal with," Yin Haidang said to the young man. The young man nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the stone hall and returned to the stone hall from before. He poured himself a glass of wine and slowly sipped it. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Yin Haidang had returned. "Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting," Yin Haidang said in a sweet voice as she walked over. Lu Ming could not help but shiver at the thought of the scene just now. He was not in the mood to admire it at all. He only said perfunctorily, "I didn't wait long. You're pretty fast." He did feel that the old man was quite fast. Yin Haidang smiled faintly and sat down beside Lu Ming. She poured a glass of wine for him and another for herself. "Brother Lu, I'll drink a cup as punishment." Then he picked up his wine cup and drank it all. After putting down the wine glass, Yin Haidang blinked her big eyes and stared at Lu Ming. After a while, she said, "Brother Lu, I've invited you here today because I have something to tell you." "Oh, what did he say?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Yin Haitang's face blushed as she inched closer to Lu Ming and placed her hand on his shoulder. "Actually, the first time I saw Brother Lu, I thought you were the man I've been waiting for my whole life. I've been missing you a lot recently." With that, Yin Haidang was about to sit on Lu Ming's lap. Her fragrance assailed his nose. No man would be able to resist the temptation of such a rare beauty like Yin Haidang. If Lu Ming had not seen that scene just now, he might have been tempted. But at this moment, he didn't feel anything at all. He said indifferently, "In my opinion, you don't miss me, but my mental energy fire." His calm and indifferent voice made Yin Haitang's movements freeze. Her body, which had almost sat on Lu Ming's lap, froze in the air. There was an ugly smile on her face. She looked at Lu Ming and said in a tender voice, "Brother Lu, what are you saying? I don't understand what you're talking about. There's a problem that I have to correct you. I'm younger than you, and you're calling me little sister. It's embarrassing." Lu Ming said very seriously. "Hee, so it's little brother. I thought you were older than me." Yin Haitang's face froze for a moment. Then she smiled again. "One more thing. After you left, I was bored, so I walked around and happened to see the wonderful scene between you and that young master. Hee, I wonder what will happen if the scene gets out?" Lu Ming chuckled. Yin Haitang's expression changed completely. She became extremely gloomy, and her eyes revealed a cold, killing intent. "Little brother, it's not good to walk around in other people's territory. You'll have to pay with your life." As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Haitang's fingers were like sharp swords, aimed at Lu Ming's throat. Her hand was originally on Lu Ming's shoulder, and they were too close. Yin Haidang was 100% confident that she could kill Lu Ming with this move. However, the next moment, her 100% confidence turned into zero. This was because Lu Ming's hand had already grabbed her wrist. She did not even know how Lu Ming had managed to grab her wrist. Even with her cultivation at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial King realm, she did not feel anything. Kill. In an instant, a short sword appeared in her other hand, and she slashed it at Lu Ming's throat. However, at the next moment, her hand was grabbed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed her wrists, and a terrifyingly powerful vital essence surged into Yin Haitang's body. Yin Haitang's body went soft, and her vital energy dissipated. She had no strength to resist. Her heart sank. "Who are you? What are you trying to do?" Yin Haitang cried out. Lu Ming's cultivation level was too terrifying. It was far above his. "Nothing much. I just want to take your inscription plate. If I can get rid of evil for the people, I don't mind helping you." Lu Ming smiled faintly. You killed Yin Xianxia, didn't you?" Yin Haidang asked. "It can be considered so." Lu Ming nodded. "Why you?" The Yin family's ancestor won't let you off if you do this. Yin Haidang called out. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and murderous intent filled the air. Miss! At this moment, a few maidservants heard the commotion and rushed in. Lu Ming flicked his fingers and a spear's gleam shot out, piercing through the maidservants' dantians and crippling their cultivation. He also sealed their ability to speak, preventing them from speaking for the time being. Feeling the cold killing intent from Lu Ming, Yin Haidang was scared. Her face turned pale and she begged, Lu Ming, Brother Lu, I'm begging you. Please let me go. I can give you anything you want. Furthermore, I'll serve you well until you're comfortable. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The implied meaning was self-evident. I don't need it anymore. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With that, he moved like the wind and pointed at Yun Haitong's dantian. Yun Haitong's breathing current collapsed, and she fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Her eyes were filled with despair. Then, Lu Ming tapped Yun Haitong's glabella a few times. 5 spirit lamps appeared above Yun Haitong's head. The spirit lamps swayed a few times and then collapsed one by one. Yun Haitong's cultivation and Tao of inscription had been completely destroyed. Lu Ming used his essential core to take Yun Haitong's storage ring and held it in his hand. Lu Ming, kill me if you can, otherwise I won't let you off. Yin Haidang let out a venomous cry. You will never be able to pose a threat to me. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Yun Haidang, his tone full of confidence. Yin Haidang was nothing to him. Furthermore, she was a person who had lost her cultivation and her Tao of inscription. With a flick of his finger, a burst of vital essence flew out and sealed Yun Haitong's acupuncture points, making her unable to speak. Then, Lu Ming left Begonia Courtyard in a flash and went to Xianxia's dormitory. Chapter 635. 635. The Strange Gu Huaxiu. What's wrong? Since you've returned so quickly, why don't you take the opportunity to get closer to a beauty? Xianxia mocked Lu Ming when he saw him. Why would I get close to other women? If I want to get close, I should get close to you. Lu Ming chuckled. Xianxia's face reddened. Don't give me that. Who will want to be close to you? Tell me, did you have lustful thoughts about her and got chased out? Lu Ming was speechless. Was his character that bad? Seeing that Lu Ming did not say anything, Xianxia smiled. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's more important to get down to business. Lu Ming took out Yun Haitong's storage ring and focused his mind on it. After a while, a token appeared. This is an inscribed token? You're taking action so quickly? Xianxia said. Of course, if you don't do it now, I'm going to sacrifice my body. Let's take action now, Lu Ming mumbled. If we're too late and others find out that Yun Haidang is in trouble, we won't have a chance anymore. All right. Xianxia was not one to hesitate and immediately nodded. Wait a moment, Lu Ming called out. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in confusion. I'll inscribe an inscription formation for you to conceal your aura first. Lu Ming continued to inscribe runes on Xianxia's body. After a while, the inscription array that concealed his aura was completed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect your inscription technique to be so brilliant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. It's nothing. Let's go. In a flash, he went into the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, with Xianxia following behind. At the same time, in a secret room of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, a deep roar like that of a beast was heard. A white-haired old man's heart was pierced through by Gu Huaxiu. You? Who is it? Ancient flower void. Not this strong? The old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a core elder of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution and a peak tier king. Even if Gu Huaxiu had sneaked an attack on him, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through his heart. The cultivation that Gu Huaxiu had just revealed was extremely terrifying. You're about to die. Why care so much? I only want your inscription plate. True Yuan exploded, and the old man's aura was extinguished. Gu Huashu sneered and licked his lips. He took off the old man's storage ring. After a while, a token appeared in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one that Lu Ming and the others had gotten from Yin Haidang. Then, Gu Huashu's body flashed, and he also headed towards the treasure vault of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Lu Ming and Xianxia's cultivation levels were high. Their movements were as fast as lightning. Coupled with the inscription array that concealed their aura, no one could discover them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the depths of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. There was a huge mountain. On the mountainside, there was a stone door. The stone door was tightly closed, and there was a large inscription formation engraved on all sides. If they didn't have the token, not to mention whether they could break in, if they tried to force their way in, it would alert the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution, including that Sea of Soul Realm expert. Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed to the mountainside, took out the inscription token, and injected their vital essence. Buzz! The inscription token glowed, and inscriptions appeared on it. Inscriptions also appeared on the stone door. These inscriptions formed a light shield in front of them. At this moment, the light barrier split into two, forming a door. The stone door opened automatically. Let's go! The two of them flashed and rushed in. The light shield closed automatically, and the stone door also closed. Behind the stone door, there was a wide passage. It was obviously man-made, and the surrounding walls were full of holes. The two of them followed the passageway and advanced quickly. The tunnel slanted downward, leading to the underground. The two of them ran forward carefully for a few minutes. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end, and a sense of danger erupted from the bottom of his heart. Be careful! Lu Ming suddenly pulled Xianxia and retreated. Chi. Two sharp beams of chi shot into the place where the two had been, leaving two deep, thumb-sized holes in the ground. A figure pounced at them with dark green claws aimed at Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. The speed was unbelievable. Buzz! A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. The spear's gleam pierced through the void and stabbed forward. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his hand forward, and a powerful force field burst out, enveloping the other party. Bang! Lu Ming's spear gleam collided with the other party. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while the other party retreated rapidly. So strong, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Under his and Xianxia's combined attack, the other party was only pushed back and not injured. This showed the other party's combat power. Of course, it was also because the two of them were in a hurry and didn't use their full strength. Gu Huashu. At this moment, Lu Ming saw the person in front of him. He was shocked, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Beside him, Xianxia was in the same state. The person who had ambushed them was actually Gu Huashu. Half a month ago, Gu Huashu was only at level 7 Martial King realm. In just half a month, he had improved to such a terrifying level. Your battle strength is beyond my expectations. Gu Huashu sneered and licked his lips. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia coldly. Lu Ming and Xianxia furrowed their brows. They did not expect to meet Gu Huashu here. You're also here to steal the treasures of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, right? Lu Ming said. Not bad. I didn't expect you to come in here. Good. I'll take this opportunity to finish you off. Gu Huashu's body flickered and turned into a dozen phantoms, charging toward Lu Ming and Xianxia. Each phantom looked real and exuded a powerful aura. Sky Poison Claw. Gu Huashu roared as a claw light shot out. More than a dozen figures attacked at the same time, their claws covering Lu Ming and Xianxia's vital points. Sky Devil Force Field. Sky Demon Cut. Xianxia shouted as the Sky Demon Force Field exploded. It contained a terrifying, cutting force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear turned into more than 10 spear gleams and pierced through more than 10 phantoms. Bang! Bang! After a dozen or so deep explosions, Gu Huaxu's dozen or so figures all collapsed and turned into one. He quickly retreated 100 meters away, and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. In the battle between the three of them, all of their true qi was restrained. Otherwise, with their combat strength, if their qi spread in all directions, it would probably penetrate the mountain. I didn't expect that your battle strength would reach such a level. I'm afraid that even the sovereigns at the bottom of the list of top 1,000 talents are no match for either of you, Gu Huaxu said with a serious expression. Chapter 636. 636 Ling Hai takes action. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were equally shocked. Gu Huaxu had reached such a terrifying level in just half a month. His cultivation had already reached the peak tier king level, and his battle power was extremely strong. If it was a one-on-one battle, Lu Ming did not have the confidence to win. This guy's condition is too strange. Dandan's black eyes stared at Gu Huaxu, her eyes spinning. "Dandan, what did you see?" Lu Ming asked. Dandan said that it had lived for a long time. Lu Ming now felt that it might be true. Perhaps Dandan could really see something. It's a little like possession, but the difficulty of possession is not small. It requires a series of coincidences, otherwise it's very difficult to succeed. Dandan muttered. "Possession." Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed. There was disbelief in their eyes. They had also heard of the legend of possession. It was said that when a martial artist cultivated to the spiritual god realm and condensed a spiritual god, even if his physical body was destroyed, the spiritual god would not collapse for a while. He could even use his spiritual god to possess another body and be reborn. However, possession wasn't as easy as one would imagine. Once a spirit god left the body, it was extremely weak and wouldn't exist for long. The most important thing was that everyone's will was extremely strong, and it even invo-levered the laws of life. Basically, it was impossible for a spirit god to possess someone else's body. If a spirit god wanted to possess someone else's body, they would often end up in a situation where they would be reduced to ashes. But in history, there were also successful cases of possession, but they were too few. Could it be that Gu Huaxu's body had been possessed by a powerful being? At this moment, Gu Huaxu's expression changed. I'll let you two off for now, but I'll take your lives in the future." Gu Huaxu snorted and quickly retreated into the tunnel. "Chase!" The two of them quickly chased after him. The three of them, one in front and one at the back, moved forward and passed through the east and west bay. After a while, a huge underground cave appeared in front of them. Blood-red gemstones were embedded in the stone walls of the underground cave, scattering blood-red rays of light. In the middle of the underground cave, there was actually a medicinal field growing more than a dozen kinds of spirit herbs. Blood infant fruit, dragon poison fruit. My senses were indeed correct. As soon as Gu Huaxu arrived here, he revealed a look of ecstasy and charged towards the fruit trees. The heavenly demon fruit. Xianxia immediately saw a fruit tree as tall as a man. It was pitch black, and there was only one fruit on it. It was the size of a fist and had strange patterns on its surface. This was the heavenly demon fruit that Xianxia needed. Xianxia pounced toward the heavenly demon fruit. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the air trembled violently. The vibrations were so dense that it was as if there were countless bees flying around. However, the sound of the vibrations was thousands of times stronger than that of the bees. Whoosh! 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 Then beetles flew out from the ground of these fruit trees like bullets, piercing through Gu Huaxu and Xianxia. His speed was shockingly fast. The vibrations were caused by the flapping of the beetles' wings. "Be careful!" Lu Ming exclaimed softly and rushed over quickly. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his palm down, and the powerful Sky Demon Force Field enveloped the beetles. However, the speed of the beetles was only slightly affected, and they continued to rush towards Xianxia. Sky Demon cut. An extremely sharp cutting power burst out, and a wind blade-like cutting power cut toward the beetles. Buzz. And NBSB whoosh. The powerful cutting force cut the beetles, but it produced the sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Only a few beetles were cut in half, and the rest were only sent flying. After a moment of delay, they charged again. On the other side, a short sword appeared in Gu Huaxu's hand. He kept on slashing, but the result was the same. Only a few of the beetles were killed, and the rest were sent flying. Sacred beetle. Damn it. Why are there sacred beetles here? Gu Huaxu roared. And NBSB, buzz. The beetles flew up again, and there were no less than 1,000 of them. Lu Ming rushed forward, and a huge spear's gleam condensed in his hand. He swept it out, and dozens of scarabs were swept away like bullets. They crashed into the surrounding walls, blasting big holes in them. However, more scarabs pounced toward Lu Ming. And NBSB, this type of sacred beetle had a long, sharp thorn in its mouth. It was clearly not ordinary, and no one wanted to be pierced by it. Little Qing, pick the heavenly demon fruit and retreat. Lu Ming shouted. Juniors, none of you can leave today. All of you can stay. At this time, a bone-chilling voice rang out. Boom! In the sky above the cave, a vast and terrifying aura pressed down. This aura gave people the feeling that they were facing a vast ocean. Not good. It's a sea of soul realm expert. Lu Ming's expression changed. It seemed that the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy had already taken precautions and had been waiting for them here. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, he dodged the large group of scarabs and rushed toward the sky demon fruit. Bang! Bang! Then he swept his long spear, and the group of scarabs in front of him were swept away. He then swept his quintessential essence forward and caught the sky demon fruit. He pulled it back and put it into Lu Ming's storage ring. The heavenly demon fruit is in my hands. Let's go. Run. Lu Ming shouted as he flew towards the exit at top speed. At the same time, Xianxia retreated quickly. Junior, stay here. An angry shout rang out, and 2 powerful forces pressed down on the 2 people's heads at an unbelievable speed. There were 2 rings of fire, and they exuded a shocking pressure. It's so hot. That's the 2nd level fire concept. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 3 types of concepts erupted, and a spear's gleam shot out, striking the ring of flames. With a loud boom, Lu Ming felt a boundless pressure surging toward him. His body trembled slightly, and he could not help but retreat. On the other side, Xianxia was in a similar situation. He took a few steps back. In the sky, a burly middle-aged man in a red robe stood in the air. His eyes were cold as lightning as he scanned the 3 of them. Did you kill my son, Xianxia? Today, I'm going to bury all of you with me. The red-robed man's cold voice rang out. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his hands down, and a total of 9 rings of fire shot towards Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Gu Huaxu. And NBSB. At the same time, the sacred beetle began to shake and fly toward the 3 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Destruction cut. Xianxia shouted as he pushed out his palms. A powerful force field covered a radius of 10 meters. Invisible cutting forces destroyed everything. And NBSB. This time, many of the sacred beetles were cut in half, leaving only 3 flame rings to charge through the force field. This is the destruction domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Xianxia had actually comprehended the intent realm of destruction. At the same time, he had cultivated the intent realm of wind. Chapter 637. 637 Chapter 637 Joining Hands. The destruction mentality was a special kind of mentality. Its attack power was extremely terrifying. It could destroy everything. In terms of attack power, even the thunder mentality was a lot weaker. At the same time, Xianxia had also comprehended the wind mentality. However, the two mentalities were obviously not combined. Exterminate. At this moment, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. He had not used the infinite dragon spear since he got it. Whoosh, whoosh. The infinite dragon spear turned into a series of shadows. Dozens of spear lights burst out. As the spear lights were too sharp, they tore through the air and created dozens of vacuum passages. And NBSB, the spear radiance struck dozens of sacred beetles, causing them to explode. The tip of the infinite dragon spear was made of indestructible steel. It was extremely hard and sharp, and it could easily break through the sacred beetle's defense. On the other side, Gu Huashu let out a long howl, and his dark green sword chi exploded. It was also stronger than before and split apart the sacred beetles. Boom! Boom! Then there was a violent explosion. Lu Ming and the rest collided with the ring of flames, creating a shocking explosion. The entire mountain shook violently. Damn it! The red-robed, middle-aged man's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming's group of three was too powerful. Not only could they break through the sacred beetle, but they could also block his attack. They were only martial kings, but they were so terrifying. Raging flames billowed to the heavens. Slash the world. The red-robed man waved his hands and pressed down. Immediately, dozens of rings of fire formed and shot toward the three of them. This kind of fiery disk was the combination of the red-robed man's vital essence and will. It was extremely powerful, and the edge of the ring was extremely sharp. It also carried the explosive intent of fire. If someone was hit by it, they would definitely explode. Lu Ming, how about the three of us join forces? Gu Huashu suddenly shouted. His opponent was a Sea of Soul realm expert. No matter if it was Zhen Yuan or intent, they were both too strong. They couldn't be his opponent alone. If they wanted to leave this place safely, they had to work together. Otherwise, they would only be defeated one by one. All right. Lu Ming was also very clear about this. He nodded and agreed without hesitation. Regardless of whether Gu Huashu was possessed or not, he had to get through this first. Gu Huashu's body flashed, and he appeared beside Lu Ming and the rest like a ghost. In the spiritual ocean tier, the Dantian turns into the sea, and the Zhen Yuan is too rich. We can't fight him head-on, or our Zhen Yuan will definitely be exhausted in advance. The other party is a martial artist at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier, so we can only change from passive to active and counterattack to have a chance of winning. Gu Huashu analyzed. What method do you have? Lu Ming asked. It was very likely that Gu Huashu had been possessed by a spirit god. He might really have a way. The few of them blocked the red-robed man's attacks while conversing through voice transmission. The two of us will open up a path and attack the other party. Let this little girl use her force field to cover the other party and reduce his speed. Only then will we have a chance of winning. Gu Huashu said. All right, let's lead the way. Lu Ming nodded. Then he activated his second blood meridian and his power increased. An extreme strike. Lu Ming unleashed his strongest attack. He became one with the spear and turned into a ray of spear radiance. It pierced through the void and rushed up into the sky. Bang! Bang! A few rings were destroyed by Lu Ming, and the sharp spear's gleam was pointed at the burly man in red robes. Sky Poison Sword. A dark green light flashed in Gu Huashu's eyes. Even the short sword in his hand turned dark green. With a slash, a few rings were broken and the dark green sword light slashed towards the red-robed man. The red-robed man's eyes turned serious. He clenched his fists in the air and the rings of flames flew back. They turned into two rings that emitted a powerful aura and shot toward Lu Ming's spear radiance and dark green sword chi. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shaking explosions were heard as violent chi spread out. Two pillars of chi shot up into the sky from where the three were fighting. Boom! The stone wall above the cave was directly penetrated, and the whole mountain shook violently. Countless boulders came crashing down, but when they were still several dozen meters from the four, they were shattered by the energy from their bodies. Charge out! Lu Ming called out to Xianxia. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Xianxia turned into two streaks of light and rushed up. On the other side, Gu Huaxiu did the same. If you want to leave, then stay. The red-robed man let out an earth-shattering roar and turned into a sea of fire, blasting towards the three of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed his little hand, and the Sky Demon Force Field acted on the red-robed man, blocking his figure for a moment. In this way, Lu Ming and the other two rushed out of the mountain peak. Stay here, the burly man in red robe bellowed. The next moment, the Sky Demon Force Field was shattered. He turned into a flame and broke through the sky in an instant. With a wave of his hand, dozens of rings of flame were blasted toward Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two retaliated. With a loud bang, the sky exploded like fireworks. As for the mountain peak below, it had completely collapsed. Detestable, Gu Huaxi roared. The spirit herbs he wanted were still inside. What's going on? Something has happened in the forbidden area. Such a huge commotion naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Countless people were flying around in the sky. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. More than 20 figures were flying toward Lu Ming and the rest. Forefather, what happened? Forefather, what's going on? These people asked one after another. These people have trespassed the forbidden area. All of you, attack and take them down. The red-robed man ordered. What? How dare you? You're looking for death. The 20-odd people shouted one after another. Their powerful auras exploded and surrounded Lu Ming and the other two. Every one of them was a late-stage king, and they were the strongest force in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. Kill them, the red-robed man instructed. Kill, kill. Over 20 late-stage king tiers attacked together. All sorts of techniques and lights were unleashed toward the three of them. Brat died. As for the red-robed man, he waved his hand, and everyone's attacks were directed towards Gu Huaxiu. He wanted to break them one by one. Just now, his attacks were too scattered. That was why Lu Ming and the rest managed to block them. Now, he was going to focus on one person. Gu Huaxiu was shocked, and he quickly retreated as a dark green sword chi burst out. Die! The red-robed man pressed down with his hand, and a ring of fire spun rapidly, colliding with the sword chi. The sword chi only resisted for a breath before it collapsed. The ring did not stop and continued forward. Clang! Gu Huaxiu's body trembled as a short sword struck the ring, and he quickly retreated. No, I'm not his match alone. We have to work together. Gu Huaxiu charged at Lu Ming without a care. But the red-robed man stopped him. Chapter 638. 638 wanting to slaughter the Spirit Sea. On the other side, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also entangled. Alchemists were skilled in inscriptions, so they were naturally also skilled in joint attacks. More than 20 upper-tier king tiers joined forces and set up a combined attack formation, entangling Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming was very clear about the other party's intention. They would hold the two of them back first. The burly man in the red robe would kill Gu Huaxiu first and then kill them. They were broken one by one. If that was the case, they would be in danger. That red-robed man wasn't an ordinary person who had just broken through to the spiritual ocean tier, but had already reached the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean tier. If they fought him alone, they would only be defeated. Charge out and join forces with Gu Huaxiu. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Sky Demon Force Field, Destruction Cut. Xianxia pressed his hands together, and the Sky Demon Force Field surrounded the 20 or so masters. The destructive power of the force field cut them up. If there were only a few late-stage king tiers, they would have definitely been minced in a meat paste. However, with the combined forces of over 20 king tiers, their auras merged together, and their formation, they were actually able to withstand the attack. Devour. Lu Ming pressed his left palm down, and a powerful, devouring force erupted. It acted on the 20-odd phenomenal success kings and was about to devour their blood essence. Steady, one of the elders shouted. This elder had the strength of a peak-tier king. In fact, there were 8 peak-tier kings among the 20-odd people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to stop Lu Ming and Xianxia's joint attack. True Dragon Strike break. Lu Ming thrust his long spear, and a 3-colored true dragon flew out, crashing toward the 20-odd people. Block him, block him. In just a little while, the patriarch will be able to kill that person and come help us. An old man roared. They were also extremely shocked. Where did these young men come from? They were so strong that they did not seem to be martial king realm warriors. They were too terrifying. At this moment, countless people from all over the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy were looking at the battle in the sky in shock. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ming executed the true dragon strike, a beam of sword light suddenly flashed from a mountain peak below. The sword light was extremely sharp, as if it had come from beyond the heavens. The target of the sword gleam was the same as Lu Ming. It was the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Boom! The 3-colored true dragon first clashed with the attacks of the people from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy. They had never expected that there would be another sword light. He wanted to defend, but he lacked the strength. The sword light slashed across, and 7 or 8 late-stage kings were cut in half. The formation was broken. As soon as the formation was broken, Xianxia's Sky Demon Force field exploded and blood splattered everywhere. A few more masters were killed. Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy is such a dirty and disgusting place. Today I will destroy it. A figure stepped into the air and appeared in the sky. It was a young man, about 25 or 26 years old. He was wearing a white robe and was handsome and elegant. Come and help me. On the other side, Gu Huashu shouted. He couldn't hold on any longer. He was spitting out blood and couldn't hold on much longer. The two of you, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go help him. The white-robed young man turned into a sword light and attacked the red-robed man. Yin Luo, you old fogey, today is the day you die. The white-robed youth's voice was filled with killing intent. Damn it, who are you? The red-robed man, Yin Luo, roared. Detian Divine Guard, Li Xiaoyan, I've been investigating what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy has done for a long time. You must be destroyed. The white-robed young man shouted coldly as endless sword chi burst out from his hand. It was extremely powerful. The white-robed youth's cultivation was also at the peak tier king tier, but his battle power wasn't any weaker than Gu Huashu, Xianxia, and the others. Li Xiaoyan. He's ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents. Lu Ming's expression changed. Charge! Let's break out together. At that moment, an old man who was trapped in the Sky Demon Power Field was trying to break out of the encirclement. With the formation broken, their strength was greatly reduced. At this time, Xianxia had killed a few of them. The remaining 10 or so people were struggling in the Sky Demon Power Field, but they couldn't get out at all. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and hundreds of 3-colored true dragons flew out, pouncing on the experts from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Division. At the same time, the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline enveloped the other party through his left palm. This was equivalent to Lu Ming and Xianxia working together. How could ordinary peak tier kings withstand this? They were instantly killed. Swallow. Drops of blood essence flew into Lu Ming's left palm and were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming curiously. He did not know what Lu Ming's purpose of devouring blood essence was. Now, let's go kill that old man. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not explain. He couldn't explain the bloodline of the 9 dragons yet. As for the 20 or so storage rings, Lu Ming and Xianxia kept them all. All right, Xianxia nodded. Meanwhile, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in an uproar. The most powerful elders of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution were all dead. They had all been killed. Those who knew Lu Ming and Xianxia were even more shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia's names aren't on the list of top 1,000 talents. How are they so strong? Peak-tier kings can't even fight back against them. The most terrifying one is Gu Huaxiu. He's also shockingly strong. He's still alive under the attack of the old ancestor. The Great Era is coming. I heard that in recent years, geniuses have emerged from all over the Eastern Barren Territory. All kinds of supreme talents have emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, and many of them are no weaker than the geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. It's over. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has been targeted by these monsters. It's most likely over. We'd better leave quickly. Some of the people who were studying alchemy here all retreated far away to avoid being implicated. Some disciples of the Cloud Sea Elixir Dispensary also retreated to some hidden places to watch. If the situation didn't look right, they would leave immediately. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia were already charging towards Yinluo. Even with Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyan working together, they were still not Yinluo's match, but they could barely hold her off. Sky Devil Force Field. Before Xianxia even arrived, the Sky Demon Force Field had already enveloped Yinluo. True Dragon Strike. The dazzling spear Radiance turned into a three-colored True Dragon and pounced toward Yinluo. At the same time, Gu Huaxiu and Li Xiaoyan also launched their counterattacks. Boom! Boom! Yinluo's body trembled violently as she retreated. Buzz! Buzz! Li Xiaoyan and Gu Huaxiu moved and blocked his way. The four of them surrounded Yinluo. Hee, you're arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be now. Gu Huaxiu sneered. Yinluo, I've investigated what your Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution has done. From today on, the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution will be removed from the world. Li Xiaoyun's sword Qi soared into the sky, and his voice was extremely cold. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not say a word, but their cold gazes explained everything. Countless people were shocked. The four geniuses were going to kill a powerful being from the Spirit Sea today. Furthermore, Yinluo was a powerful being at the peak of the first level of the spiritual ocean realm. If she was killed, it would definitely be a big piece of news. It was extremely rare for a king to kill the Spirit Ocean. This was because the difference between a king and the Spirit Ocean was too great. Even if the four of them joined forces, it would still be extremely shocking. Chapter 639. 639 List of Top 1,000 Talents. Li Xiaoyan. You think you can kill me? Yinluo's aura was as turbulent as the ocean as she scanned her surroundings. But his heart was unusually heavy. The four people in front of him were all too powerful. Normal peak-tier kings would be instantly killed by them. If he was alone, he had the confidence to defeat and kill him. But with the four of them working together, he felt great pressure. Especially, he looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, but he was already so powerful. This made him tremble in fear. The battle of karmic luck is about to begin. All these freaks have been mobilized. Yinluo felt a little bitter. While it's rare for a king to kill a Spirit Sea expert, there have been a few in history. Gu Huaxiu sneered and licked his lips. Kill! Lu Ming did not waste any words and attacked directly. He had devoured a large amount of blood essence, so he had to end the battle as soon as possible and refine the blood essence. The moment Lu Ming moved, the other three moved as well. Each of them unleashed their unique skills and charged towards Yinluo. The sky instantly boiled over. The violent attacks caused the entire world to shake. Wisps of energy seeped out and fell to the ground. Boom! Boom! Each wisp of chi was like a bombshell. Mountains and rivers exploded, and palaces collapsed. The Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy was in shambles. Let's go, let's go. The disciples of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution screamed and ran. Some of them were too slow and were killed by the explosion. The 5 figures turned into 5 dazzling lights and engaged in a life-and-death battle in the sky. But at this time, Yin Luo was already completely at a disadvantage. A moment later, blood splattered in all directions as an arm was cut off. Yin Luo let out a beast-like roar, and suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air. Yin Luo turned into a blood-red light, rushed out of the encirclement, and quickly went far away. For little bastards, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge for my broken arm. His voice rumbled and reverberated between heaven and earth, but he had already gone far away. Yin Luo had escaped. What a pity he escaped. Li Xiaoyan sighed. Lu Ming's expression was calm. The 4 of them did not have an overwhelming advantage over Yin Luo to begin with. It would not be that easy to kill her. It was already good enough that they were able to leave her with an arm and severely injure her vitality. If the other party doesn't die, he'll definitely take revenge. I won't be accompanying you. Gu Huaxu sneered. He looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia before his figure flashed and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This guy was cautious. He left immediately after the battle was over. He was most likely afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia would find trouble with him. To be honest, Lu Ming would not mind getting rid of him if he had the chance. Gu Huaxu gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. May I know how I should address the 2 of you? Li Xiaoyan cupped his fists at Lu Ming and Xianxia and smiled. Lu Ming, Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia answered. Lu Ming? Xianxia? I've never heard of it before. It seems that we've really entered a golden era with countless geniuses. If the list of top 1,000 talents is rearranged, I doubt I'll be squeezed out of it. Li Xiaoyan said with a bitter smile. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked like they were in their 20s, but they had such cultivation and combat strength. He was shocked. Brother Li is too modest. I've heard of Brother Li's great name like thunder. Lu Ming was being polite. What are your plans next? Did you come here to go to the chaotic astral ocean as well? Li Xiaoyan asked curiously. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. He had nothing to hide. The Battle of Kismet is approaching. Now, many geniuses have been mobilized. As far as I know, many geniuses have entered the chaotic astral ocean recently to train them slaviers. After I've settled the affairs of the Cloud Sea Alchemy Academy, I'm also planning to go to the chaotic astral ocean to adventure. Li Xiaoyan said with a smile. Oh, Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, the chaotic astral ocean is incomparably chaotic. It's an unreasonable place where people may attack you at any time. There's no lack of life and death battles there. Under such an environment, it was indeed possible for one to constantly improve and break through. Because if he didn't break through, he would most likely die. It was normal for many geniuses to enter it to train. Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Li Xiaoyan was ranked 943rd on the list of top 1,000 talents, which was dozens of places higher than the Saint Planet. His battle strength was much stronger than the Saint Planet's. Li Xiaoyan could easily defeat Saint Starlight. He was only a few dozen ranks higher, and he was already so powerful. How powerful would those geniuses who were ranked higher be? Not to mention the geniuses who had reached the Sea of Souls realm. There must be many geniuses who were stronger than Li Xiaoyan in the Martial King realm. Lu Ming really wanted to meet them. Brother Li, we'll take our leave then, Lu Ming said. He was in a hurry to find a place to refine the blood essence. All right, when we meet again, we must have a good drink, Li Xiaoyan said with a smile. Definitely. Lu Ming nodded and left with Xianxia. Buzz. After Lu Ming and Xianxia left, 2 figures appeared beside Li Xiaoyan and bowed. Young master, Send the news to the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the Yunfeng region and get someone to deal with this Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Using the Khanate blood qi to refine pills is an evil and crooked way, Li Xiaoyan said coldly. Yes. The two old men bowed. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew to the west. After flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, they landed in a mountain range. The two of them planned to cultivate in seclusion here for a while. Xianxia wanted to use the heavenly demon fruit to cultivate the heavenly demon force field, while Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence. Dandan, help us guard the area, Lu Ming said. 10 level, 5 spiritual herbs. Dandan demanded an exorbitant price. 2, or not a single one, Lu Ming threw him 2. Dandan was helpless and could only grab 2 spiritual herbs to guard at the side. Xianxia sat cross-legged, took out the heavenly demon fruit, and began to cultivate. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged 100 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. In the bloodline of the 9 dragons, a huge amount of blood essence was being refined. This time, he had obtained the blood essence of over 20 late king tiers, including 8 peak tier king tiers. The blood essence was simply too rich. The 9 dragon bloodline had already accumulated to a certain level, reaching the limit of a 7th level king bloodline. This time, it broke through directly. 8 Esilavir chakras flashed and disappeared. The 9 dragon bloodline had advanced to the 8th level king realm. Fortunately, Xianxia was also in seclusion, otherwise his jaw would have dropped. Bloodline of the 9 dragons. 9 dragons, why does it sound so familiar? Sigh, I can't remember. Not far away. Dandan was mumbling while gnawing on spirit herbs. Let's see if I have enough supreme-grade spirit crystals. If I have enough, I can break through to the peak tier king realm. More than 10 storage rings appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming and Xianxia each took Tulavir storage rings from the 20 overkings from the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution. Lu Ming's mind sank into it, and he gathered all the top-grade spiritual crystals together. After a while, Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Chapter 640. 640 Breaking Through to Peak Tier King Tier. As expected of the storage ring of a peak late-stage king, it was simply too rich. There were more than 80 million supreme spiritual crystals in the 12 storage rings. 80 million was really terrifying. Alchemy is really a huge profit, Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Moreover, the people in the Cloud Sea Alchemy Institution made use of the brutal method of the baby's innate blood qi to refine pills and make a profit. Naturally, they earned more supreme-grade spirit crystals. Normal peak-tier kings and late-stage kings weren't this rich. Lu Ming estimated that Yin Luo's storage ring definitely had more top-grade spiritual crystals. It was a pity that he had escaped. It's more than enough to break through to the peak-tier king level. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia after he was done sorting out the best-grade spirit crystals. At this moment, an invisible force field emanated from Xianxia's body, covering a radius of 100 meters. It trembled continuously and shrank. Xianxia held the heavenly demon fruit in his hand. The fruit glowed, and wisps of light were absorbed by Xianxia. It seemed that Xianxia's cultivation would not end anytime soon. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body disappeared, and he entered the Supreme Shrine. The next breakthrough would cause a huge commotion. If they were outside, Xianxia would most likely be alerted. Let's start. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of top-grade spiritual crystals appeared. There were a total of 1 million pieces. Bang! Bang! All 1 million supreme spiritual crystals exploded and turned into extremely rich spiritual qi. The 9 dragon bloodline emerged. After reaching the 8th level of the king level, the 9 dragon bloodline's body seemed to have become larger. Its body was winding, and its scales were dense. It was becoming more and more like the legendary true dragon. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying, devouring power burst forth. The energy of 1,000,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals was swarmed into the Nine Dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and began cultivating. Breaking through to peak tier king tier required an abnormally large amount of energy, and he had to condense his chi vortex to the extreme in preparation for breaking through to the spirit sea realm. Therefore, he needed a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. The devouring and refining power of the Nine Dragons' bloodline had increased several times. It did not take long for him to refine 1,000,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals. Lu Ming took out another 1,000,000. Just like that, 1,000,000 followed another. Endless energy was being accumulated. After Lu Ming had refined 18,000,000 pieces of top-grade spirit crystals, the Chi Cyclone in his Dantian finally reached an extremely condensed stage. It was like a liquid that was spinning like the eye of the sea. At this moment, a powerful aura arose from Lu Ming's body. He had broken through to a peak tier king. Boom, boom, boom. Circulating the true war dragon technique, his essential core surged and flowed. Lu Ming felt that the strength of his essential core was several times stronger than before. Naturally, Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by a large margin. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a satisfied smile. Peak-tier kings were considered to be standing at the peak of king tiers. The next step would be to open the Spirit Sea and step into the Spirit Sea realm. However, this step wasn't that easy. First of all, one had to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth to the second level. Without the second-level intent realm of heaven and earth, trying to break through to the Sea of Soul realm would only lead to death. It has only been a day since I refined so many top-grade spirit crystals. Let's go and see how little Qing's cultivation is going. With a single thought, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine. Buzz, and NBSB whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, he felt a powerful force field surging and his body was under immense pressure. Lu Ming moved and retreated a few hundred meters before the pressure disappeared. The demonic fruit in Xianxia's hand had disappeared. Her long hair was flying in the air, and a lotus flower was floating above her head. A beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged on the lotus flower. A powerful force field emanated from Xianxia's body. It's not simple. Dandan circled around Xianxia, her eyes darting around as she carefully sized up Xianxia. 8 hours later, the force field around him suddenly shrunk and disappeared into Xianxia's body. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes. Little Qing, how is it? Did you break through the sky demon power field? Lu Ming walked over and smiled. Of course I did. How is it? You want to test its power? Xianxia's lips curved into a sly smile. He stared at Lu Ming with ill intentions. You think you can defeat me just because you've broken through? Then you'll be disappointed again. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Oh, really? Then I'll have to try. Xianxia smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, she pressed her palms forward. Buzz! An extremely powerful force field burst forth and enveloped Lu Ming in an instant. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on him. So strong. He's several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. He circulated his essential core and gathered 3 types of heaven and earth intent realms, opening up the power of the demonic power field. You've made a breakthrough in your cultivation, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Of course, you already broken through, so how can I not? Lu Ming chuckled. Just in time, destruction cut. Xianxia shouted and pressed his palms together. A terrifying, cutting force burst out from the sky demon power field. This cutting force was formed by the will of destruction and the sky demon power field. It was so sharp that even a fifth-level spiritual weapon would be cut apart. In Lu Ming's hands, a long spear was condensed from vital essence. With the tip of the spear as the center, the long spear spun rapidly like a drill bit and drilled in Xianxia's direction. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the domain in front of him was broken. Lu Ming stepped forward and dodged Xianxia's attack. If he wanted to defeat Xianxia, the first thing he had to do was to rush out of the domain and attack Xianxia. Little Qing, I'm going to reward you after I take you down. Lu Ming's gaze swept across Xianxia's body. You want to take me down? Dream on. Xianxia shouted as her blood meridian burst out. Her delicate hand pressed down again. A beautiful arm formed out of thin air and slapped at Lu Ming. The terrifying palm force swept toward Lu Ming like a stormy sea. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not dare to be careless. He thrust his spear forward and a huge, three-colored true dragon pounced out, colliding with the beautiful palm. Boom! The ground trembled terrifyingly, and the terrain rose and fell. Violent energy swept in all directions. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly, and he took 3 steps back. Xianxia also took 3 steps back. They were equally matched. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to activate his blood meridian to fight Xianxia, Xianxia retracted his demonic force field and said, "No more fighting. No more fighting. Today is considered a draw." You're not fighting? Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Other things aside, Xianxia was a good opponent. Lu Ming was about to activate his blood meridian and fight with all his might, but Xianxia stopped. You're a man, yet you're fighting with a little girl. And you're so serious. How petty. Who wants to fight with you? Xianxia's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Chapter 641. 641, Chapter 641, Chaotic Star City. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. All right, Xianxia was the one who said that they wanted to have a competition. In the end, it was Lu Ming who was in the wrong. What could Lu Ming say? He could only tell himself in his heart that he should never try to reason with a woman, because his reasoning might not be her reasoning. With a smile, Xianxia's figure flashed. He grabbed Dandan and placed her on her shoulder. Then, he rose into the air and flew to the west. Lu Ming stepped on the air and chased after him. The distance from here to the chaotic astral ocean was not close. It was almost as far as half of the Yunfeng region. Even with their speed, it would still take them nearly 10 days to fly. Little Qing, you're cultivating the destruction and wind concepts, right? Lu Ming asked on the way. That's right. The intent of destruction is something I comprehended from my bloodline, Xianxia said. Those two concepts don't seem to have fused together. Do you think it's that easy to merge two intents together? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Then, he thought of something and said, Unlike you, you're so perverted. I can teach you some experience in the fusion of wills. How about it? Do you want to learn? Lu Ming said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes brightened. Indeed, Lu Ming had successfully fused 3 concepts. If she had Lu Ming's experience, she might really be able to fuse 2 concepts together. If she could really merge the destruction and wind concepts, her sky demon power field would be raised to a terrifying level. You're not that kind to teach me, Xianxia asked. Of course I'm not that kind. I have conditions. Come, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you the method of fusion. Lu Ming said with a smile. Kiss you? Xianxia's face was as red as a ripe apple. He glared at Lu Ming and said, I knew it. You pervert, you wish. After saying that, he even gritted his teeth. If that's the case, then forget it. I can't do anything about it. Who asked me to be a pervert? Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. You? Xianxia gritted her teeth. The look in her eyes kept changing. Then, she stared at Lu Ming with her eyes wide open. Her face turned redder and redder. In the end, She actually closed her eyes slowly and raised her mouth to kiss Lu Ming on the face. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he retreated a few meters away. He smiled and said, "Little Qing, what are you doing? It was just a joke. Did you really take it seriously?" "Ha ha ha." "Lu Ming." A shrill scream came from Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia blushed and glared at Lu Ming. He gritted his teeth and wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the end, she bared her teeth and pounced on Lu Ming, ready to bite him. Lu Ming dodged it and flew forward, shouting, "Nest, the tigress bit me." "Stop! No, I won't stop." The two of them, one chasing and one escaping, disappeared into the horizon. Time passed day by day. Along the way, Lu Ming would occasionally tease Xianxia. He was in an extremely good mood. Of course, he wasn't going to be stingy. He shared some of his experience with Xianxia. On top of that, he also gave Xianxia a bunch of destruction intent crystals. The destruction ultimacy crystal was one of the many ultimacy crystals that Lu Ming had obtained in the heaven realm. When Xianxia saw Lu Ming take out a large pile of destruction ultimacy crystals, there were even quite a few middle-grade ultimacy crystals. He could not help but be dumbfounded. Of course, she kept it without any hesitation. Then, she took out a martial arts secret manual and passed it to Lu Ming. The Exploding Star Fist, a superior heaven-level martial arts technique, could burst out a terrifying power when combined with the concept of fire, like the explosion of stars. Lu Ming was overjoyed. His current attack methods were indeed a little monotonous. With his book on the Exploding Star Fist, he would have more attack methods. He had obtained some martial arts secret manuals from others before. However, they were either heaven-level low-rank martial arts manuals which Lu Ming did not care about at all. Most of them had to be cultivated together with the weapon and were not suitable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming was just the right person for this martial arts technique. The two of them were not in a hurry to travel. They cultivated as they traveled. If he had any comprehension, he would stop and cultivate. Lu Ming's understanding of the Exploding Star Fist was also improving rapidly. What was originally a 10-day journey took the two of them more than 20 days to arrive. The Chaotic Star City was located on the shore of the Chaotic Astral Ocean. It could be considered the common border between the Yunfeng area and the Chaotic Astral Ocean. The Chaotic Star City could be said to be the most prosperous city in the Cloud Peak region. Everyone who wants to enter the Chaotic Astral Ocean from the direction of the Cloud Peak area has to go through the Chaotic Star City. There are countless merchant associations and caravans gathered here. The Chaotic Astral Ocean can be said to be the largest inland ocean in the East Continent. Its surface area is even larger than many large domains. There are many precious materials and strange treasures inside that cannot be found in the outside world. Therefore, there are countless chambers of commerce that take the risk to enter the Chaotic Astral Ocean, search for the materials and treasures unique to the Chaotic Astral Ocean, and sell them in other big regions. They can obtain rich profits. And these chambers of commerce all had to set off from Chaotic Star City. It's really lively. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked to the streets of the Chaotic Star City. They could not help but sigh as they looked at the people coming and going on the streets. There were shops on both sides of the street. There were all kinds of wonderful materials and items from the sea. Lu Ming had never seen them before, and it was an eye-opener for him. After walking around for a while, the two of them headed towards the harbor outside the city. The so-called port in Chaotic Star City was not a place for ships to dock, but a place for flying demonic beasts to dock. This is because there are a lot of aquatic demonic beasts living in the Chaotic Astral Ocean. These aquatic demonic beasts possess unparalleled strength in the ocean. They are capable of summoning clouds and rain and are incomparably powerful. If a ship sailed on the sea, it would definitely be destroyed by the sea demon beasts. Therefore, the majority of the people who enter the Chaotic Astral Ocean ride on flying demonic beasts. Of course, riding on a flying demonic beast is not completely without danger. In the Chaotic Astral Ocean, The weather is constantly changing, so you might encounter a storm or a thunderstorm at any time. The storm and lightning rain were not ordinary ones. Some of them were so terrifying that even kings would die inside. In addition, the greatest danger in the chaotic astral ocean is pirates. Pirates are everywhere and rob passers-by. The only outcome for those who were robbed was death. Therefore, any martial artist who wants to enter the chaotic astral ocean will enter in groups. The most common way is to follow some caravans. The caravans had powerful forces and would hire some guards with high cultivation. Therefore, as long as he gave them some spirit crystals, they would agree to go with him. The benefits were mutual. One side could get the protection of the caravan's military force, while the other side would have more people in the caravan, which would be more powerful. They were using each other. Lu Ming and Xianxia also wanted to find a caravan to go with them. It's not that they're afraid of the pirates of the chaotic astral ocean, but because the ocean is too big. If they don't have someone to lead the way, it's very easy for them to get lost. They planned to first follow the caravan into the chaotic astral ocean. Then, they would train while waiting for other people with the key to the martial emperor's treasure to appear. Chapter 642. 642 Demonic Beasts in the Sea. The chaotic Star City's port was bustling with activity, and many massive flying demonic beasts were parked there. There were chaotic wind eagles, gale eagles, four-winged flying tigers, and many more. There were all kinds of flying demonic beasts. These demonic beasts all had one thing in common, which was that they had extremely good endurance and huge bodies. Each demonic beast could carry at least a few dozen people. These demonic beasts did not all stand together. Instead, they were clearly divided into different forces. The Lu Yuan Chamber of Commerce is going to Feng Yuan Island. Each person only needs 10,000 high-quality spiritual crystals. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is going to the Golden Sand Island. Let's go together. 12,000 supreme spiritual crystals per person. The Huge Wave Chamber of Commerce has called for guards to go to Sea Lion Island. The price will be set according to the cultivation. Let's discuss it face to face. When the two of them arrived at the port, they heard shouts. Which island are we going to first? Xianxia asked. I can do anything. Let's choose a bigger island. Lu Ming said. The map displayed on the keys of the Martial Emperor's treasure only points to the chaotic astral ocean, but it doesn't point to its specific location. The two of them speculate that it will only point to its specific location when all 9 keys are born. Therefore, they don't have a specific target now, so they can only choose a random place. Then let's go to Golden Sand Island. Golden Sand Island is a big island with many warriors gathered there. Xianxia said. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and the two of them walked in the direction of the Flame Chamber of Commerce. You too, are you going to Golden Sand Island? A middle-aged man with a goatee asked with a smile. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. To Golden Sand Island, 12,000 best-grade spiritual crystals per person. Our young lady is there, so you can register and pay the fee there. The goateed, middle-aged man pointed. The two of them looked over and saw a young woman, surrounded by a group of people, standing under a huge four-winged flying tiger. All right, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked over with Xianxia. Are you two going to Golden Sand Island? The lady looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia with a faint smile. The woman was in her 20s. She was wearing a light yellow long dress, which made her look pretty and lovely. This was the young lady that the man with the goatee had mentioned. Yes, this is the fee for the two of us. Lu Ming took out 24,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals and handed them to the young lady. The woman kept it and smiled. My name is Luo Xian. How should I address the two of you? Lu Ming, Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia also reported their names. Young Master Lu, Lady Xia. The journey to Golden Sand Island will take half a month. You can choose a four-winged flying tiger first. We will set off in 2 hours. Luo Xian said with a smile. All right, Lu Ming nodded. Then, he and Xianxia chose a four-winged flying tiger. The four-winged flying tiger was 20 meters tall and had a wide back. It lay there, and a few people were already sitting cross-legged on its back. The two of them landed on the four-winged flying tiger's back and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. As soon as Lu Ming and Xianxia left, a young man with a cold expression beside Luo Xn said, "Two more useless people. This time, there are no experts on the way to Golden Sand Island. What bad luck." Chen Zhao, this is very normal. It's not every time that there are powerhouses setting off together. As a caravan, we have to rely more on our slaviers. Luo Xin said, "Of course I know that. However, if we have a strong person with us, we can save a lot of people if we run into danger." Chen Zhao said. The others nodded in agreement. The reason why their caravan brought people along was firstly to earn some fees, and secondly, they had the intention of borrowing strength. If they encountered danger on the road, these people who were traveling together would also help. If there were a few experts together, it would be a great deal, and the safety factor would increase greatly. As they were chatting, someone else came over. Time flew by, and 2 hours passed. The people of the Flame Trade Caravan, as well as the guards, all landed on the back of the four-winged flying tiger. "Let's go," Luo Xin shouted. The four-winged flying tiger let out a loud roar and immediately soared into the sky, flying towards the chaotic astral ocean. Lu Ming took a quick glance. There were a total of 64 winged flying tigers, and each of them had about 20 people on them. In total, there were more than 1,000 people. Most of them were from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. 1 to 200 of them, like Lu Ming and the rest, had followed the team to the Golden Sand Island. There was nothing else on the four-winged flying tiger's back except for people. People would not have goods, and warriors were naturally different from ordinary merchant caravans. Mortal caravans usually carried a large amount of goods with them, but the goods of martial artists were all stored in storage rings. The four-winged flying tiger roared as it moved. It had 4 huge wings that were more than 50 meters wide. When it flapped its wings, a strong wind blew, and it was extremely fast. 60 huge four-winged flying tigers flew thousands of meters in the air and formed a certain formation. On the four-winged flying tiger at the front stood a white-robed elder who was looking into the distance. This old man was the guide of the caravan. Not only could he tell the direction, but he could also avoid thunderstorms and storms. He could be seen from far away and had never taken a detour to avoid them. This was something that every caravan would have, and it was also called an Feng Xiang Master. An Feng Shui Master was the most valuable asset of a caravan. They could help a caravan avoid many dangers. The salty sea breeze blew and Lu Ming felt refreshed. This is the real ocean. Lu Ming stood on the back of the four-winged flying tiger and looked into the distance. The blue ocean was boundless, as if it was connected to the sky. The surface of the sea was very calm. It was completely different from the sea that Lu Ming had seen in the Heaven Realm. After a while, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The journey to Golden Sand Island would take half a month, and he could use this time to cultivate. His mind sank into his sea of consciousness, and he sat cross-legged under the lightning cauldron to comprehend the lightning concept. A few hours later, Lu Ming ended his comprehension of the thunder concept. He began to deduce the exploding star fist in his mind. Time flew by, and 3 days passed. Walala! The sound of waves crashing could be heard from below. At the same time, chirping sounds could be heard. Lu Ming looked down and was slightly shocked. On the surface of the sea below, there were huge black fish. Lu Ming estimated that each of them was no more than 100 meters long. There were more than 100 of them in total. They were rolling in the sea and letting out sharp cries. Here in the deep sea, all kinds of sea demonic beasts gradually appeared. Voila! Suddenly, a large part of the water sank down, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A black fish was caught off guard and was directly bitten in two by the sharp teeth. A huge shark jumped out of the water, its aura monstrous. What a big shark! Lu Ming estimated that the shark was at least 1,000 meters long. It was huge and looked like a small island in the ocean. The shark opened its mouth wide and swallowed the big fish. Then it rushed to the other big fish. The other big fish naturally scattered and fled in all directions. Chapter 643. 643, Chapter 643, Snobbish. The ocean was instantly dyed red with blood as the giant sharks chased after it. At this moment, two huge furry hands reached out from the ocean. They were almost 100 meters wide. They grabbed the shark's mouth and broke it. The shark's mouth was split in half. Even its body was almost torn apart. Blood gushed out. A gargantuan ape emerged from the ocean. It opened its mouth, which was filled with teeth, and bit the shark, tearing off a large piece of shark meat. This is a water ape. It's so powerful. It's at least equivalent to a peak tier king. Not good, it's targeting us, someone exclaimed. At that moment, the water ape's huge eyes looked up at the sky, filled with a brutal aura. Fortunately, it only took a few glances before it grabbed the shark's corpse and slowly sank into the sea, disappearing. The demonic beasts in the ocean are really powerful. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The most amazing thing was that the monstrous beasts in the sea were too huge. They were often hundreds of meters long or thousands of meters long. On land, there were very few such huge bodies, unless they were some powerful monstrous beasts that had inherited the bloodline of divine beasts. In the ocean, the law of the jungle was displayed even more vividly. Lu Ming continued to fly. Along the way, he saw more huge and powerful sea beasts. One time, they encountered a sea beast that looked like a flood dragon. It was 2,000 meters long, and its aura was boundless. It was definitely a sea beast equivalent to the spiritual ocean tier. Fortunately, they had avoided it from a distance, or else the consequences would have been unpredictable. No wonder it's said that ships can't move forward in the chaotic astral ocean. If a ship is on the ocean, it will definitely be torn to pieces by these huge sea beasts. 5 days later, there's a thunderstorm ahead. Turn right and move forward. Feng Fengshe shouted as he rode on the first four-winged flying tiger. The people of the flame caravan immediately changed direction and flew to the right. In the blink of an eye, it had been 7 days since they set out to sea. Lu Ming focused on comprehending the concept of thunder and the exploding star fist. He spent the rest of his time cultivating his mental energy fire. In addition, Lu Ming had already cultivated the explosive star fist to the 2nd level during the journey. Its power was already considered not bad. After all, he lacked practice, and it was not good to take out the path understanding ancient tree to cultivate. The cultivation speed was naturally not fast. Buzz and NBSB whoosh. On the evening of the 8th day, a series of buzzing sounds suddenly rang out in front of him as the sound approached an extremely fast speed. Not good, it's swordfish, a school of swordfish. A loud roar reverberated through all the four-winged flying tigers. Get ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling attack had already erupted in front of him. Lu Ming's four-winged flying tiger was at the back of the formation and was not attacked. He looked forward. The sky in front of him was densely packed. They were a type of fish with wings. They were about half a meter long and had sharp mouths like arrows. Whoosh, whoosh. These fish were known as swordfish. They flapped their wings, and their bodies shot out like arrows, piercing through the air and making tearing sounds. Most of these fish were only at the martial arts grandmaster level, but there were too many of them. A small number of them had reached the level of a martial king. Boom, boom. Colorful attacks flashed out, and large numbers of flying arrowfish were killed, falling into the sea like raindrops. Everyone attack. Quickly kill this school of flying swordfish and leave this place. Chun Zhao roared as he hovered in the air. With a single palm strike, thousands of flying arrowfish were killed, showing the strength of a Lever 7 Martial King realm. Lu Ming shook his head and did not make a move. Although there were many flying swordfish, their combat strength was not strong. They could not cause much harm to the caravan and did not need his help. On the side, Xianxia had no intention of making a move. He continued to sit cross-legged. As expected, it didn't take long for the school of swordfish to be almost all killed. The caravan successfully charged out and continued to fly forward. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. It was Chun Zhao. At that moment, Chun Zhao's face looked even colder. He stared at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said, "Why didn't the two of you make a move just now?" His tone was very unfriendly, and he questioned her in a commanding tone. Lu Ming frowned. He did not like it when others spoke to him in such a tone. Therefore, he naturally did not look happy. He said indifferently, "Just a few flying swordfish. We don't need to do anything. When we're needed, we'll naturally attack." "Haha, I don't need you to do anything." "What a joke. Do you think you're peerless experts?" "It's ridiculous. I think you guys don't even dare to attack. Afraid of death." Chun Zhao laughed and revealed a mocking expression. Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly. Lu Ming frowned and said coldly, "It's none of your business whether we're experts or not. Besides, we've paid the spiritual crystals for this trip. I've never heard of any rule that states that we must take action." "You?" Chun Zhao's expression froze. Indeed, there wasn't a rule that stated that people had to pay spiritual crystals and go with the caravan. In fact, people like Lu Ming and the rest did not need to do anything. It was just that many people would help when they encountered danger. It was also to prevent the caravan from getting into trouble and to rush to the destination as soon as possible. Chun Zhao, that's enough. At this moment, Luo Xian flew over and chided them. She then smiled at Lu Ming and the other man. "Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, Chun Zhao has a short temper. I hope you don't mind." Xianxia snorted coldly. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. "If you're weak and afraid of death, just say it," Chun Zhao said coldly and left, flying forward. "Young Master Lu, Miss Xia, I'm sorry." Luo Xian smiled apologetically and left. "You're looking down on me." Xianxia pouted. Lu Ming smiled faintly and touched his nose. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but that he had already seen that the swordfish basically didn't pose a threat to the caravan. It didn't matter whether they helped or not, so they didn't help. If the caravan were to encounter a crisis that they couldn't handle, they naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. A small disturbance passed just like that, and the caravan continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On the evening of the 10th day, a small island appeared in front of them. "Ahead is island. Let's go down and rest for the night. We'll set off tomorrow." Luo Xian's voice was heard. The four-winged flying tiger had been flying for 10 days. No matter how strong it was still tired and needed to rest. It couldn't keep on flying. The four-winged flying tiger roared and flew toward the island below. This island was not big, with a radius of about 1,000 miles. It was originally a place for some caravans to rest. They landed on a huge square on the island. "Manager Yin, the Flame Chamber of Commerce is here. Please prepare some good food for us." A burly man flew down from the flame caravan and shouted. Huge stone houses were built on the side of the square. In the past, the caravans that passed by would rest here and eat something. However, no one responded after the burly man called out. Chapter 644. 644 The Blood Fiend Pirates. What happened today? In the past, Manager Yin would come out to welcome us attentively before we even landed. "Why is there no one here today?" Chun Zhao said with a frown. Luo Xian also frowned and her face suddenly changed. "Not good. There's a problem. Let's leave quickly. Go, quickly go." Clearly, Some of the more experienced people had also thought of something and called out, "Ha ha! It's too late to leave now. You can all stay." A sneer was heard. Then, the sound of the air being torn could be heard. Figures appeared from all directions of the square. There were more than 1,000 people, standing in the air and surrounding the flame caravan. "Pirates, it's pirates!" someone exclaimed. The faces of Luo Xin and the others also darkened. In the chaotic astral ocean, pirates are the most terrifying. The chaotic astral ocean was originally a gathering place for some fiends. Those fiends in the eastern wastelands who could no longer survive would go to the chaotic astral ocean, and no one would be able to find them. The chaotic astral ocean's pirates are even fiercer than the fiercest ones. They specifically kill passing merchant teams and seize their cultivation resources. Their methods are extremely ruthless, and they leave no survivors. There were even some pirates who cultivated evil cultivation techniques that required slaughter, blood, and even the souls of warriors to cultivate. "Everyone, we're from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. I hope you can give us some face. I understand the rules. I'll give you 1,000,000 supreme spiritual crystals in exchange for us leaving. How about it?" Luo Xian flew out and wanted to discuss with the other party. The Flame Chamber of Commerce is considered a huge chamber of commerce in the chaotic astral ocean. It is quite powerful and famous. Some pirates will give some face to it when they hear about it. Unfortunately, Luo Xian was wrong. From the other side, a burly man with a knife scar on his face flew out. His eyes scanned Luo Xian's curvaceous body with a fiery gaze and sneered. "Do you think you could dismiss us with just 1,000,000 supreme spiritual crystals? Do you think we are beggars? How about this? You can keep half of all the goods you have this time. Also, you can serve me for a night. If I'm satisfied with your service, I can consider letting you leave." After saying that, the knife-scarred man licked his lips, and his eyes were full of lust. Luo Xian's face turned pale. "You're dreaming. Don't think that you can defeat us. You only have 1,000 people, and we have more people than you. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win." Chun Zhao shouted, his anger soaring. "Ha ha! So what if you have more people than us? In my eyes, they're all sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Kid, let me tell you, our blood fiend pirates never rely on numbers to win." The knife-scarred man laughed contemptuously. "What? You're from the blood fiend pirates?" Luo Xian, Chun Zhao, and countless people at the scene had a drastic change in their expressions. Their faces were filled with fear. It seemed that the blood fiend pirates were very famous. "Hee hee, looks like you've heard of the blood fiend pirates before. You should know that we've always been ruthless. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you go. As long as you serve me well and leave me half of your goods, I'll let you go." The knife-scarred man sneered. Chun Zhao's expression kept changing, but he did not continue speaking. "Don't even think about it, miss. I'll do my best to escort you out later. You can't trust the blood fiend pirates. Even if we agree to their conditions, they'll go back on their word." An old man walked out from behind Luo Xian, exuding a powerful aura. This elder was a peak-tier king. "Old man, you want to send her out by yourself? Stop dreaming." The man with the knife scar sneered, and a powerful aura spread out from his body. Peak-tier king. This burly man was actually a peak-tier king as well. Not only that, but another powerful aura also rose up behind the knife-scarred burly man. He was also a peak-tier king. The blood fiend pirates had sent out 2 peak-tier kings. Everyone's heart sank. There was only one peak-tier king in the flame caravan, and he usually didn't attack, just in case. Ordinary pirate groups rarely have peak king warriors, but the Blood Fiend pirate group is an extremely powerful pirate group in the chaotic astral ocean. It's normal for them to have peak king warriors, but he didn't expect 2 to come at once. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now you have no chance." The knife-scarred man's eyes flickered with a fierce and bloodthirsty light, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. "Kill. Cripple the young women's cultivation and leave them behind. Kill the rest." The knife-scarred man roared. Kill! Kill! The blood fiend pirates roared, their murderous auras filling the air. From their auras, everyone in the blood fiend pirates was covered in blood and had been through many battles. This kind of person had rich fighting experience. Ordinary martial artists would even feel uneasy, and their combat strength would be weakened if they were suppressed by the other party's baleful chi. Buzz. And MBSB whoosh. A series of voices roared as they rushed towards the flame chamber of commerce. Chun Zhao, take the young lady and break out of the encirclement. I'll block them. The peak-tier king of the flame chamber of commerce roared and rushed toward the man with the scar. Old man, go to hell. The scar-faced man's eyes were extremely cold. With a blood-red saber in his hand, he slashed out, and a mighty blood river gushed toward the old man of the flame chamber of commerce. Star Breaker Sword. The old man from the flame chamber of commerce thrust his sword forward. Specks of starlight filled the air as he charged at his opponent. Boom! With a loud boom, his body trembled and he retreated rapidly. With one move, he fell to the ground. Luo Xan and the others were even more desperate. You want to stop me with this little combat strength? You're really looking for death. The knife-scarred man sneered. Go, you guys hurry up and leave. The old man shouted at Luo Xan and the others. He go where to? A sneer was heard, and a figure as tall as a bamboo pole appeared in front of Luo Xan. The aura on his body was unfathomable. This person was the other peak-tier king of the Blood Fiend Pirates. Luo Xan, Chun Zhao, and the others' faces were as white as paper, and their hearts were like dead ashes. At this moment, screams could be heard from all directions. The Blood Fiend Pirates had the upper hand. People from the Flame Chamber of Commerce were being killed. Fifth brother, this little girl is really not bad. After you play with her, you have to let me play with her. The skinny man looked at Luo Xan, his eyes flashing with a fiery light. All right, sixth brother, since you've taken a fancy to it, of course you can. The knife-scarred man sneered. Luo Xan's body began to tremble. Damn it. If my big brother was here, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. Chun Zhao let out a low roar. Die. Then, the knife-scarred man slashed at the old man again. Boom. The old man's body was pushed back again, and blood flowed out of his mouth. Among peak-tier king tiers, there was a huge difference in battle prowess. Clearly, the knife-scarred man was stronger than the old man. Old man, I'll kill you with 3 more slashes. The knife-scarred man sneered. You have no chance. At this moment, a clear voice was heard. 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, suddenly appeared behind the elder. Chapter 645. 645 Let me practice some boxing. The knife-scarred man was shocked. He didn't even see how the 2 people appeared. These 2 people were naturally Lu Ming and Xianxia. The scar-faced man heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Lu Ming and Xianxia's age. How much of a threat could 2 young men in their 20s pose? It seemed like he had been too careless earlier and had not noticed them. It's them. Luo Xan, Chun Zhao, and the rest also saw Lu Ming and Xianxia. What are the 2 of them doing here? Are you looking to die? Chun Zhao couldn't help but ask. Young Master Lu, in this situation, the Flame Chamber of Commerce can't even protect them Slaviers. They can't protect you either. You'd better run for your lives. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape. Hurry. Luo Xan's character wasn't bad. At this time, she could still think of others. Leave. Not a single one of them can leave. Haha, there's actually such a beauty in the world. What luck! At this moment, the scar-faced man's eyes were fixed on Xianxing's body, burning with fire. Fifth brother, the previous one is yours. This girl is mine. The skinny man's eyes were similar. He stared at Xianxia, his eyeballs almost falling out. It was too beautiful, too beautiful. Luo Xan was considered a pretty beauty, but compared to Xianxia, she was nothing. They kept sighing and rejoicing. Their luck today was too good. Luo Xan sighed. It's over. Xianxia is so beautiful. Now that he's been targeted by two peak-tier kings of the Blood Fiend Pirates, how can he escape? Xianxia's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with killing intent. All of you will die. Xianxia's cold voice startled everyone. Xianxia actually wanted to kill two peak-tier pirate kings? What a joke. Little Qing, leave these two guys to me. I'm looking for someone to practice my fist arts with. You go help the others. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia's cold eyes swept across the knife-scarred man and the skinny man. All right, I'll leave them to you. Don't kill them easily. I'll do it. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The others were dumbfounded. What were Lu Ming and Xianxia doing? Could it be that in their hearts, the knife-scarred man and the skinny man were trash that could be killed at will? These were two peak-tier king tiers. A newborn calf was really not afraid of Tiger. Senior, you go help the others. Leave these two to me. Lu Ming strode forward and said to the peak-tier king from the Flame Chamber of Commerce. This. The old man was also a little stunned. Brat, you're trying to be a hero on my head. It's your mistake. Die. The scar-faced man shouted coldly and slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber ray whistled through the air and slashed at Lu Ming's head. The power was stronger than before. Be careful, Luo Xin subconsciously exclaimed. I'll use you guys as practice. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile as he threw a punch. The space trembled with the exploding star fist. A fiery red fist light shot toward the saber light of the knife-scarred man like a meteor. Wherever the fist radiance passed, the air was directly turned into liquid due to its ferocity. The liquid wrapped around the fist radiance and collided with the saber radiance. Boom! With a deafening sound, the knife light of a knife-scarred man was directly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the remaining fist light also hit the knife-scarred man and forced him to retreat. This, Luo, Xin, Chun Zhao, and the others' eyes almost popped out, and their mouths were wide open as they stared blankly. Lu Ming had actually destroyed the saber flare of the burly man on the bus, who had been extremely arrogant just now, with one punch and forced him to retreat. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so terrifying? Expert. This was a top expert. The scar-faced man's expression changed drastically as well. He had never expected Lu Ming to have such powerful combat strength. Come over here. At this moment, Lu Ming threw a punch. A dazzling fist radiance pierced through the void and headed toward the thin bamboo pole. The skinny man wanted to stop Xianxia, but Lu Ming quickly pulled him over. It wasn't easy to find a few training targets. It would be a pity if Xianxia killed him in one move. The explosive fist radiance created a huge pressure on the skinny man. He could only block it with all his strength. Boom! The fist radiance exploded, and the thin bamboo pole was blown away for 1,000 meters. Let's join forces and kill this little bastard, the knife-scarred man roared. All right, Buzz, Buzz. The skinny man and the knife-scarred man joined forces. Both of them unleashed their full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming threw 2 punches in a row. The fist radiance burst out, tearing through the void 1,000 meters away and blasting toward the two of them. With 2 loud bangs, the two of them were sent flying by the fist radiance. Whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, 2 more fist lights pierced through the void and headed toward the two of them. The fist energies seemed to be endless. The knife-scar man and the skinny man were completely suppressed and were at a disadvantage. This was the result of Lu Ming suppressing his quintessential essence and his explosive star fist. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Sky Devil Force Field. On the other side, Xianxing's voice was heard. She pressed her hand down, and a terrifying Sky Demon Force Field covered 1,000 meters. All the Blood Fiend pirates, regardless of whether they were late-stage kings or ordinary kings, were cut into pieces and died. Luo Xian and the others were dumbfounded. Geniuses. I didn't expect that we would have two peerless geniuses in our team this time. We're so lucky. The elder at the peak of the king's realm sighed, his face filled with joy. Yeah, I really didn't expect this. Luo Xian also sighed. As for Chun Zhao, he felt his face burning. He thought of what had happened 2 days ago. At that time, he had pointed at Lu Ming and Xianxia, saying that they were afraid of death and that their cultivation levels were low, so they did not dare to attack. Now that he thought about it, every word he said was like a pair of slaps on his face. Lu Ming was right. They did not make a move. Under such circumstances, there was no need for them to make a move. When there was a need, they would naturally make a move. However, he was mocking Lu Ming. Damn it, you made me lose face. Isn't it just a peak tier king? My big brother is much stronger than them. Chun Zhao felt rather upset. He felt that Lu Ming had embarrassed him. Let's attack together and kill these blood fiend pirates. The old man's figure flashed as he charged towards the blood fiend pirates. With the help of the old man and Xianxia, the blood fiend pirates were killed in large numbers. Especially Xianxia, once the Sky Demon Force Field was released, a large group of pirates were enveloped and had no way to escape. The more the blood fiend pirates fought, the more frightened they became. The fiendish chi from before had already subsided, and what was left was fear. Retreat, retreat. The enemy has too many peak-tier kings. Some of the blood fiend pirates shouted. They had already lost their fighting spirit. The moment their fighting spirit disappeared, their combat strength became weaker, and more people were killed. The Flame Chamber of Commerce had the upper hand. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.